Hi, my name's Nicola Adams-Hendry. I'm the Chief Operating Officer here at Climate Bonds. Welcome everybody to what is our last in the Connect series this year here in London. We have a jam-packed session for you today. We've got some of the finest minds in sustainable finance with us. They are going to be talking to you about some of the strategies to transition to a more resilient and sustainable economy. They're going to share some of their views, their thoughts and their ideas for some of the solutions to help us tackle some of the climate challenges that we are all facing. Before I get to that, I'm going to take you through some housekeeping. May I ask that you keep your phones on silent when you're in the auditorium. If you need a comfort break, there are facilities back out in the foyer. We will be having 3 breaks today, 2 coffee breaks and a lunch, so ample time for you to network. And please reach out to me. I'd love to make your introduction if I haven't already. And the team will be available. Please connect. And if we can help any of you make any introductions or connections, don't hesitate to ask if we can help facilitate that. So without further ado, I shall hand over to Mr. Sean Kidney, CEO here at Climate Bonds. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you. Now, a lot of people like to think that we're an English-based organisation. Note the Scottish accent. Note the Brazilians in the room. Note the Romanians in the room. Note the Chinese in the room. We are an extraordinarily diverse organisation working on 6 continents in many countries. I'm lucky enough to live in London, but there's not many of us. And I think that's part of one of the things I want to drive home about this event today. Addressing climate change obviously has to be a global solution. It is not a national solution. There is no room for thinking country by country. And in fact, in the context of resilience, in the context of the crisis we face as climate impacts start touching us, it's more critical than ever for us to think globally, for us to think internationally, for us to think as a species in terms of our stewardship of the planet. And that's the big thing, that's the exciting thing in a way, the challenge, but the exciting thing about what's happened. But hey, I digress. Well, not really. I need to say very quickly first, thank you to our sponsors, to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank and Amundi, above all, who've been sponsoring us around the world in conferences. This is the 6th Climate Bonds conference this year in different markets around the world. To Ashurst, QSIP Global Services, Invesco, S&P Global, Mizuho and Montrose for their support. A few words to get us going. You know about the mitigation challenge that's dominated the conversation at our conferences in the past few years. You know about the emissions reductions challenge. We have to achieve extraordinary reductions by 2035, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to have only a shot at avoiding catastrophic climate change. We are not doing that well. 1.5 degrees temperature rise will be reached, according to the World Meteorological Organization, in the next couple of years. We need to prepare now for the impacts of climate change, which are no longer in doubt. They are certain. They are starting. People are dying in different parts of the world from heat, from typhoons, from floods now. Those impacts are going to get worse over the next 30 years. While we continue to work on the mitigation agenda, we're drastically reducing emissions to avoid catastrophic climate change. Note that we cannot avoid climate change now, it's given. But if we stop emissions dead cold tomorrow morning, if Alex Michi at GFANZ is entirely successful in his project and we stop it tomorrow morning, we still have severe warming increasing for the next 30 years because of the latency effect in the atmosphere. Potentially, it takes about 30 years for the effect of emissions reductions to come through. That means that come what may, at the very best possible scenario, for the next 30 years, we will see increasingly severe climate impact, climate volatility. We've got to prepare, goodness knows, over the last year, we've seen a little teaser, a taste of the kind of things that are going to happen. We ain't seen nothing. This is going to get ugly, as I said, at the very best possible scenario. We need that best possible scenario because if we don't avoid the catastrophic climate change that comes from the increased emissions that are happening, frankly, there's not a lot of future for the human species. Certainly not civilization as we understand it. Doomsday talk? No, just practical talk. We've got a lot of evidence from the paleontological record. We now know what happens with severe climate action. Minor climate impact at the end of the Roman Empire in the 1500s and 1600s saw massive loss of life on the planet. You know, between 1600 and 1700, when we had 2 degrees cooling, we lost a third of the world's planet. And by the way, that cooling came about because we killed off so many American Indians through measles and smallpox that we actually, sort of hopeful in a way, we allowed so much forest to be regrown in the Amazon, according to research at Stanford University, that we sucked carbon out of the atmosphere, an enormous amount of carbon in the atmosphere. Maybe those forest carbon credits are a good idea, Alex. I'll have to come back to it. The main point was we had climate change only a few hundred years ago, and we lost a third of the world's population. We lost them, and this is a clue to what we can expect the next 30 years. We lost them to famine, to pandemics, and to war. We didn't lose them to gently rising sea levels. We didn't even lose them to severe typhoons. It was the consequences of that. For all of that, we need to prepare, and that's why we've launched our climate bonds resilience taxonomy, which you'll hear more about later today, which is a guidance of the vast range of things that we have to work on now, including, by the way, the nature of international cooperation. We need to avoid the kind of craziness we saw in the early days of the pandemic, with Donald Trump ordering PPE equipment to be stolen from other countries in the tarmac of Bangkok. If we do that with food supplies and so on, we will see pretty severe implosion around the world in the crises that are now becoming normal. And understand that in the paleontological record, and there's an interesting article from New Yorker magazine this week by Elizabeth Colbert, who's one of the greatest science writers on the planet, from the summit of Greenland, talking about how the ice core in Greenland shows that the last 27,000 years have been remarkably stable when it comes to temperature changes, but prior to that, weather was volatile. Actually, volatility is the norm. We're coming out, because of our own effect, our own polluting of the atmosphere, from a period of remarkable stability to a period of certain volatility, come what may. It's actually a norm anyway. That requires us to think differently as a species. We can no longer rely on benign physical environment to prosper in. We need to anticipate the changes, the difficulties coming forward. This climate change, in a sense, is a test for us of our ability to be able to survive on the planet. So that's the bad news. Of course, amongst all of that, there are challenges about sustainability that don't go away as we deal with the big issues. The development of poorer populations, the health provision in Nigeria, the jobs provision in Pakistan, both of which we're not doing well on, by the way. The security issues with war in Ukraine or in Darfur or around the world. All of these have to be addressed at the same time. We're arguing these are not separate. These need to be understood as a continuum of issues about how we manage things sustainably in a world of volatility. And if you look at some of those crises, they are absolutely rooted in the challenge of climate change, notably the war in Darfur, which is water scarcity, and there's been a lot written about that. The crazy thing is, the madness of this situation is we do know what to do. I mean, we have an extraordinary collection of wisdom on this planet now. Do a quick ChatGPT search or pretty well anything, and you're going to find a bunch of solutions. Technological R&D is useful to speed up change, but not necessary to make the changes. That's good news. That's good news. Of course, the scale of capital investment required, as we have framed it, as we in the broader group have framed it, is pretty large. It's about $10 trillion a year just for the mitigation side, and it's probably about $5 to $10 trillion a year on the resilience side that we need to do. Mind you, 2/3 of that is rethinking what we already do. If you are building water infrastructure in Pakistan, you need to take into account climate change, adaptation, resilience issues, as well as ensuring it's low energy. So you're not necessarily got new capex, you've just got necessary capex with different procurement requirements. That makes it easy. But we are at the same time extraordinarily lucky. Extraordinarily lucky. And this gives me the optimism that I want to characterize the day with. We have in the last 80 years lucked upon something, an idea which has gone viral of creating savings pools very successfully with a different kind of management structure than used in the past. These are savings pools that by fiduciary duty have long-term horizons. Our universal investors, $130 trillion of these in the planet now, are required by fiduciary mandate to look 40 years out, 50 years out. They've got to pay your pension when you retire. They're not about making quick profits by trading. They're not about making money on the up and down like Citibank or Goldman Sachs do. They're about ensuring long-term sustainability of returns. They have to look at long-term risks in a world which got sidelined in the 1980s by indicators which led to short-termism becoming rife in banks and in corporations. They have become a new force in our society. Well, let's call it an elephant waking up from its sleep, not yet fully awake. But certainly that gives me hope. We have the capital, we have created these savings pools, these vast savings pools on the planet, and we have given them a management structure which stays in every country in the world, from Zambia to the US to Japan, with a long-term remit. At a time we need a bit of long-termism. That's the opportunity, that's the first opportunity. Of course, the second opportunity I'm going to say is that we have created all these challenges. Yes, we've messed things up terribly. The last 30 years, just the last 30 years, we have failed to listen to our scientists. We have said, oh, that sounds really bad. Oh, it's going to be ugly, isn't it? Is it okay if we just do this, this and this? And that's what climate policy has been for the last 30 years. And of course it hasn't been. That's why emissions have continued to rise every year for the last 30 years when they should have been going down. But somehow through this, we have ended up creating focus on change. And in a funny kind of way, we're rising to the challenge with the work of the green finance community. I saw on the stairs as I was coming up early, my old friend Robert Parker, who was a pioneer of green finance in East Asia. Everyone in this room has done something in this area. Vivek Mittal has done the same thing. There's been this extraordinary growth of energy and enthusiasm and ideas, and working together, collaboration across institutions who are normally not allowed to collaborate because of competition law or avoid each other like the plague, working together to achieve something that is remarkable, which is a focus on delivering a sustainable future through every mechanism available to us. That gives me extraordinary hope. I think that can give us all extraordinary hope. The last thing that gives me hope is the nature of our species. While we have often been dominated by this idea of individualism and so on, and the myth of individual action from the US in particular, the truth is we're a hive species. We are bees, not octopi, in how we work together. It's only because we have learned to operate as hives the species has been successful. There is nothing separating our DNA of any note from chimpanzees to ourselves, and yet the human species, with its social skills, has achieved an extraordinary, somewhat damaging position on the planet. This is something that we do turn to our advantage remarkably quickly, often. We have the capacity to innovate on a scale that is entirely new, as far as we know, in the paleontological record, on this planet. We have the capacity to disseminate ideas at a speed that is extraordinary amongst any other species we have on the planet, with the exception maybe of fungi. I'm still learning about that. It is amazing. It is amazing. We are bees in this vast hive. When you look at the extraordinary global distribution of mobile phones in a few short years and all the services provided it, when you come across farmers in India that are using mobile phones to check the prices of fish in the local market and are therefore being able to get a better price they used to be able to get when they were going through a middleman and choosing to sell or not to sell based on the price. This is extraordinary. Like, this is a wonder for us to stand back, look at and think, incredible what we have done. Just think what we are going to do in the next 30 years. Just think what we are going to do. That's what gives me hope. That's why we can feel positive despite the nature of the challenges we face. Of course, we have some milestone wins. Yes, we've started seeing state action, IRA, Green Transformation Plan. You're going to hear about that a little later. MDBs being to act. We're going to hear from Torsten from Asian Infrastructure Development Bank in a minute. Of course, the green bond market is a win. It's a proof of concept. We have had some extraordinary wins. We've managed to prove that investments in climate solutions can be opportunities, can be lower risk, not require a haircut or be a problem. That's the win of the green bond market. That's the win. And that's led to increasing demand. And we have seen regulators come together in a global concatenation, in a way of working together, the network of the greening financial system, which supersedes the national issues that face them. This is another win of the hive species. Now, will they survive pressure from governments? I don't know, but it's working already. We have some great things happening to us. We have a green revolution underway. We have managed to reduce the cost of solar. Thank you, Germany, in 2001 for its feed-in tariff that kicked off this revolution. Thank you, China, for having kicked off the largest purchasing program for renewable energy in history and continues to be the largest in history, for driving down the cost of renewables, for driving down the cost of electric vehicles, for driving down the cost of all sorts of technologies, for giving us a sense that, you know what, green hydrogen might work, etc., etc. Changes are happening. There's no doubt about it. The world is shifting. One thing we need to do in this room is to think about those strengths, those causes for optimism, the availability of capital wanting to look long term, the innovation that's coming through the system, the rapidity of change, which is a function of our hive species flexing its muscles. We need to look forward. We all know the past is no guide to the future that we want to have, we need to have, that we will have. We're about inventing a future. That's the excitement of today. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being part of that revolution. Now, I want to invite my good friend, my new friend, Torsten Albrecht, to the stage to talk about one of those institutions I mentioned, this Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and what it's doing and how it's going. This is an incredibly important institution. Call it part of the reordering of the world order, part of the hive shifting strengths and shifting focus. Torsten, please join me.
Thank you very much, Sean. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and partners. Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great pleasure to join you here today at this Climate Bond Initiative conference in London on behalf of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and we have a couple of slides coming up. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers and their commitment to advancing the Climate Bond Initiative. Sean, I think, has made it, as always, very clear and passionate about the urgency for us to act. And I think I'm a resident of Beijing now, and we all experience firsthand that there's climate change. Just only last summer, we had actually very heat waves and floods, and within a couple of hours, we actually had streets impacted, cars impacted, etc. So I think we are all aware that climate change has an impact, and these events become more and more normal. They remind us that climate change is not only a distant threat, but a present reality that affects all of us. At the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, we recognize the gravity of this challenge, which is why sustainability and climate action are central to our mandate. I would like to start this with a question that I was asked a few days ago. There was actually the question whether, what is the role of a multilateral development bank like ADB in supporting the labeled bond market? Given that the 1 trillion plus market at this point in time is actually quite developed. Before I go into that, let me go into a little bit of background about the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. As you can see, so the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is a multilateral development bank. We are based in Beijing. We were founded or established in 2016. We have 110 members. These are the countries, the sovereigns that provide money to us as capital. And we have a total of 100 billion of capital from our members. We have obtained our AAA rating from all three main rating agencies. And our members cover 81% of the world population. If you think of 100 billion, that's obviously a lot of money, and we treasure that a lot from our members. But if you look at the magnitude of problems that we have, it's actually quite small. That's why private capital mobilization for us is absolutely key. So we are unique, as the name says. We are focused on infrastructure. And our goal is to achieve sustainable economic development and regional cooperation. By developing infrastructure in our member countries, we want to uplift the people's life and therefore improve the economic development. For climate change, this is also crucial, which I will get to. So typical transactions projects that we fund are satellites that bring internet to remote areas in Indonesia, data warehouses that facilitate digital transformation, subsea cables providing connectivity, and of course, a lot of renewable energy. AIB is investing in infrastructure that is green, technology-enabled, and promotes regional connectivity. We focus on emerging market Asia. I want to highlight two policies and targets that we have. The first one is a climate finance target. We want to achieve 50% climate finance by 2025. The other part is we actually already are. Every project that we do is Paris-aligned since middle of last year based on the MDB methodology. Secondly, another important objective is private capital mobilization. And I think Sean also alluded to it, that we need to tap private capital in order to finance infrastructure. Our efforts in sustainable finance underscores a core belief that financial markets must be part of the solution to building sustainable infrastructure. By providing innovative financing mechanisms, we enable the flow of capital into projects that are building a greener and more resilient future. This brings me to the next slide, which I wanted to show, just to give a little bit of background in terms of what the market is in versus the developed market versus emerging markets. And you can see that the emerging market, bond market, has achieved actually quite a bit of growth in the last couple of years, but it's very tiny, especially so this is emerging market excluding China. And it's hugely underrepresented, and that's where the focus should be to actually increase financing. And the challenge is huge, as we all know. The financing gap that is estimated to meet climate's goal is 1 trillion annually through 2030 based on the IMF. There's also the International Energy Agency, which estimates that 90% of new increases in or growth in CO2 emissions will be in emerging markets if we continue the current trend. So climate mitigation, but increasingly adaptation is absolutely key. The chart on the right-hand side summarizes the use of proceeds, which is very important for us as well in terms of the mission. And you can see, obviously, these are nicely aligned with an infrastructure investment bank. The work that is done by CBI in this context is actually extremely valuable for us. Standard setting, certification, capacity building, and knowledge sharing, promoting best practices in areas such as setting frameworks and reporting, establishing new taxonomies such as climate resilience and transition bonds. And I want to especially highlight the new taxonomy and the importance of the resilient bonds. At AIB, resilience and adaptation is absolutely crucial, and we actually are looking actively to increase our projects for adaptation. There's a new policy tool that we have developed, and that's the climate-focused policy lending. So we work with the governments of our country, of our members, and determine policies which we are backing with funding. And the core focus of that is adaptation as well. One of the areas that we are particularly proud of is actually the securitization market, because we think it has a lot of potential. So we have been involved in platforms that buy infrastructure loan from commercial banks, bundle them, repackage them into infrastructure securitization. We have been working with Bayfront in Singapore and HKMC in Hong Kong. These platforms enable banks to free up their balance sheet and create new lending, and therefore increases the velocity of the balance sheet. It creates the ability to have a transition finance mechanism. So we have been participating in these issuances because we think these are platforms that should be scaled up further. Another example are the fixed income bond portfolios where we have been involved in. The ESG bond portfolio, enhanced ESG bond portfolio with Aberdeen, and the climate change bond investment framework with Amundi. The AIB's climate change investment framework is a tool that allows investors to assess an issuer's climate change performance. And we've actually used that framework then to put our own money to work. So we have a segregated account where this is applied. We've also extended further our product range, and I wanted to mention a recent transaction where we have guaranteed an issuance from the government of Egypt, and we've guaranteed it together with the African Development Bank. The proceeds of 500 million euros equivalent in CNY support the infrastructure sub-projects in the transport and digital sector. I would not do justice if I didn't mention our own bonds that we are actually issuing. So we are issuing under the Sustainable Development Bond framework that we have. According to that framework, all of our projects that pass our policies and frameworks and strategies are eligible for use of proceeds. So we have actually issued so far 57 billion of bonds, and these bonds then funds our projects. I want to particularly highlight one project where that we have also issued a climate adaptation bond. So this was the only, it's like a carve out of our portfolio that we have with a focus on adaptation because it's such an important topic. With this, I would like to, or maybe the last part which I forgot is actually, you can also see the importance of climate finance or climate change. So 62% of our projects have an element of climate action, SDG 13. So we report under our Sustainable Development Framework based on SDG. With this, I would like to come to the end of my speech. If you have followed me this far, you can answer the question that I asked at the very beginning. Our focus on climate finance and on emerging markets infrastructure development make the GSS bond market a really important tool, and we would like to promote that further. Enabling the growth of GSS with high ESG standards and a focus on sustainability in emerging market has a potential to close the infrastructure funding gap. Our goal is not only to foster infrastructure development, but to ensure that the projects we finance are aligned with the principles of environmental sustainability and climate resilience. In this context, I also would like to thank the organizers to have put really a great agenda today. Transition planning, what to do with stranded assets, interoperability of taxonomies, solutions for adaptation finance, and reporting in the GSS issuers are really important topics. Thank you very much for having me, and I'm looking forward to having really interesting discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Thorsten. Just one bank just one bank, a fantastic bank. But the move amongst development banks to become climate banks across the whole portfolio is a feature of the last 10 years. What they will do will be to credit enhance, to provide cornerstone investing, to provide kickstarts, to fill the gaps to get things going so private capital can come in with it. And that is actually underway. That is extraordinary. Kirsty Graham and I used to talk about this 15 years ago as an ambition, and now it's well and truly underway. This panel is about planning transitions. I'd like to welcome my 4 guests, if I can. First, Alex Bitchie, who's the Managing Director of GFANZ, Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, if I remember correctly, Alex, and also has a title of CEO of Global Capacity Building Coalition. Please come on up, Alex. I'd like to welcome Kingsmill Bond, who's from RMI, is an energy strategist, who's going to kick us off, and I'm going to explain why in a minute. Come up on stage, Kingsmill. Hideki Takada is joining us online from Japan, cross fingers. Hideki, who's been a friend for many years, has been an activist within the institutions, OECD, Ministry of Finance, in the regulator, JFSA in Japan as the chief strategist, and he's currently the Director of Finance and Sustainability at the new Japanese government GX Acceleration Agency, which is in charge of their green transformation plan, which is a fantastic plan, which is amazing. Hey, I've got some arguments with them on the edges, but you know what? It really is an extraordinary transition plan for the country, which we'll hear about in a minute. And then Sabine Laurent from Climate Bonds Initiative. Are you here, Sabine? Please come on up. Who's in our market intelligence transition lead and has been working with institutions like Nippon Life and Prudential Asia with their transition frameworks. We'll hear more about that in a minute. The transition is everything. It's about how we move our existing settings to settings that are future fit. It's how we invest as corporations. It's how we design our societies as governments, which is us working together. Transition plans are corporate as well as government. They encompass agriculture, land use, they encompass industry, urban development, health plans in Nigeria, for that matter. All of these are part of transition to the sustainability we need to survive the rest of this century. But the starting point is energy. The first point is energy, because that's where emissions have got to come down. And for that, I want Kingsmill to kick us off. So.
Right, brilliant. Hi, folks. Kicking you off with energy. Sorry, just caught me doing a camera shot of Sean in full flow. My name is, I'm hoping my slides are going to materialize momentarily. My name is Kingsmill Bond. I work for the Rocky Mountain Institute, which is an American think and do tank. And I am a finance person, which is why I've got a tie on today, just to demonstrate that I'm actually a finance person, not a green radical. And as Sean says, I'm here to set the scene for the clean tech revolution as the greatest technology shift of our time. So let me, before I begin, let me address the elephant in the room. There are 2 main perspectives on the future of energy, which we try and summarize in these 2 little graphs here. You have on the one hand the incumbent view from Exxon and OPEC and the EIA in America and so on, of business as usual, or what I like to call stagnation. So there are lots of barriers, the global south, intermittency, capital, all this stuff. We can't do anything, sadly. We'd love to, we just can't. And then you've got on the other hand, the other pole, I should say, is the insurgent view of Rocky Mountain Institute, Rystad, BYD, Tesla, all of the insurgents who are lining up behind not BAU, but PAU, progress as usual. You see, it's not that different, it's just business to progress. And they've got we have lots of ideas, lots of solutions, and we believe in continued growth. And I should hardly need to say this to a finance crowd, but what do you think is more likely, stagnation or progress? So I think what I'm going to argue in the next 3 or 4 minutes is that progress and continuity is far more likely than stagnation. So let me start with capital. So lots of numbers get flung around about capital. If I just take here International Energy Agency data for how much capital is going into fossil fuels and how much money is going into clean tech. This is for primary energy supply. So about a decade ago, it was 2-to-1 fossils versus clean. Now it's about the same, about $1 trillion each. Don't forget, this is just primary energy supply. And by the end of this decade, it's going to be 2-to-1 the other way. So before we get involved in the detail, let us not forget that capital is already shifting from the old system to the new system. And why is this happening? So the reason it's happening is because you've just got this, it's just a technology shift, folks. It's a technology shift from the old system of fossil fuels, which are heavy and pollutive, concentrated, generate super profits and huge amounts of rent for petrostates, to a light, cheap, local, universal system of solar, wind, and batteries. And this new stuff, it's technology, so it's got learning curves, so the costs keep on falling. It's on S curves of growth, so the growth keeps on rising, as I demonstrate here. And in fact, we've seen this movie before in finance, which is, I guess, where I come to the debate. I mean, I've seen this in my own career dozens of times. Just think back to our own experience of mainframe to laptop, or moving from fixed line to mobile, or go further back from horses to cars, or gas electricity or gas lighting to electric lighting. Exponential growth of the new is very, very normal. And what's then interesting and particularly relevant to people with skin in the game is that this exponential growth of the new has driven peak demand of the old. And again, that's not widely recognized. So briefly to summarize why I'm so confident, fossil fuel demand peaked in the UK and across the OECD about 17 years ago. ICE car sales peaked in 2018. You're getting peaks everywhere. And now it looks like we've got the peak of peaks, that is to say the Chinese peak is likely to be 2023 or 2024. So that means that the world has peaked its fossil fuel demand. So we're at the cusp of a shift from one system to the next. So what happens next? So what happens normally in technology shifts? Again, they don't stop. They just don't stop. They keep on going. Solar and wind generation is going to triple by 2030. Battery storage is going to be up tenfold. The barriers are many. And again, we've heard them all, but the solutions are more. And just like water, clean tech will continue to find solutions and will continue to grow. So the growth is going to keep on coming, folks. And what does that mean? It means that you have massive disruption to the current fossil fuel system, which is also right in front of our noses. So fossil fuel advocates love to brag about how big they are, how much stuff they are, how much stuff they produce, how much oil and gas and coal, how enormous it is, 16,000 million tons every single year. But size, in fact, is a weakness, because for investors and asset owners such as yourselves, it's not size, it's direction that counts. And by the end of this decade, the story of rapid, inexorable decline will be clear and it'll be priced into markets. So you might think that you're only lending to a fossil fuel company for 5 years, but in 5 years' time, no one's going to want to refinance that loan. Watch out, folks. So my final slide. Why do I say all of this? It's because investors have most of their money in the current fossil fuel system. Again, depends how you calculate it. It's about 80% of capital is still invested in the current system. And a chunk, possibly a large chunk of the finance industry is working hard, as a gentleman said to me earlier, to rebadge business as usual as change, to rebadge business as usual as change. This is a very poor strategy because you're sitting, in fact, on a time bomb, which faces massive overcapacity and stranded assets on the one hand by 2030, as well as the potential to miss out on the vast growth and opportunity if you get it right in the clean tech system which is being built. So my final message to you, if I may, by introduction, is, folks, as Sean says, it's time to rethink. retool your portfolios for the world to come, not for the world that has been. Thank you.
Thank you, Kingsmill. Thank you. And now we might go to Hideki Takada, who I hope is coming online from Tokyo.
Hello. Hi.
Amber, are we good?
Hi. Hi. How are you?
We can hear you, Takada-san.
Can you hear me?
Yes. So glad you
Okay,
got safely
good.
back to Tokyo from our event in Paris last week, and thank you so much for being able to join us. Please tell us about Japan's transition plan.
Okay. All right. Yes. Well, thank you for inviting me, and well, good morning to everyone. And it's evening time in Tokyo, and so just let me talk to you about what Japan is doing on its green transformation plan, and also about our new agency, the Green Transformation Acceleration Agency. Can you show my site on the screen? Or shall I share it
You're
myself?
good, they're
Or?
up.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, good. Okay, so just my name is Hideki Takada. I'm originally from the military finance of Japan, and once seconded to the OECD in Paris and belong to the Green Finance team. And more recently, I was the director for strategy at the Japan Financial Service Agency. And from this summer, I have moved to the new agency, GX Acceleration Agency. And I'll talk about it a bit later. So next slide, please. Here you can see the key point about Japan's GX policies. By the way, the GX stands for Green Transformation, but I believe this is a word invented by the Japanese government, and so it is not understood widely as a proper English language. But my hope is that in the near future, it would be understood worldwide. And anyway, the GX aims to achieve the both decarbonization, carbon neutrality by 2050, and at the same time to enhance industrial competitiveness and also the economic growth. A key point here is that we do not think that decarbonization and economic growth are in a trade-off situation, but actually they can be achieved both. And in fact, by achieving decarbonization in this process, we should be able to achieve also competitiveness and economic growth. So that is the key concept of Japan's GX policies. And in order to realize that, we are going to make investment of 150 trillion yen, or roughly equal to $1 trillion US of investment into the green transformation in the next 10 years, public and private money combined. And out of this 150 trillion yen, about 20 trillion yen will come from the government budget. And in order to raise that money upfront, Japan has introduced a new government bond, which is called Japan Climate Transition Bond. So this is the world's first sovereign transition bond, and its issuance started from this February. And for this inaugural issuance, we have secured the second party opinions from two providers, and also very importantly, certification by the Climate Bonds Initiative. Thanks to you, Sean. However, this 20 trillion yen, the government money, is only the part of the entire investment, and the vast majority of money must come from the private sector. So, in order to do that, we're going to mobilize sustainable finance and transition finance in innovative ways. Next slide, please. And also, we are going to introduce emission trading system and carbon pricing mechanism from 2026 in a staged manner. And we have already laid out our the plan for transition in the form of the GX strategy, which was decided last year. And to complement that, we have published the priority sector investment strategy last December, which defines 16 priority areas for investment and also layered plans for investment in each sector. So it encompasses sectors such as materials, for example, steel, chemical, etc., and final products such as vehicle, ships, aviation, and also critical products and clean energy, such as hydrogen or battery CCS, next generation renewable energy, and so on. And we are now considering the new set of the policy package, which is called the GX 2040 vision, because we have already committed to reach net zero by 2050, and also we have committed our 2030 reduction target to reduce 46% compared to 2013. However, the world is quickly changing. So there are geopolitical unrest and inflation going on, energy prices surging. So in these uncertain times, we must be able to equip ourselves for the change. So that is why we are now discussing the GX 2040 vision. And there are four key pillars in this vision. So the first is that energy and industrial location. We are thinking these two at the same time as a whole. So, for example, we must think about the location of certain key industries which requires much of energy and electricity. So, because the clean energy, particularly renewable energy, the location of that kind of energy is actually not evenly distributed, but concentrating on the certain areas in the land. So why not locate the industry close to those sources of clean energy? So we must think about the energy and location of industry as a whole. And the second pillar is about industrial structure. And here, we must be innovative again. And so, for example, we must think about the GX, green transformation, and also DX, digital transformation at the same time. And the third pillar is about market creation. This is crucially important because well, now there are many companies who are trying to invent innovative technologies for decarbonization. But even though a very pretty innovative products are created, it is meaningless if it does not sell in the market. So we must create a market in which the green products and its value are appropriately appreciated. And finally, so this is a global challenge. So Japan alone cannot do. No, any country cannot do it alone. So we must establish the global common ground and also the rules in which the countries can cooperate and in aerial competition, we should be able to do the competition in a proper manner in a climate-friendly way. So next slide, please. So we have established a new agency, which is called GX or Green Transformation Acceleration Agency. And so this is set up by the government and started from just this July. So only about 3 months and a half have passed since then. And the mission of this agency is to achieve the green transformation as I described. But particularly, the mission of this organization is to accelerate private sector investment in green transformation. So in order to do that, there are 3 pillars of work this agency is taking forward. The first and the most important work is to accelerate private sector investment through provision of financial support. Our organization has the power to provide credit guarantees to risky private sector projects because very often those GX projects involving very innovative technologies might be too risky for private sector alone to undertake. In that case, the GX agency can step in and provide credit guarantee and mitigate those risks. And the second pillar of the work is, as I said, the emission trading system and carbon pricing mechanisms are going to be introduced from 2026, and our agency will be in a position of administering those systems. And thirdly, more widely, our agency promotes the GX policies and sustainability more widely. And so doing research, stakeholder collaboration, and policy discussions and international communication. So in a sense, the GX agency aims to become the hub of GX in Japan and hopefully in the world. Thank you. That is from me.
Fantastic, Hideki, thank you. For me, the plan is incredibly important. It's not a perfect plan, it is a plan in development. They're in the midst of doing this version 2 of the plan now, and we will see continual improvement. Every country needs to do this. But there's something else very special about what's happened in Japan, is the setting up of this GX Acceleration Agency, a purpose-built agency with funding from the government and money to disperse to drive transition in the economy by all sorts of means. This is an incredibly important precedent for all countries around the world. Thank you for being with us. Now I'm going to shift to Alex Michi. Tell us about your perspective on transition plans at GFANZ and what you see happening also.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me and thanks for organising this wonderful conference. It's great to see so many friends in the audience. So GFANZ brings together over 700 now financial institutions from over 50 countries around the world, all of whom have made net zero commitments as part of their individual alliance, whether that's the Banking Alliance, Asset Owners Alliance, asset managers, financial service providers, export credit, and the like. Now, turning those net zero commitments into action and implementation requires a strategic plan that is discussed and improved at board level. And that's why we produced the Net Zero Transition Plan framework. We delivered it to COP27 in Egypt. It was led by Amanda Blanc at Aviva, Noel Quinn at HSBC. There was about 20 financial institutions, RMI, the UN, academics, really like a cross-disciplinary group led by financial institutions, overseen by CEOs. So that framework was delivered to the previous COP and is now, I'm really pleased to report, been used by hundreds of financial institutions over the last 18 months. 2/3 of GFANZ financial institutions have published some form of transition plan. It's a strategic document. Those of you who are familiar with TCFD will be familiar with the framework. It has a governance strategy, implementation, engagement, and crucially, metrics and targets. One of the things we've been working on this year is really digging in with CBI and others on what those metrics and targets should be. How can we augment them? How can we make sure that they're forward-looking and that they accurately capture how a financial institution positively contributes to the transition, going beyond backward-looking metrics. So we published a bunch of case studies on transition finance. How can we put around credible guardrails such that finance can go to where the emissions are in order to decarbonize it? That means in 2050, in all of the scientific scenarios, we still have a transport sector, we still have a construction sector, we still have an agricultural sector. These industries need finance, and they need finance and CapEx in order to decarbonize them. So how do we have confidence that financial institutions that are committed to net zero can invest in those sectors? And CBI has been doing good work there as well, along with RMI and others. So that's kind of the leading edge. My colleagues are in Cali at the moment in Colombia at COP16. When we delivered the framework to Sharm el-Sheikh, we identified things that needed further work. Adaptation, which you were speaking about earlier, is one of them. Just transition is another. how do we incorporate carbon credits, another. But one of them was nature. And we heard from a lot of financial institutions who are starting to think about nature, is they don't want to do something different. They don't want another piece of paper, another PDF. They want to integrate it into the net zero transition plan. We know there's no net zero without nature. So this week in Colombia, we'll be publishing a consultation on how to integrate nature considerations into your transition plan. I'll pull out one more thing, which is, as we've got into the implementation of transition plans, it's been incredibly clear, and it's really helpful to have the acceleration agencies and JFSA's support here, the importance of national transition planning. Let me give you quite a salient example. If you're a residential real estate bank or a building society here in the UK, 70 to 90% of your balance sheet is mortgages. There's no way you can decarbonize your portfolio without working with government on an integrated strategy on decarbonizing, retrofitting the housing stock. Now, mortgages play a really important role, the turnover in ownership. It's often when people do intrusive building works, essentially, which is what we need. It's often when lots of money changes hands. So there's a huge role for financial institutions. But banks and building societies won't go in and rip out a gas boiler and replace it with a heat pump. That needs to be an integrated government strategy. And that's just an example from real estate, but the same is true with the steel sector, the transport sector. Financial institutions need to understand what's the sectoral pathways, how do we take a government's NDC, which is often led by an environment ministry, and turn it into a national transition plan that is led by a finance ministry, a White House, a presidential commission, that details what's the strategy for the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years to decarbonize this economy that you're residing in. So we've been doing a lot of work on that with people on the stage and people in the audience, and hope to make progress on that next year. In some countries, that will also come with a country platform. So we support the JETPs in Indonesia and Vietnam, which are really ambitious and very difficult attempts to transform a very coal-dependent energy grid into a renewable grid over many, many years. But we've seen the pace of change thanks to Kingsmill's presentation. So this is really, why do financial institutions have transition plans? Because they understand that the future is changing, and it's changing rapidly. When the future changes rapidly, if you're not managing the risks appropriately and seizing the opportunities, then you'll be left behind. And we've seen that in things like the digital transformation. If you didn't have a plan for the digital transformation, you might not still be here. Yeah. And the stock exchanges around the world are now dominated by the tech giants who did have a plan. And we're starting to see that already in the energy transition. A few years ago, really not that long ago, China was behind Sweden and Thailand in car exports. And now it's overtaken Germany and Japan. Tesla was a small car manufacturer that relied on an equity bailout from a competitor to survive. And now its market cap is bigger than the next two combined. So these huge transformations are happening in the real economy and in the financial sector. And that's why transition planning is so important. And that's why you're seeing financial institutions actually publish their transition plans increasingly.
This is incredibly important, isn't it? And just to pick up the national thing before I go to Sabina, who's going to give us a bit of perspective on some of these things. On the national level, Japan is clearly got a transition plan. Hey, it doesn't cover all areas of the economy yet now, or Hideki might correct me about that, but it's covering the industrial sector. Mm-hmm. How many other countries are you seeing now developing these things for the purposes of discussion of capital? Is that happening?
Yeah, I think there's no country that I'm aware of that has a comprehensive, this is how we're going to achieve our transition. But increasingly, next year you're going to see improved NDCs, nationally determined contributions as part of the Brazilian COP. And there's an increasing realization amongst all actors that actually for NDCs to be achievable, there needs to be an investment plan. And for the investment plan, there needs to be a national transition plan. So I think over the next few years, you're going to see an increasing development and maybe deployment of national transition plans. Now, every country is radically different, that's true. And some countries, it's going to be a hodgepodge of agencies, a hodgepodge of policies. That doesn't mean it won't work. I mean, the IRA has been absolutely transformative in the US it's not a national transition plan, but you might have a combination of policies that really do, when brought together and overseen by a number of agencies, decarbonize the economy in a very impactful way. Other countries like Japan, I'd like to think that the UK going forward will have more developed integrated national transition plans with more guidance on the sectoral pathways that financial institutions need to see when they're setting their targets.
We might come back to that, but Sabine, tell us a little bit about the work you've been doing leading for climate bonds, including the conversations of investors, which I think is the audience ought to know about.
Yes, thank you, Sean. So what you were mentioning about the fact that asset owner, asset manager, banks are all preparing their transition plan is obviously key for pushing the project forward. One thing that I want to highlight is that we need to make sure that everybody is speaking the same language, because all these projects that are announced as part of transition plan of company, of states, they need a lot of capital and they need a lot of collaboration among the financial institutions to bring that capital. What we are doing at Climate Bond is actually to communicate that common language among the asset owner, asset manager, and the bank. So we do that obviously by working alongside the states to develop the taxonomies, but we are also working with asset owners to define how they will categorize the corporates, how they will assess their stage of maturity in the transition, so that after they can understand what will be the next step for this company to transition. My colleague Anna recently published a toolkit for asset owner, asset manager, and banks to precisely build this maturity scale of company. And this, we have been doing it with DFANGs, but also with various investor groups globally. So we had 91 State Street, I think, IIGCC, who were all working on it. So on the bank side, we are also working at the moment with several banks to advise on their transition finance framework. And again, it's about understanding how you analyze company, what are these key metrics that are important, because obviously we have a lot of them. So which one we are going to use per sector, per region to assess the level of the transition of each company, and then to understand which form of financing will be most appropriate. So on that front as well, we are going this year to work on guidance for a bank transition plan, and later on, sovereigns as well.
Yes.
So watch this space.
Well, that'll be one of the bits of work for next year. Clearly, we need to have validation, verification, review, in the same way done in the green bond market, for all actors that are making claims around the climate. And it's not because we're not worried about the greenwashing, as in people trying to mislead. We're worried about confusion. There is extraordinary confusion in the world about what needs to be done. You might have a conversation somewhere and they say, well, actually, gas, that's green, isn't it? And that's the dominant conversation. The IPCC tells us we've got a problem there. Recent science report showing that the gas-fired power station in most parts of the world, because of the leakage factors across the supply chain, will have a similar GHG footprint to a coal-fired power station. This is a disaster. We have to socialise this. Well, how do we do that? We go around and knock on every door in the world and not explain these things. That's one thing to do. Yeah. That's Alex's job. Or we provide standards. We provide independent verification. We provide protocols and systems to make it faster to figure out what to do. That's what taxonomies are globally. 50 countries now in the world with taxonomies, which are simply simplified shopping lists for what to do, would get rid of the discussions. Electric vehicles better than petrol? I mean, they use coal-fired power. You will still see memes on Facebook about this. Answer, absolutely they're better, even if you're in Poland. And of course, you're building infrastructure for the future. We decide that at a taxonomy or a third-party verification we socialise, we get the support of GFANs, of regulators, and that becomes then guidance globally. Simplified, standardised guidance for rapid change. That's how we change things quickly. We're clear what kind of tanks you need is what the US Army did in World War II. It made a decision about the kind of tanks. No, enough of the innovation, etc., etc. This is really important. But what I want to really drill down into is the conversations with 91, with State Street Global, with Nisei or Nippon Life, with Prudential Asia, who are all adopting transition frameworks for their investments. This is not just a few small mandated funds, is it? We're talking about major frameworks for the whole institution. What was the notable characteristic of that work you've done there? Give us a bit of a gossip.
I think the main thing that is important there is that you have a whole institution that is starting to think along these lines. And so when you consider now investment decision, you will ask yourself, okay, is it going to create some carbon lock-in? Is it going, as you said earlier, to be a stranded asset 5 years down the line? And this way of thinking takes time, but is being indeed diffused within these institutions. And it takes time because people don't necessarily understand how that different it is from what they were doing before, because obviously most of these institutions have already due diligence process, but we are going one step further. We are going to have to see beyond 5 years, 10 years to solve these questions of financing that are actually the one that will lead us the quickest to net zero.
A revolution is underway on the asset management and asset owner side as well, is the point of all of this. I want to ask a question of Hideki about the GX agency, and then I want to turn to the audience and ask for you for questions or comments in a big round. A few of you are going to pick up, prepare. I mean, Samir Ashtar, I'd like you to comment on Avada transition and what's happening, because you're an organisation that's been moving to transition from owning coal-fired power stations to wind farms and so on, as an example of a major energy provider in India. There are many of you in the audience to come through. But Hideki, before I turn to the audience, can I ask you, with the GX Acceleration Agency, to what extent are you now getting engagement across ministries in Japan? This started off as a METI thing. I know a couple of ministries involved. Now that the bond has happened and projects happened, is this now becoming multi-ministerial? How's that working?
Well, sorry. Well, thank you very much. Well, actually, our GX agency, currently has only about 30 staff members. So we are still a pretty small organization and like a startup. And however, the people are coming from multiple ministries and also from the private sector as well. And talking about ministries, well, technically, the GX agency is attached to the METI, the Ministry for Economy, Trade and Industry. And people are certainly coming from the METI, but well, just in my case, I'm coming from the Ministry of Finance and also representing in some sense the Financial Services Agency, and also people coming from the Ministry of Environment as well. So as I said, the GX agency aims to become a GX hub of Japan, and so hub meaning the hub connecting together the government and industry and the financial sector, but also within the government, we're going to connect well, the several different ministries. Well, just today, any ministry or any policy area is somehow involved in this climate change and environment agenda. And of course, you know, we were already working very closely together with each other. However, I hope that the creation of this GX agency will accelerate such kind of joined up working across ministries.
So it's starting to happen. I'm going to just stay now to try and get a bit of a race to the top. that there is a country which is doing better than Japan. Sorry, Hideki, I have to say this, which is Denmark. And how many Danes do we have in the audience? How many people based in Copenhagen? Stand up, yes, Ida, representative of the whole Danish government. So the last Danish government came in on a climate change election platform. And while maintaining voters' interest in the topic is a challenge, they have instituted what can only be called a government-wide review. There are task forces in every single ministry looking at the changes that need to be made. They have now come up with the world's most ambitious, in terms of share of GDP, renewable energy strategy on the planet. They're building so much offshore wind that they claim, and this is in a podcast I recorded with Danish climate change ambassador Thomas Anker Petersen recently, Christensen, I should say, they're claiming they can fuel 25% of Europe's electricity needs on a good day when all this wind is built. It's extraordinary. And they're building islands offshore to have green hydrogen plants to take that spare energy into green hydrogen. Now, they've got a problem back at home with methane from pig farms. It is the world's biggest exporter of pigs. They've got a task force on that too. That's a tougher nut to crack. But the point is they're working on it. And this is what every government needs. It needs a task force in every single ministry looking at how they can make these changes. I'm actually hoping that in Japan, we will see a similar offshore wind and solar plan coming through. There's already the beginnings of it, like in Denmark, which will drastically change the nature of Japan's energy needs and where it comes from. Less import, more domestic. We will see. Hideki will win that argument. But in the meantime, Denmark's way ahead. There are others. Now I want to go to the audience. Comments or questions, please. There are some microphones, please. Some of you, I'll put you on the spot. Stand up. He hates being put on the spot, but anyway, please. Microphone over there. Any others over here? Comments or questions about transition plans? No. Oh, okay, well, Vivek can start. Some of you, have you got a microphone? And there'll be someone in front, please.
So very rarely Sean gets it wrong. My company's name is Aprawa and not Avada. Just wanted to clarify that. The second is we moved into energy transition way back in 2007. And we were one of the first ones to set up a wind turbine. And that's where we learned that nobody wants wind at that point of time. No bank was ready to lend us money. Today it's all changed. All banks want to lend us money. But if we talk about a coal-fired plant, we are shown the door. So that's the transition which has happened over the last 17 years. The other thing which I want to highlight is, this is my personal feeling, and nobody, not even the government or our companies, I get a feeling it's becoming transitional, is becoming slow. The speed word is there a challenge because India is now moving back to coal. Electricity demand is increasing in double digits and renewables is not able to keep pace with that. Battery storage has just started. Financing is not available to the smaller players because they are not able to get any credit enhancement from anyone. So this is, the things are good. Growth, a country which is going to grow at 7 to 8% or even 9% GDP needs more power than what the renewables can supply. Financing is just adequate, but that's the transition. From 2007 today, a large number of players in this market. But going forward, at least for the next 7 to 8 years, we'll see more addition in thermal in addition to renewables. So that's the sort of transition I'm talking about. The speed seems to be slowing down, but it's given that this is going to happen as we move forward.
So access to finance for smaller players, critical solution. I think, Alex, we can talk about that one. That's a good one. And also the credit risk. Is Laz Pereira in the room from Green Guarantee Corporation? He's coming a little later. Which is an example of a vehicle that's been set up to provide credit support for smaller issuers in the market. We've got a few players like that. We might get you to talk to Torsten at AIB later, who's also looking at credit support for smaller players. We need to speed this up, this transition. Thank you for that point. There was someone in front of you who wants those. Please, Michael Ridley from MSCI.
Thanks, Sean. Well, all very interesting points. I was particularly interested in Kingsmill's Bond talking about insurgent view versus stagnation view. I guess my question is a little bit related to the gentleman behind me. Do you think there'll actually be a sort of oscillation as we move? You know, if people cut investment into conventional energy and then prices rise because we have a shortage of oil and gas, you could then see people coming back into the market. So do you expect a sort of oscillation, you know, money to be made by the commodity traders over the next 15 years as we make that move out of conventional into renewables? Thank you.
I'll let you pick that up in a minute, Kingsmill. Any other questions or comments? Here and here. Do we have a second microphone down here, please? Okay. Please stand up and introduce yourself, Vivek.
Vivek Patel from AFIDA Africa. A controversial point is, do developing countries matter in this context? If you look at, you know, where the least developing countries are, they're about 2% in emissions right now, 2.5, 3 maybe. By the end of the year, by the end of the century, they'll get to about 6 or 7%, even if they sort of pump out every last liter of a barrel of oil and gas. Do they matter?
Provocative question. Please, question here, and then we've got one at the back there. Please go first, stand up.
Hello, my name's Natasha Stromberg. I'm from the FAIR Initiative, but I have quite a long background in investment banking and trading. My question is to Alex, is how do you persuade economies that are incredibly reliant on the export of oil and gas to transition not just to renewables for their own populations, but they will lose vast export dollars because we're not going to be able to transport energy, renewable energy, in the way that we can transport commodities around the world. I'm thinking about Canada. I've just spent 4 years living and working in Canada. Obviously, their major export is oil. So how do you do that? These governments are funding huge social programs with that commodity. How do we transition in those economies that are export-led?
Please, at the back. Tell us where you're from.
Hello, I'm Hyoju from European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, or EBRD.
Who used to be in this very building.
Yes, exactly. It's nice to be back here. We are now in Canary Wharf. I have quick comments on previous two commentators. Financial institutions and corporates in emerging markets and developing countries not having enough means for transition planning was exactly part of our mandate. And yesterday, Green Climate Fund approved a funding proposal to work with EBRD to introduce institutional transformation plan or transition plan for financial institutions across over 10 countries in Central Asia and North Africa. So we take it seriously, and we're very well aware that financial institutions in emerging markets need to act. And over the last 2 years, we have worked with the central banks and regulators in those emerging markets to introduce the transition plan workshop. And they all take it seriously, and we are all acting together. But the challenge is that we are all learning by doing. So please come speak to me and exchange ideas, and we're happy to introduce what EBRD does.
Fantastic. Please, Sophie here. We'll take a couple more questions, then you get a pile of answers. Microphone over here, just please stand up, Sophie. Any other questions, comments? One down here too. Thank you. And one over here.
Thank you. My question is on transitioning the real estate sector. To your point, it's...
Please introduce yourself,
I'm sorry, Sophie DeJonker, BCG. And we think a lot about the real estate sector. We talk a lot with banks, and it's always a problem, right? We don't have transparency, and we can't really work with tenants individually when we're working with financial institutions. And so I think my question is, what kind of policy can we introduce and put in place that accelerates the transition in the real estate sector without putting the cost of the transition on tenants that may be squeezed already?
Great question. I lost track of the other microphone. He's here. Please stand up. And then Prashant. Go.
I'm Aaron Kelshka, and I've got a comment and a question, and this is my role as a board member for Philanthropy Impact. So just going across the spectrum of capital, so thinking about institutional investment that Sean mentioned, pension funds maybe around 56 trillion globally, thinking about Citi having estimated philanthropy at around 4 trillion of philanthropic assets. knowing that a lot of the projects are going down the road of blended finance in terms of trying to organise a risk return structure and crowd in private capital and using MDBs and DFIs to achieve that concessionary capital, the World Bank having set up and focused on philanthropy, my question is how can we get that pool of capital of philanthropists and foundations globally to contribute more into the asset pool when looking at these projects and structures?
Go.
Hi, it's Prashant Vazay from ODI. ODI recently published a review of looking at some of the asset managers, particularly insurance companies and some of the big pension funds, looking at how much appetite they've got for investing in emerging markets. I think it's really following on from Vivek's question of, as we can see, there's very, very little appetite. Only a proportion of these kind of assets are really available for emerging markets. So I'm just wondering, Alex, I suppose, how do we sort of mobilise this money to go into low income, lower middle income as well?
Can you just give your microphone to Sophie again, please, in front of you? Any other questions? Sophie, I just want to ask you something about transition, because transition isn't just mitigation. Transition is transition to resilience. Sophie shared this factoid a while ago. Boston Consulting Group is BCG, by the way, she's a partner, about the number of people that you've been employing to work on resilience measures, the number of team members. Can you share that with this audience, this bit of gossip, just this indicator? How many people now work on this topic in BCG?
Yes, BCG invested a lot in climate and sustainability 2 years ago and hired 1,000 people to focus on these topics.
1,000 people working in resilience in BCG. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Climate and sustainability.
Climate and sustainability, okay. Now, that's an indicator of transition, right? One of the largest consultancies in the world now has 1,000 people working on this particular topic. Not 100, not 10, but 1,000. It's not only BCG, although I know BCG is a leader in this space, but across the world, transition is really, really happening at an actual work, revenue, consultancy change level. That's just a bit of good news for us. Who'd like to get started on responding to some of the comments and questions?
I can try. I'll group a few of them together. So do low-income countries matter? ODI, how do we mobilize capital? Comments on how do we get more capital, lower the cost of it? I think they're all interrelated. So I'll start by saying I was actually an ODI fellow in South Sudan and then Uganda. So obviously low-income countries matter. I think they're going to be a huge source of population growth, huge, and a huge source, therefore, of emission growth unless we do something about it. I think in the short term, which countries matter from a global perspective? It's China, India, the US, and the EU. That's where the bulk of the emissions are. But in the longer term, obviously, we need to mobilize capital in order not just to avoid emissions growth, but also to deliver energy access. Energy access goes hand in hand with development. A lot of countries don't have very good electricity access, energy access, so super important. So what can we do about that? I think MDBs and development finance organizations can play a really important role. We've been supporting the World Bank Private Sector Investment Lab to think through how can an organization like the World Bank do better to mobilize private investment to climate solutions, climate-aligned projects in emerging markets. That's increasing massively, actually, hopefully, the deployment of things like guarantees, first loss capital, FX solutions. And AIIB is actually also a leader in this, and we've been doing a bit of work with AIIB as well on how they can do more. And you saw that in the strategy at the start, do more to mobilize private investment to emerging markets for their climate projects. I do think, though, that sometimes there's an overemphasis on financial solutions versus economic solutions. In South Africa, as part of their JET-P, which obviously mainly focused on finance, they made some small regulatory adjustments about who can supply the grid, and it led to a huge explosion combined with their energy issues of rooftop solar, local solar, corporate solar. And I think sometimes that enabling environment is more important than financial solutions. So it's really important that we don't lose sight of the importance of enabling environment, economics. And I think philanthropic capital can and will actually play a much more important role. What do we need to do there is deliver some really highly impactful proof of concepts of when that blending has worked and been really catalytic, and sometimes capital has been recovered, move on to the next thing. One thing I would love to see is we define transition finance 4 categories: climate solutions, companies, projects that are aligned to 1.5, countries that are credibly aligning, which is the big one, and then managed phase out of coal-fired power plants or just assets that are not aligned with the transition to net zero. I think there's a huge capital gap in terms of retiring coal-fired power plants that are not aligned with a Paris-aligned scenario, particularly in Asia Pacific, and that's where you need loss absorption. That's where you need brave, risk-taking actors, and I think philanthropy can play a bigger role there. On the tricky question about export-reliant countries, I think you're seeing huge amounts of investment in Gulf to diversify their economies. That's not just because of their climate ambitions, that's because of their economic ambitions. They see the analysis by Kingsmill and others that oil price, oil demand is gonna rapidly decline over the next few decades, and therefore from a kind of jobs perspective, from a competitive perspective, you need to diversify your economy. I think we are in a little bit of a trap globally where all of the scientific scenarios have fossil fuels for the foreseeable future, and every country has a reason why they should be the country to supply those fossil fuels. Ours is the lowest carbon, ours is the cheapest, geopolitical issues. So how we escape that trap is the role, I think, of the IPCC, the UNFCCC, G20, etc. So that is one thing, but I think there's a competitive element to why countries that are export reliant need to diversify and do so rapidly. On real estate, I think there's a lot of opportunity here to do something quite meaningful if you have an ambitious government and really demonstrate the value in collaboration between the financial sector, the official government sector, and the real economy, in this case, real estate. The previous government actually did in the UK, quite a generous green homes grant, well funded, and it was had no uptake, which underlines the importance of schemes being really well designed, being convenient. So convenience is as important as financial incentives, I think. And then also capacity. Apparently one of the big reasons it failed was there just weren't enough certified traders who had the ability to get certified and go in and do the retrofitting. But I think if you have a policy that is co-designed by mortgage providers, by construction firms, and by the government with serious money behind it, then the housing stock does actually turn over relatively often, whether it's private landlords, corporates, or residential. And at that moment it turns off, huge amounts of money are changing hands, and people often do quite intrusive construction work. So if you do a well-designed scheme with actual subsidies, significant subsidies behind it, as with lots of things, including renewable energy, this is an investment. It's not a cost. It's an upfront capex that reduces your household bills over time. So I think that's a really strong role for government to use its balance sheet to make that investment in order to make their legislative net zero commitment. So I would say one defense of the UK over Denmark, Japan, etc., is it's really important that we have a legislative net zero commitment. It's the law. The government has to do it. And there's the Climate Change Committee that explains what's deficient. The Treasury has to come up with 5-year carbon budgets and carbon plans. So I quite like that mechanism. And obviously it needs more meat on the bone, but that's a really, really good mechanism I'd like to see replicated. But that's my attempt at those questions.
One tick for the UK. That's good. Sabine, do you want to comment?
Yes, I just wanted to react to your comment about the lack of funding for small company in India. It's something I have encountered recently because the Ministry of Steel recently published a roadmap for the steel industry in India and precisely mentioned that difficulty. I would like just to highlight that what the Ministry of Steel has been doing is actually exactly what we need everywhere, because they have literally developed the transition plan of that industry and announced every action that should be done by each actor to make this transition happen. So when you are an investor trying to invest in that country, if you have this sort of very in-depth document that explains the landscape and the situation on site, it's actually extremely helpful and ensure that everybody is on the same page and the same level of understanding of what has to be done. And solutions will arise thanks to that share of information, to that openness and transparency of communication about all the difficulties that are existing. Just that point.
And it is interesting that we're seeing more of these kinds of plans. I mean, in China, there's a multiplicity of transition plans. I think 10 provinces now have transition plans. Hebei Steel being the one most exciting for us because it was actually a good plan, as you say. But this is becoming a bit of a feature, isn't it? It's a very positive development. Have we cheered you up with this conversation, Kingswell?
Can I talk about the
Please
emerging
go.
market story? So on the emerging market story, which a number of people raised, the kind of fossil fuel argument is that the emerging markets are going to prop up the fossil fuel system because they've got lots of growth and lots of population growth, and therefore it's all going to be fossil fuels. But of course, actually, this is not correct anymore because these folks are not going to go to fossil fuels. They'll do what they did with telecoms, and they'll leapfrog straight to renewables. And to put a few numbers on this emerging market story, in fact, we published a piece on it only a week ago. So please go and have a look at our analysis of the situation. But you have to be very, very specific and number heavy. But just in very broad terms, think about Roger's diffusion of innovation theory, right? You go from early adopters like Denmark to early majority like Europe, to late majority like China, and India to laggards. So you need to realize, just like the internet, not everybody has to change at the same time. And just because 550 million people in Africa today don't have electricity doesn't mean that electricity isn't changing the world. So you have to realize that change happens even if not everyone changes at the same time. So when you're looking then at the emerging markets, you basically can split the emerging markets into three big groups. You've got what everyone thinks of as the emerging markets, which is low-income countries, which, as defined by the World Bank, it's only 6% of the emerging market total, right? That's where we do indeed need to focus our capital and our talent and our time to help these folks because they really need the help, but it's 6%. Then you've got the petrostates. Petrostates is 5% of emerging market demand, right? Then you've got, my maths won't entirely add up here, but don't worry, it does. Then you've got 75% of the emerging markets is in the sweet spot of change. That is to say, middle income or higher, massive importers of fossil fuels, lots of clean tech potential. That's where change is happening, and it's happening very, very fast right now. So again, to give you some more numbers, the emerging markets actually, clean tech's growing quicker than it is in the global north. Not surprisingly, it's earlier on the S-curve. 10% of electricity supply in the emerging markets is now coming from solar and wind already. It's growing at 25% per annum. By the end of this decade, it's going to be where China is today. So be under no illusion, right? The sun shines everywhere. The emerging markets and folks in the emerging markets are grabbing this opportunity extremely quickly. As the gentleman said from India, it's not happening fast enough. You still need some coal in specific markets for a while, till about 2030. But the fact that you need a little bit of coal in those markets doesn't stop the very, very rapid growth that's taking place, and it doesn't stop the global transition from happening. So yeah, I think the emerging market story is definitely part of the clean tech story. And by the end of this decade, in fact, it will be one of the core pillars. So to give you the numbers for this year, for example, AIA numbers, we had 50 gigawatts of solar and wind installed in the emerging markets last year. This year will be 75. So there really is extraordinary growth going on. And if I may also answer the question from the gentleman about basically structural versus cyclical change. Of course, there will continue to be cyclicality within this structural shift that's going on. So of course, traders will be able to continue to make very large amounts of profits, but there is nevertheless a structural shift going on, and it's the risk to the fossil fuel system of that structural shift, which they've never seen before, which I think is not priced into markets yet.
Which sort of picks up the oscillation point earlier. I think what you're suggesting is the India circumstance is oscillation rather than direction. Maybe we have a discussion at a coffee about it, because some here is a bit of a leading light in India about this, and his perspective is very interesting about this. The point is we've got to work all of this out. The direction of change is absolutely certain. The question is how quickly we're going to get there, and whether we're going to go up and down and chop change. And clearly there's going to be money made for Goldman Sachs traders on the road, because they make money on the up and on the down. And that's oscillation is a hallmark of volatility. Last thought, Hideki, do you have any comments or questions around what's come up today, especially around how to make it easy for industry to change? I'm going to pick up that point about cost of transaction. Any thoughts, Hideki?
Yeah, certainly. So, of course, how to make industry change quickly is a challenge always. And the one of the biggest challenge we are facing, and probably any other country is facing, is that how to create a kind of the green market for the industry. Because the industry players, private sector players, and they must be profitable at the same time they are decarbonized. Otherwise, they cannot survive, they cannot sustain their business. And for example, just taking an example of steel industry, the steel makers are making a gigantic effort for inventing the carbon-free steel, such as using the hydrogen technology. However, even after that effort, the steel is just steel, and it's the same quality. And however, it's much more costly. So how they can sell that green steel to the market? So someone has got to buy it at a good price, and how to create that kind of market is, I think, the crucial turning point for the accelerate those transitions by the industry. And there is no easy solution about that, but maybe quite a comprehensive, holistic approach. So the mixing every tool of policy may be needed. Well, just that is. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you to our panel. We're wrapping up. Any last words you haven't had a chance to say? Alex?
I should have actually mentioned that yesterday about the philanthropy question, how we mobilize more money to emerging markets. Yesterday, Mike Bloomberg was in Brazil, and the other co-chair, Mark Honey, was in DC, and they launched with Minister Haddad a new country platform in Brazil, a Brazilian investment platform. And it speaks to how do we get more money to also local actors, smaller actors. It's anchored by BNDES, which is actually the National Development Bank. By some metrics, it's the largest renewable investor in the world. And they're connected to regional development banks. So this is a country platform where GFANs will try to connect global investors, the pools of capital you were talking about in your intro remarks, global MDBs like World Bank, IFC, etc. And the national government will connect it to local capital mobilization in support of a national transition plan, the Ecological Transformation Plan, which has not just renewable energy, they're already at 80% to some of the Kingsfield's point. That will grow to avoid fossil fuel exploitation further, but also having nature right at the heart of it, right? So a huge part of Brazil's emissions or potential negative emissions is rainforest deforestation or afforestation, as the case may be. So I think if we can get things right, Brazil hopes to be the first G20 country in the world to hit net zero, which will be quite some achievement from an emerging market.
And we're hoping Brazil will be presenting that ecological transition plan of a pipeline at Belém next year for investors as a starting point of a theme of countries presenting transition investment plans to investors at the COPs. Think of it as an expansion of the COP. In the COP after, probably in Australia, we expect this to be a major theme of the COP. So watch this space. But to make it work, we're going to have to make it easy to act. And I want to pick up Sophie's point. A key point for us is how to reduce the cost of transaction by providing guidance, standardisation, taxonomies around the world to make it easy to figure out what to do to reduce the effort. Now, at a country level, it's a bit hard because you're looking at policies, but certainly having a template for the things you need to look at helps mid-level or smaller countries that have huge capacity. And we're working with countries like Rwanda on this at the moment. One thing we need to be conscious of, and this is a challenge in the whole ISSB, TCFD implementation conversation or European taxonomy, is ensuring that we don't layer too much transaction cost that slows everything down like mud. In Europe with the taxonomy, you're going to see a simplification agenda in the coming year. Valdis Dombrovskis been appointed the Director General of Simplification exactly for this reason. That'll apply to the whole Sustainable Financial Action Plan, specifically for this cost of transaction reason. We need to wrap up. Thank you so much for being with us today. A big hand to our panellists, everyone. Grab them at coffee. We have a coffee break now. Come back in a little while for a 5-minute OnSwitch session on what we're doing about bad banks for fossil fuel assets. And then our session on interoperability of taxonomies. Ladies and gentlemen, we're starting again. Thank you for being here again. Thank you for the conversations you're having about how to change the world quickly. And thank you for welcoming with me Magali van Koppenolly, who's our head of policy, who's going to talk about Back to the Future. Is that right? Okay, Magali, you've got 5 minutes. This is an OnSwitch program. Go.
Thank you. I have slides coming up. Yes, excellent. Thank you. 5 minutes, not very long, so I might speak quite fast at some point, but raise your hand if it goes too fast. I'll discuss stranded assets, 2 bells, some soft landings, and hopefully it will all make sense at the end. And if it doesn't, you can come and complain to me at the next break. So a little bit about stranded assets. We can go to the... Yeah, I can actually order this. Those are assets at risk of significant devaluation or full loss of value, as many of you know. The 3 main channels of transmission, just to recap very quickly: economic stranding, physical stranding, and regulatory stranding. And while both economic and regulatory stranding are caused by transition risk, the physical stranding is actually caused by physical risk. So there's very many ways in which those assets could be stranded, and it affects all sectors and all industries. The numbers vary by sector. They also vary by methodology. It's notably something very difficult to estimate. But the bottom line here is that those numbers are significant across the board. And that's really all you need to remember for this session. Who's impacted? Well, everyone. It's a problem for both financial but also non-financial corporates, obviously. Interestingly, it's increasingly a problem for banks rather than the bond market, because research has shown that investors in the bond market are increasingly pricing the risk that reserves or fossil fuel reserves held by fossil fuel firms will strand, while research suggests that banks in the syndicated loan market do not do that. It's also an issue for sovereigns. National oil companies own about 60% of the oil reserves globally, for example, and hence is also an issue for sovereign debt investors. It's also an issue for pension funds, and research has shown that it's increasingly an issue for pension funds in OECD countries, more so than in any other regions. And the list is very long. I could go on, but as you can see, it impacts pretty much anyone in the financial market, including insurers via liability risks, and so forth and so forth. So, what can we do about this? That's the question today. Well, it's an impossible bind. That's the bad news to start with. Stranded assets can happen whether we have climate action or climate inaction. In both cases, it's a problem with expectation management, it's a problem with people understanding what the curve of a transition looks like. And really what we can only choose or try and do is between an orderly phase out or orderly stranding and a climate Minsky moment, a climate Minsky scenario in which sudden expectation adjustments about the value of those assets would precipitate a disorderly scenario. So it's going to get stranded. Which kind of stranding do you want is the question. So to recap, we have an important volume of assets at risk of significant and sudden devaluation or full loss of value. Many of those assets also being underlying assets to financial instruments that could not trade in illiquid markets and could be present in large volumes on banks' balance sheets, thereby also creating financial stability risk. It's a very happy session to start the day. Now, does this ring a bell to anyone? And if it does, and I hope that some of you, at least if some of you it does, it is because this hypothetical story is eerily similar to past financial and economic crises that we've gone through over the past, say, 100 years, to be generous. So those are new challenges because we've never faced this in the context of the climate crisis, and the challenges of transmission are new, and the type of assets that we're looking at are different than what we've looked at in the past. But in many ways, they are not new challenges, and there are some old recipes that we can use to find some new solutions. That's the good news for today. One of those that's been floated around in various research papers are climate bad banks. Again, bad banks are nothing new. They've been around since the 1930s, so really almost a century. And they have worked in the past, so they can work in certain settings, in certain contexts, and with certain parameters. Now, some key principles that's been researched for ideal parameters for a climate bad bank would be the following. So one, it would likely have to take into account assets from both financial and non-financial corporations. It would probably be ex ante, meaning that the bad bank intervenes before the assets have completely lost value or that the firm has failed, and to ensure the sort of soft landing of the underlying activities. The asset management or the purpose of the climate bad bank would be to manage the asset for extinction, which is a bit of a dramatic word, but basically you would want to phase out as soon as possible. Here you'd have, of course, a trade-off between asset management and returns, and climate management and how many emissions you still keep producing with those assets. This trade-off, which in this case would be biased towards the minimizing the impact on climate, means that the cost of this kind of asset management is likely to be higher than in climate bad banks that we've seen in the past. It probably would have to be under public control or some sort of public coordination, and it would rely probably on a mix of public and private finance. So this sounds like a nice solution. However, costly management of the soft landing of stranded assets, supported in parts by public money, while previous gains made from those assets have been historically privatized. Does that ring another bell? And the answer is probably yes. And that's the creation of moral hazard, which has been a historical concern with bad banks and the creation of bad banks. But we can learn another lesson from a very recent past. I'm almost done, Sean, I promise. And that lesson is really from the regulatory overhaul that we've seen post-2008 great financial crisis, where we've put into place a banking resolution framework for banks. And the realization here was banks are going to fail, and we just want them to fail in an orderly way. It's very similar to what we're facing today. In this case, let's not call it the too big to fail agenda, which was the name of that regulatory agenda at the time, but maybe ending too big to strand, if I may. There are some key principles that the Financial Stability Board has put in place for the banking resolution framework that's been adopted globally. I'm not going to read them because I'm out of time, sorry, but you can come and ask me about them. But in plain English, those principles mean that we need a policy or regulatory intervention to ensure that firms that are vulnerable to transition risks are planning and financially preparing for phase-out or transformation of the carbon-intensive or transition-vulnerable activities with no or minimum reliance on public funds and minimal disruption to financial stability and the wider economy. Now, a corollary of this is that we need financing mechanisms to do that. And we're starting to see some examples around. And we've seen, for example, transition-linked bonds. It was quite an interesting new one in Japan by JERA, who's an energy company. And the idea there is sort of entity-level financing to fund the phase-out of part of their coal activities. There's also discussions around the use of special-purpose vehicles in a lot of financial, corporates, but also non-financial corporates. This has also been suggested by BlackRock. So you see like a lot of different people from different parts of the market coming together and agreeing on certain things. And we've also seen attempts at funds that buy stranded assets with a mix of private capital and concessional capital from multilateral development banks. Now, is this enough? Is this fast enough? No, but it's a start, and one we should really be encouraging from the private sector. And from the public sector, it's time to think about the pieces of the puzzle, how they come together to create that policy environment that has a way for firms and activities to exit in a orderly way, as well as, on the other hand, making it possible to finance the phase out if they want to transform. And all that to support the soft landing of those assets. So I'll leave you with this, because I'm already massively out of time. It's only the beginning of the journey, but in many ways, it's really back to the future. Thank you.
You'll be hearing a lot more from us about that in the coming year, part of our new project areas. Anna Creed, can I get you to come up? And can I get everyone from the next panel, the Interoperability panel, to join on stage? Anna will introduce going forward. As you know, taxonomy has been a big part of the work of climate bonds for the last 10 years or 12 years, actually. They've gone feral, they've gone global. There are 50 of them. How do we make this work? Anna, over to you.
Great, thank you, Sean. Nice to see everybody here today. Nice to have, I've got two panellists with me here, as you can see, two hopefully online. So with us on the stage, we've got Malika, I'm going to apologise now, Takayeva, yep, from BNP Paribas, who is a Sustainable Fixed Income Lead, and also Christina Alnes from S&P Global Ratings, and has worked a lot previously with Cicero on the shades of green methodologies. And online, hopefully I have Louise Gardner from the IFC, who works on sustainable finance with the ISC and has done a lot of climate advisory work for financial institutions in Eastern and Southern Africa. And also Bridget Ball, who is Director of Technical Development at Climate Bonds and was previously a head of taxonomies, so has worked on a lot of taxonomies globally. And our topic today is specifically about the interoperability of taxonomies. So, like Sean says, we have seen a proliferation of taxonomies. There's now upwards of 45, getting near to 50 taxonomies, either in use or in development in different countries and regions around the world. The idea when CBI started working on a taxonomy many years ago was it gives simplicity, it gives transparency to this is a sustainable investment, and it gives that clear guidance and rule set in the market. Obviously, those are tailored to local contexts when you see local taxonomies, but we still need them to speak to each other in some way to make international capital be able to flow so that we've got a common shared understanding of what is a sustainable investment. It's really important that they can talk to each other. So there's been a lot of work and a lot of discussion around interoperability, quite a difficult word to say, and also sometimes a difficult word to interpret. What does actually everybody mean by interoperability? What are we aiming for? What's the best case scenario look like for making sure our taxonomies are interoperable? So we want to talk about an understanding of what interoperability might mean, and then also how near or far we are to achieving that at the moment across these 45, 50 taxonomies and the future ones that will come, and what the barriers that we might face to really achieving interoperable taxonomies and green definitions more broadly, to be honest. And then lastly, what's the exciting ways forward? What roles can different stakeholders play? What initiatives are happening to try and increase the interoperability between the taxonomies around the world? So that's what we're going to cover. If I can come first to that really first question of really scene setting and what we actually mean by interoperability. So in a way, do we all have the common understanding on our panel? Would we talk about it in the same way? So hopefully, Bridget, I can see you. Hopefully we'll be able to hear you. If you can just say, what's your interpretation of interoperability? How would you understand it?
Yeah, thanks, Anna, and hi, everybody. Nice to see you all. It's really... you speak to 100 people and you'll get 100 different thoughts about what they mean about interoperability. And that's because you can have interoperability happening across a whole lot of levels, and we need to drive interoperability across those levels. So from a high level, really thinking about, are we moving in the same direction? Are we trying to meet the same objectives and goals? Do we have the same principles? And then to kind of kind of technical level around structure, around metrics, and then even to, are we trying to measure the same thing? So that kind of real granularity in those details. So when we speak about interoperability, we sometimes mean all of these things at once. And that's why it can be kind of hard to get your head around it and to kind of grasp it. We often speak about a common language, being able to talk to each other. And from my work is mostly on the technical side, on the development side. And I think that's very much possible. And I think we don't want to get too much in the technical weeds today, but we'll discuss that a little bit, I think, over the next hour or so. But there will also be a real need at a kind of policy level as well to really think about how we accept equivalence or acceptance. And Climate Bonds has been working on that in the background as well, and hopefully go into that a bit later.
Great, thank you, Louise. Oh, sorry, thank you, Bridget. And Louise, any thoughts on your understanding or the understanding you think the market has got about interoperability?
Yeah, I think Bridget outlined it very well. So first of all, thank you to Climate Bonds Initiative for inviting me to the panel. I think this is probably the topic of the season right now. And there's a number of very good initiatives in place and running, trying to solve it. We found a similar thing to what Bridget was describing through the work done by the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, which IFC facilitates, and we work with financial sector regulators in around 70 emerging markets. And comparing the taxonomies, we did see that there's so many differences and a real hunger for interoperability. And I was trying to think of, there are three things that would define interoperability. But the first two are really critical. One is comparability for the investor and the issuer, that they know what kind of document they're looking at. Because right now the documents all look very different. And finding the key criteria in that document that you need in order to determine, is this an eligible asset for you to invest in, or is this an eligible asset for you to put forward as an issuer, that the investors will understand what level of compliance is involved. So similar features, similar formatting. You can have different technical criteria at that stage, but just simply have the same rules of the game so that people understand how to compare. Then the second one is equivalence. So a lot of people would like, for instance, South Africa would like to be able to say that anything that's in the South African taxonomy would be eligible for EU investors, right? Or meet the criteria of the EU. South Africa would like that. That was one of the things that informed the design of the South African taxonomy. But how do you take that step and say it is equivalent? Another challenge with equivalence is what the MDBs have, so the multilateral development banks. We all have a set of taxonomy documents that we use, primarily the common principles on climate mitigation and climate adaptation. So for IFC to meet our own objectives in terms of climate finance, the assets need to be equivalent or stronger than what is required in our MDB taxonomies. So that could be a starting point for national taxonomies to do that mapping and say the following activities are equivalent or stronger than what the MDBs require. So I think those are two fundamental decision moments that we need interoperability for. And then lastly, for regulators, in terms of disclosure, for them to be able to get the same results from different taxonomies that they're using in their jurisdiction. So there are some jurisdictions that allow for multiple taxonomies to be used, but the result from using that taxonomy might be actually slightly different depending on how it's used by the issuer or the investor. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Louise. Christine, any thoughts on this? What is interoperability?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. And thank you to CBI. Mic is a little off. Thanks to CBI for inviting me to this very exciting panel. So I'd like to build on what Louise said there about comparability versus direct equivalence. So when I'm thinking about the future and the ideal situation of interoperability among taxonomies, my thing is this is a really important part of the puzzle in helping investors and other stakeholders compare across countries and regions, but not the whole picture. So if you draw a parallel to the financial markets, there's different regulations in the different jurisdictions. So you can't directly compare the financial reporting, but it's interoperable enough that rating agencies like us, we can use our ratios and adjustments, and you can get comparable credit ratings that you can compare globally. So I'm thinking that to draw a parallel to the sustainable finance market, that this would be a great sort of end state. We don't need to agree on the same threshold, as in have the same definition of green. But if we can get to a point where we can compare, then we can also, rating agencies like us, other third-party opinion providers, probably AI, can sort of take that information and make it comparable and directly equivalent so that investors can then use it, right? So I think that that is where, in terms of like, where I would, ideally, and I know we're far away from there, but like love to see this space going. Yeah.
Great. And Malika, what's your thoughts on this? Obviously, you work on developing your own internal tools as well. So how does this, what does interoperability mean for you, and
Yes.
where does that take you?
Thank you, Anna, and then thank you to the CBI for having me on the panel today. And I'm really glad to be here because we actually had the preparation call to start to kick off the discussion, and we had a very hot discussion in terms of how we see the interoperability and then what we would like to see in the ideal life. Unfortunately, at the moment, we see so many challenges for the interoperability to actually be addressed at the different levels. So regional level, national level, local level. Even as an investor, we see that, okay, we can use the EU green taxonomy is a very good benchmark, but we actually had to build upon it our own internal taxonomy to understand, because the scope of the taxonomies still are very narrow, and we need to, as a global asset manager, we have to have a view on different activities globally, not only, for example, in Europe or in the APAC or in America. So that's why we have to take into consideration and then leverage on the experiences and also the science-based thresholds. And that's actually where the challenge is really for us, is that we see that the interoperability is hopefully can be achieved, but still we can have similar metrics, we can have similar principles, and really what the goal is to actually enable the flow of this capital cross-border and to try and avoid as much greenwashing as possible. But the understanding of what is harmful, what is not, in different geographical areas for different governments is really different. So that's where the biggest challenge of the interoperability in terms of it is. I don't know how it's possible to actually to achieve it going forward, but hopefully we can find the ground where perhaps the European Commission can recognize some other taxonomies, and then also they can actually take into consideration that local adaptation and resilience elements are really important to take into consideration. But again, I don't want to sound too negative, but this is something that's, it's a very interesting topic to discuss, but there are so many challenges to overcome.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, agreed. We're definitely not there on interoperability yet. And Louise, when we were talking previously, we talked about one of the challenges being the different use cases that different taxonomies around the world are being applied to, or regulators want them to be applied to, or in some cases where the use case is not well defined. What's your views on the importance of the use case and how that might dictate certain elements of a taxonomy and their comparability or equivalence across different other taxonomies?
I think that's a really good question, and it does not have a simple answer. One of the things we did when we started promoting taxonomies, I think all of us in the taxonomy field were excited that it had all these multiple use cases. So we frequently say it can be used for this and this and this and this and this. But that doesn't help regulators in particular who are trying to figure out where do they put it in their regulation. And it might be better to pull back to 2 or 3 really primary use cases. The obvious one, which CBI led, is climate bond issuance or green bond issuance, and having some sort of standard, a quality standard that can then be assessed by an independent verifier. which is optional. So not all jurisdictions want verification at this stage, or either on issuance or on reporting, but something that is auditable, something that you would be able to audit the quality of that green asset in a green bond issuance. So that's one very clear use case. The other very clear use case is reporting on green loans in the portfolio of a bank, right? So for banks so that this isn't a massive cost burden for them, but they can implement a system that's tagging, and they can very quickly see where the green finance going in their portfolio, and then they can report to a banking supervisor to say, this is the percentage of our assets that are either eligible or aligned with the taxonomy. And that distinction is important because we're finding that trying to do full alignment disclosure at the level of loan portfolios is quite complex and burdensome right now. And that perhaps proxies like using environmental and social management system standards like the IFC performance standards could help you bridge that gap in the meantime. So you've got reporting on your loans, and you've got green bond issuance. And I think maybe asset managers, there's a use case around labeling, right? So there's a market conduct element of, if you're labeling a green product for your clients, off-the-shelf product, that how do you demonstrate that? And, for that, how much technical criteria, how much detailed, verifiable, do no significant harm do they need? So I think as soon as we figure out what use cases we have, we can differentiate a bit in terms of what the level of alignment is needed for that particular use case and the appropriate level of verification.
Yeah, great. I definitely agree that you can't look at all taxonomies through the same lens. You really see a difference in whether they're talking to the bond market, whether they're talking about corporate disclosure on their eligible revenues. It's very, very different, the scope of the taxonomy, even for those two use cases. Another question maybe to bring in, to connect to the previous one, is about, obviously, transition is such a hot topic, and we often get the question of how is transition captured in this taxonomy? Is it in there? Is it a green taxonomy? Is it everything else? Are we seeing any consistency or interoperability in how taxonomies are incorporating the concept of transition and transition-related investments? Bridget, have you got any thoughts on that one?
Thanks, Anna. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I'm not so sure. Are we seeing consistency? There is definitely some consistency, but I think what's been really interesting is watching more as an evolution and kind of building on each other. And this is where I think we are seeing kind of quite a lot of where we are seeing interoperability, is that everybody is definitely using what's gone before, right? And we see this a lot in the transition space. So if you think about the work that the EU did on this, firstly defining what they mean by transition, i.e. needed beyond 2050 is a part of the low carbon economy, but does not have a low carbon alternative. So this was a huge step and a big kind of help in defining that we mean transition by these sectors that have this kind of quite difficult decarbonization over time, but we're not talking about the sectors that we have to phase out, right? That's a different discussion. And I think that was a first step and very helpful. And then they defined thresholds for what that means to be seen as sustainable today, right? The threshold will change over time. We're not saying they're zero today. We're saying they're sustainable today because they're in line with the pathway. And they made that step, right? And now then other taxonomies took this and say, okay, that is useful, but to align with the 1.5 degree pathway today, that's great. But how do we encourage those laggards? How do we encourage movement in the right direction, given that, that 1.5 degree pathway is very heavily linked to your kind of best in class performer today. So how do we encourage those that are kind of away off that? Because they don't have access to this label, right? If they're far away. So in particularly in Asia and in ASEAN countries, they used a traffic light system to do this. But it's been kind of iterative to develop what that actually means and build on that. So you saw in Singapore, they took this further, the traffic light system. Then they put a forward pathway for how the thresholds might change over time. It's indicative, it's not a crystal ball, but they also said, okay, today that's what the performance needs to look like. In 2030, it needs to be here. In 2040, it needs to be down there, etc., to provide some guidance for what that looks like. But then they also looked at it and said, okay, how do you deal with this challenge of transition, which is by definition, movement in a kind of static taxonomy, and it's something that's static at a point in time, right? Here's a threshold. And so they tried to establish transition measures. So rather than thinking about establishing a transition threshold, a sort of light green threshold, rather putting in place, these are the levers that you need to pull, right, to get there. And so they took that, and then they put forward some other principles that have underpinned transition, things like, for new assets, you should really be looking to be best in class. So, aligning with what the equivalent of what the EU put forward. But for existing assets, this is where this kind of movement is really, really important. So some of these kind of core principles of how we deal with transition and taxonomy. And in Australia, we've been involved in some of the development process there, and they are also building on that and taking particularly those transition measures and developing them forward. So I think it's more of an evolution at this point, and I think we will see greater consistency. But it's been really interesting to see how we take that kind of question of building movement and facilitating movement in a kind of static taxonomy, and that's what we've been seeing, and we'll see more of.
Yeah, great, thank you. It's an interesting idea about we'll achieve interoperability through a kind of convergence type model in a way, through this kind of building on each other the whole time. So we've touched on kind of different aspects in which we might assess interoperability, around the use cases, around how they tackle key topics like transition, around their environmental themes that are in scope, those kind of things. Christina, do we think we're seeing any sort of convergence in the reporting metrics that are being adopted, so the green asset ratio or sort of eligible revenues, etc., across taxonomies, and that might be a useful avenue for comparability, even with different thresholds?
So if we're seeing convergence now, probably not, but, sorry. But I do think like the part of the EU taxonomy that I always was the most excited about was specifically the green asset ratio and the link these financial metrics. And I know that right now we're like very far away from, I'm looking at like here because we talked about this in the pre-call, we're very far away from interoperability or comparability in these metrics. But at a framework principles level, I think it's much easier for an investor to compare a metric that is a share of green revenue, a share of green capex, versus looking at emissions reporting, which is what we've been using as one of the key climate metrics so far. And what I think is just like from a principles level, you have climate reporting also for green bonds that has been completely sort of dislocated from the actual financials, right? So you've had this like corporate sustainability reporting, also the impact reporting, and here you are bringing it sort of back together. So I think this that is incredibly exciting. And again, this is a little bit on the side of taxonomy specifically, but you have 3 stock exchanges now that have designed green equity principles, where you're looking at companies that have over 50% green revenue and 50% green investments. They can be qualified for green equity. And again, this is not comparable today, but I think it's a very interesting framework for then allowing investors to compare companies across the Nordics, Brazil, Switzerland, using these similar metrics. So again, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and the devil's in the details, and we'll get into that. But it's a very promising framework for better comparability for investors and other stakeholders down the line.
I think that the kind of what I would call sort of meta level metrics is a really important one for consistency. And you touch on a really important point about one of the reasons there is this proliferation of taxonomies is the need to recognise regional differences and a kind of common differentiated responsibilities, different pathways, different NDCs that countries are going to come up with, different net zero end dates, different goals for their sectors that are relevant to those countries, etc. So the taxonomies really do want to bring in the regional context. So how do we balance that? How do we balance this need for, or this desire for standardization with this local context? And I wonder if Louise, you've got any thoughts on how the different levels of market maturity across sort of emerging and developed markets might impact on this question of interoperability across regional differentiation.
Great. Yes, definitely a challenge. And when we did the research across the emerging markets, particularly 12 countries that are in the SBFN network, and we looked at the regional initiatives, ASEAN, LAC, Latin America, and the EU, seeing it as a regional initiative. We saw a desire, so the emerging markets would like interoperability. They would like to align as much with international good practice. So there's definitely an appetite there, but there's a very realistic recognition that their market just might not be able to do it right now. So the level of technical criteria that's required for some core activities just wouldn't encourage their market to move towards green, and that's ultimately what you want, right? And South Africa has quite a mature market, is a case in point. So when the building sector standard was developed as part of the taxonomy, so that section got a lot more input and work done on it to make it fit for purpose for South Africa, but still have an aspiration. So it's tiered, right? So it doesn't exclude the high ambition associated with the EU standard, but 2 additional tiers were added to that section. So for building sector companies that can't meet tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3 were added. And that was simply because if we stuck to tier 1, we would just discourage other players in the building sector in South Africa to participate. So the emerging markets, it's not that they want to keep their standards low, it's just it has to work for where the market is right now. And it's maturity in certain types of standards for different sectors. It's how strongly those sectors contribute to the NDC, right? What is critical for that transition path for that country, like you said. And the other thing to keep in mind is what kind of pipeline are the banks going to be able to generate? You know, where do they see their current lending when it comes to green and social? And I add social because in emerging markets, there's a really strong desire to not only add social categories to taxonomies, but make sure that the social impact of green taxonomies is properly addressed.
Can I just add to that?
Yep.
Or you want to add this?
No, yeah. I'll go after you.
I just think that Louise has such an important point here in terms of like, you know, we want to make sure that the taxonomies are comparable and there's a high standard, but at the same time, you need to be careful to not cut out really important environmental and green initiatives happening in different jurisdictions. So I just also think that this is why, like when we're looking at a project, we have the whole shades of green. So we're seeing that, and the starting point here for light green is the starting point of what is the sector and the region. So taking that into account, and something that could be a very good green project in a lot of emerging markets, for example, hybrid vehicles, wouldn't qualify in most European markets that are more advanced. So there is also like a real difference in what is needed in terms of the transition in the different jurisdictions and markets. And if you're going to sort of push the EU taxonomy on, you know, on all regions, I would worry that we would sort of miss out on those opportunities as well. Okay.
Yes, I agree, and then disagree. But yes, I think the local context is very, very important because that's where actually the adaptation and resilience comes into the picture. But overall, I really like the positive approach of all my panelists. But at the same time, I think what we're lacking here is the definition of the transition, and then the definition of all these metrics. And the threshold. So we already see this lack of convergence in terms of what is considered, what is determined, which threshold is determined as sufficient, which one is partial, and which one is really harmful. So we're already missing this point that it's not really, unless we actually define this well now, we will lose this credibility going forward, unfortunately. And also the important point is that the transition needs to be looked at the issuer level. So the transition needs to happen at the activity, at the KPI level. We see new instruments been created, especially in the APAC, for example, the transition bonds and then transition-linked bonds, and there's a lack of guidance, lack of understanding. There's no definition of these instruments, because I struggle to see how a transition bond is a use of proceed bond. Why wouldn't an issuer go for an SLB? Because this is in a transition level, the KPI level. That's where they should have actually looked at. So the transition, and then hopefully the taxonomies could have addressed those and provide the science-based definitions, scientifically focused metrics. So the definition of these metrics, that's where the problem is that, for example, we have financial reporting, and in this area there's there's a lack of convergence, but it's easier to determine the financial metrics. The sustainable finance metrics are a lot more to define, more difficult to define. So that's why I think we're actually running a marathon. I would actually step back a bit and take a more slow approach, but really define things, really improve the credibility.
Yeah. For me, I think this kind of comes back to the use cases of taxonomies. So some of them are speaking very directly to investments in this technology or that technology, which are the building blocks of transition. Some are trying to talk about actually as a steel producer, this is your sort of metric across all of your production facilities that you need, and sometimes they get quite mixed up. And then that kind of builds the point of, there's a lot of talk about taxonomies around what's the criteria in the taxonomy. It's that coupled with the regulation around how you're supposed to use it, what you're going to report against, what that actually implies, how it should be used, etc. And those two things are equally important together, essentially, to make sense of what a taxonomy actually is trying to achieve. And
definitely, because the taxonomy really should actually, we have a benchmark, the EU Green Taxonomy. Again, the scope is not as wide as we would have hoped, but for example, the focus is on do no significant harm for the environmental, but also minimum social safeguard for the social. Okay, I know there's no social taxonomy yet, but then I fully agree with Bridget. I think, or Luis, either of them mentioned that the social aspect is also very important to be defined. So there's a misalignment in the market, unfortunately. And then once we reach the better alignment with the various taxonomies or recognition or the work of different initiatives, that's where we will then reach to the point where we can improve the interoperability.
Yeah. So I wonder if this is a kind of a natural learning pains in a way of needing to develop a number of taxonomies, like Bridget says, lesson learn from each other, refine. None of these taxonomies have had their second iteration really yet, in a way, to see it, then we might get greater. Yeah.
Can I pull us into the nitty gritty? Yeah. So I think that you have a very good point. But the nature of the data that we're working with when we're trying to understand the climate impacts of something is that it's incredibly messy and hard to compare. So for example, when I talk to my colleagues who are working on actually doing assessments against the EU taxonomy, and they were interoperability with different taxonomies, it's hard to compare within the EU, because if you're looking at something like green buildings, right? The taxonomy thresholds are very clear in terms of top 15% with an EPC label, energy performance certificate. However, the energy performance certificates are built up in completely different ways in every single country in Europe. So even you can't compare an EPC of A to, that means something completely different in Switzerland, where it is building at code, whereas in Sweden, that would be absolute best in class because code is C. So it just is you can't compare the data. And when you're also looking at the energy efficiency data of buildings, every building company has done it differently. And I think that's just the nature of where we are as an industry, is that there's been very little regulatory attention to how sustainability reporting and how these metrics are created from a bottom-up approach. So I actually think that right now we're in a bit of a just positive spin on it, creative chaos, where there's no interoperability at the top level in terms of taxonomies and reporting and regulation, but also it's complete chaos at the bottom up level as well. And we need to work on like both of these things at the same time. And like there's been like made really good progress. So like we work with a lot with Swedish building companies, and then Swedish real estate, you know, there's been convergence. They have good benchmarks. They're working towards having similar data, and it's a lot easier to compare. But it needs to really happen both like bottom up, looking at the metrics, and top down. And I think we just have to live with this like uncertainty of data. And, you know, like there's a reason why when we designed like the shades of green, we chose to have, well, now we have 6 sort of big buckets, because that's the level of certainty that we felt and that we still feel that we can be confident in saying that something is, when we're looking at like the climate risk and impact, we feel like that's the level, like the data is there, we're like, that's the level of confidence that we have in it.
It's mess everywhere. So mess everywhere. I mean, what we're seeing now for the European Commission, what ASMA is doing with the fund naming, and then it's not really interoperable with the the green bond standards, and then also what European Commission is doing, and then it's a mess. It's a mess at the bottom up and the top down. So sorry, Bridget and Luis, if you would like to contribute, but again, I don't want to sound too negative.
It's definitely a challenge that not all the regulation is speaking to each other particularly coherently.
And we've got European regulators cannot agree between themselves. So what can we say about others? Yeah.
Bridget or Louise, do you want to come in on this?
I think from my side, actually, I totally understand my fellow panelists and where they're sitting and the kind of chaos that they see. From my side, I actually have a much more kind of positive view, and I actually think we're quite a long way along the road of interoperability. Having been kind of deeply involved in a lot of the technical side, I think we're actually quite a long way there. So I think that obviously taxonomies are both a policy tool and a technical tool. And when we talk about them, we often conflate the two things, right? So from the kind of technical side, we have, you know, as I said, all taxonomies are kind of using the ones that have gone before. Most use all the 6 common objectives of the EU taxonomy. Almost all of them use some kind of a structure based on ISIC, so NACE in the EU, ANZIC in Australia, all the various different industry structure codes that are all based on ISIC. So they're all kind of, they look quite similar. So there's obviously a lot there that I can say we were kind of far along the way. And as I said, a lot of them do use that, you know, copy and paste or adapt criteria from other taxonomies. So we are quite a long way there. And I think some of the missing link is from an implementation perspective. So when you get into a policy tool, there's still quite a long way. Louise already mentioned, you know, the different use cases, right? And so there's a fair bit of work to do there. And then we also mentioned the equivalence piece of the puzzle, because I think what we're often looking for, and I'm not really talking about within the EU, but say internationally, is not to know that the kind of EPC in Switzerland is the same as the one in Rwanda, right? But like, how far along are they in Rwanda? And if in another country, the kind of best case scenario is to actually get buildings certified, because in emerging markets, that is the big step, right? To start that certification practice and to embed that, then that is kind of substantial contribution, right? And in that might look different in Switzerland. And I think this is why this equivalence piece is so important, that we look to create equivalence. And actually at Climate Bonds, this is something we've been exploring through the certification scheme, is looking at how we can accept or adopt taxonomy. It's almost, let's say, almost wholesale, right? So instead of getting down to the weed of, is this exactly 0.2 the same as that 0.3 in that taxonomy, but are we achieving the same thing? There might be a few exceptions. Okay, we exclude those activities, we exclude those sectors, but can we certify against those wholesale? It's still a work in progress. We're a long way off actually being able to do it, but this is something that we kind of started at a technical level in the EU and are looking at other countries and seeing, is this something we can do? Hopefully to kind of bring that harmonization process along the way.
Yeah, and maybe just to add to that, because I fully agree with Bridget, I'm seeing the same thing. The other thing that I'm seeing that's very heartening is people's ability to understand how a taxonomy works it has shifted dramatically, I would say, in the last 6 to 12 months. And people, you can start to see their brains working and saying, okay, so this is how I would use it, you know, whether it's from a bank perspective or from a regulator perspective. And that's, I think, a precursor to us achieving interoperability, because if they can figure out, any user can figure out, okay, this is what I need it to do for me, and this is why I need it to have clarity on X, then suddenly there's a conversation that you can properly have around how these things can be comparable. For the first 2 years, really, I don't think people, even those of us in the taxonomy space, it's been a real journey to understand the dynamics, because there are lots of features to taxonomies, and there are lots of nuances to how it can be used. So I think that convergence is going to help us a lot in the next couple of years.
Lovely, thank you. And thinking about what's going to help us a lot and sort of moving forward and solutions. So, Louise, you've actually developed a toolkit on taxonomies, I understand, for regulators. So what are the key elements of that toolkit that you would highlight? So what were they particularly struggling with? What are the sort of solutions that you put forward in the toolkit to help them?
Thanks for that question. So it was a 2-year process to develop the toolkit, and it's something practical that the regulators in the SBFN network can use to understand what are the key elements of taxonomy. So a lot of what we've been talking about here, different use cases, different features, you know, whether it's a substantial contribution or do no significant harm, what do those exactly mean? And then they wanted to know what was happening in other countries. So one of the features of the toolkit is we have 12 countries and 3 regions. We have little snapshots so that you can easily compare what are the objectives, what are the key features. We don't go into the underlying activities in detail, but just so that we can start to see where they speak to each other. And the toolkit gives some guidance on governance of taxonomies, what we're seeing that works well, particularly in emerging markets, but also learning from the EU approach. How to design it in an effective way, and then particularly how to implement it. So I think that's really critical. It's no good having a taxonomy that isn't used. So what are the examples that we're seeing, whether it's disclosure or embedding it in regulation? So the taxonomy has those various elements, but it's very important to say that this builds on dialogue and collaboration between IFC, World Bank, IMF, the work that we've done with CBI over the years, with GIZ. So there is a lot of dialogue and coordination between these different parties to kind of see, you know, how do we move this forward?
Great. And I think, Bridget, you already talked about as well how you see countries starting with the EU taxonomy and then using it as a base and adapting it to their local context. Do you think this is a way forward that you would recommend? I know there's the question and the need for local ownership, but is that a sort of a viable process model as a very simple principle, do you think?
Yeah, and I mean that is already happening. I think you always have to be really careful depending on whatever political context you're in, right? Nobody wants to be seen to adopt another country's flag, as it were. So, you know, everybody wants to have ownership over their own process, over their own taxonomy, etc. But you definitely do see that, and certainly that is something that, whether kind of overtly or more in the background, that EU taxonomy is used as a kind of very strong reference point across. But then equally other taxonomies are as well. So, you know, in the EU, we didn't have criteria on agriculture, and Colombia put forward their first criteria on agriculture, which is a really great and useful step, particularly for emerging economies dealing with different scale of farmers, you know, from the small to the big. And I know we'll be talking a lot about agriculture later in the day. And other countries have looked at that. So it's, yes, the EU is one of the kind of big building blocks, but then there are others as well, which are used. I mentioned already kind of looking at the traffic light system, which they've developed in ASEAN and in Singapore, and other places have taken some of those. So it's more of a kind of the best of approach, as opposed to kind of take the EU and adopt it. But certainly the EU is a big kind of component on that.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting over time if we start seeing sort of regional groupings of taxonomies that look very similar regionally, and they might look quite different to another regional grouping elsewhere because of the local context. So, and that will get to that interesting point about comparability across all of them, but the equivalence might be more marked. across a jurisdiction. I just wanted as well just to give a few minutes. So Louise, I know the IFC is working with the Central Bank of Azerbaijan on a common ground taxonomy. I think that's just sort of getting underway. Is there anything that you could tell us about that work and the goals of that work?
Thank you. And just to clarify, it is. I think there has been an impression that maybe it's a common ground taxonomy, but we already have that thanks to the IPSF and China collaboration on the common ground taxonomy. So the initiative by the Central Bank of Azerbaijan, and they brought in the Sustainable Banking and Finance Network to support in getting this initiative going forward. And there's been engagement with IPSF because of their common ground work, and obviously knowing that the G20 has also got some principles on how, at a high level, do you bring interoperability. So knowing that these things are already happening, the idea was, how do we move this discussion forward in a practical way? And that's what Central Bank of Azerbaijan would like to do. So it's not a common ground taxonomy, it's a roadmap for collaboration, which will be launched on November 14th at COP. And it will set out some steps and invite partners to collaborate in implementing that roadmap. So there's work to be done, which we've covered on this panel, right? So all the things, the levels of interoperability that Bridget was talking about, the definitions, the need for clear definitions, and having a journey. I like this idea that it's a marathon. So the roadmap will speak to, if it's a marathon, what's the route that we take, and let's all run the same marathon and support each other and build on what's already being done and is being done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. And Bridget, Climate Bonds is also working with UNEP-FI and the PRI on issues around interoperability. So it'd be good to hear about that as well.
Yeah, so we put together a collaboration with PRI and UNEP-FI to kind of enhance interoperability. It's still early days and kind of working on what that means, but I think we'll primarily focus on where there are gaps, right? The idea is not to reinvent the work that Louise is doing at IFC, and we've had many conversations with her and also with the World Bank and others on some of the work that they're up to, but really to think about where there are gaps and where we can kind of facilitate interoperability, and particularly and hopefully around the provision of tools and potentially working with others on that. So we're doing a lot of discussions at the moment, seeing how we can take this forward and making sure we're not being duplicative. Of course, that's the last thing we want in this taxonomy space, and hopefully also putting forward some principles, building on the work that the G20 have done and the Sustainable Finance Working Group, and seeing, okay, that was a number of years ago now, what's the next phase of taxonomy, particularly implementation, that we need to kind of harmonize the work on. So that's something you'll see a bit more on that in the coming weeks and months.
Brilliant. And I wonder if, Malika, these kind of positive messages from Bridget and Louise, who are involved in a lot of taxonomy developments globally, if it gives you a bit more hope and confidence about what the end game might be, and what you think the role of investors is in this creative chaos period and trying to navigate your way around it until we get to greater comparability, etc.
Thank you, Anna. So yes, I'm actually sitting here and listening to Louise and Bridget, and I'm wondering, how can I join those working groups so that I can actually contribute from the investor point of view, that we can work together, because it's great that PRI is there, it's great that it's all initiatives are working together, but I think it's also very important to see how this actually can be done from the practical point of view, not only from the theoretical, and then how we can implement this and then understand and really develop a use case. So please let me know. I'll be very interested. But yeah, so far we have to stick to our internal taxonomy. We have a dedicated ESG analyst, and then we need to have a view in terms of what the thresholds are, and then our understanding of the DNSH and then MSS and the technical screening criteria. I really hope that there will be a brighter future. At the moment, we have to work what we currently face, all the challenges. So hopefully we will be able to improve this interoperability, but there is a huge misalignment on the market, sustainable finance market, unfortunately. And we should and hopefully find the ways how to align this. We're trying to join as many initiatives, or for example, ICMA should play a very important role here, and then and also understanding and how we can work there. So yes, I mean, I really hope so.
Yeah. And I wonder, Christina, if in terms of the role of the second-party opinion providers as well, because you are also in the middle of all the different taxonomies, and how much is it a case that people are coming to you saying, can you assess us against a particular taxonomy, and they already know that, or you're actually trying to navigate yourself around the taxonomies and say, this is where you sort of fit across multiple?
Bit of both.
Yeah.
we are in the weeds. Yeah, and I think that we have our own methodology for assessing projects when we work with second-party opinion. And we would always take the taxonomy as the starting point and do our own assessment. And I really see our role as providing this sort of high-level view on how green something is, regardless of a taxonomy. So basically, how green, there's different shades of green within the taxonomy as well. So I'm hoping that in the future, when the taxonomies are more interoperable, then we can provide a view on okay, so for maybe certain regions, their green building criteria are more light green, whereas in Europe, they're more medium green. So you have that direct comparability. But right now, you would think that the taxonomy information would make our lives easier, but to be honest, it has been the opposite the last couple of years, because we have a situation where we have a lot of information, but perhaps not we're not certain about that level of information. There's a lot of uncertainty about implementation. So at the moment, we're seeing that in certain regions, in certain sectors, taxonomy alignment is very helpful and sort of straightforward, but that a lot of the times it is, we need to do a lot of dialogue with the issuer to really understand how green the project is, and we can't just simply rely on them saying this is going to be aligned to any taxonomy.
Just to add to what Christina was saying, that engagement is very important. So we also engage a lot with issuers, corporates, and then also financial institutions, MDBs, sovereigns, sub-sovereigns, and then just trying to also bring our contribution towards the harmonization, towards this interoperability. But yeah, we'll see how it actually evolves. But let's hope for the better future.
Okay. Lovely. I want to open it up to questions from the audience now. You're all very fuzzy with these glasses on. Anybody got any questions for any of our panelists? Great, there's microphones coming. Yep, one here. Any others at the same time? Take a few. Yep, another one here. Oh, and here. I don't know how many microphones we've got, but that's 3 to start us off. So, yep.
Yep. Hi there. Thanks. It's Paul from JP Morgan. So, a question on demonstrating alignment with the taxonomy. Clearly, the EU taxonomy has got the risk management component and also the minimum safeguards. Now, we expect potential issuers who are issuing in alignment with the taxonomy to be some sovereigns, maybe some banks. Given that they're actually not managing risk directly in the real economy because it's activity-based, to what extent would you be prepared, I think from the investor side and the SVO provision side, to rely on proxies where sovereigns are not actually directly managing or banks are not directly the ones doing the activities in the real economy? How do we think about that? Because obviously the taxonomy is activity-based, but the risk management piece obviously isn't being done by sovereigns and banks. So be interested in your thoughts on how sovereigns or banks could demonstrate alignment with the taxonomy, given they're obviously not directly involved. Thank you.
Would you like to go first, or should I?
Go.
I'm going to take a few questions.
Oh, sorry.
Great, that's great. We've got answers lined up. Another one here? Yeah.
Yes, Ed Baker from Tipping Frontier. Interesting discussion, and you focused a lot on the transition problem, but what about the adaptation problem? Where do we get to when it comes to common language about what adaptations can be considered green, or all of them green? How can we approach that problem?
Great question, thank you.
Hi, me again. Sophie de Jonquera, Boston Consulting Group. To your point, I had a similar point actually, or similar question about the idea of do no significant harm when we're finally moving towards breaking out of this carbon tunnel syndrome that we find ourselves in. We're so focused on low carbon, reducing emissions, makes sense, right? But now CBI has the adaptation and resilience taxonomy, that's great. What I'm curious about is how we integrate adaptation, make sure adaptation measures are low carbon and low carbon measures are resilient. But also, you've already mentioned this a few times, moving it forward, how do we also integrate nature? How do we also integrate social, just transition? I have an example. We were working on an internal taxonomy because apparently internal taxonomies are also a thing, so 50 doesn't cover it. We need thousands. And this client was in the Middle Eastern region. We developed a taxonomy for them. They wanted to reference CBI, EU, and Singapore, so we had to compare across all three. And we're going through the detailed selection criteria, and we get to water. And desalination plants are on there, assuming that they are renewable energy, powered by renewable energy. And one of the client representatives pointed out that in the Middle East, desalination plants that are low carbon are still killing the Red Sea because the brine from desalination is being dumped in the Red Sea and is killing the Red Sea. But this is not addressed in any of the taxonomies, right? It is necessary for a just transition, has to be there, right? It is low carbon, so it satisfies the green taxonomies that we have. So I was left in a bit of a quandary. I was stumped. I tried to reach out to a few people. Cicero, actually, they're doing some work on it soon. But my question for you is, once we integrate all these different angles, will there be any eligible proceeds left? How do we manage all of these angles and still move forward with eligible proceeds that are worth issuing a bond for?
Great, thank you. Any more? Yep. Oh, one here and one here.
Yep. Hello, Alex Lehman, Independent Economics here in London. Two quick comments. Firstly, this is hugely important. We're not seeing the mobility in climate finance products that we should be seeing, not just with emerging markets, but also with between advanced markets. The second, for regulators, there's a very easy tool, an established tool to get around all this, which is the process of mutual recognition and equivalence decisions, which, as far as I know, the EU has not really utilized for this space. My question is, how concerned are you about the developments between the EU and the UK? In the UK last week, we had the Transition Finance Review, which takes the UK as the most important financial center in Europe squarely into the transition finance space. As yet, there's no taxonomy. Whereas the transition finance concept has not really taken root within the EU regulatory framework. So the two key markets, with the bulk of sustainable finance products generated there, seem to go in very different directions, and that seems to create a key barrier for mobility between the two markets, and also for European investors' access to emerging market assets generated here in London.
Great, thank you. And one here, I think, yep.
More?
Do we have another mic anywhere? Thank you.
Guess I'm very lucky to be the last one. My name is Chen, China Construction Bank. My question is about Common Ground Taxonomy, CGT, being mentioned in the panel. It was jointly issued by both EU and China in 2021, and for the enhanced a year later. When I look at the latest publication, I think as far as I can remember, I think in China we're talking about hundreds of green bonds claimed to be in compliance with CGT. My question is, what would be your advice to increase the popularity of this EU-China initiative to encourage more industries to sign up?
for it. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, so I'll just do a quick recap. There was a question about how we can make the taxonomy work for sovereigns and banks and other types of institutions than non-financial corporates. One about how we're laying in resilience and interoperability when you look at through a resilience lens. The complexities of do no significant harm and just the multiplicity of different environmental and social themes and how that's all going to layer in to make this much more complex in terms of what's eligible and interoperability between taxonomies. One about sort of potential divergence between focus areas in the UK and the EU and any barriers that might create. And then the last one about the common ground taxonomy and sort of mobilising increasing popularity off the back of that. And I'm going to come to you first.
Yes, I'll take
this one. Yeah,
yeah, the first question because I think it was addressed to me. So basically, we recognize it very well that it is very difficult, especially for sovereigns and banks, to provide this information. So even if it's a partial alignment, it is already great for us to see. So partial alignment that has been provided by a lot of European banks, in fact, is really good and it's positive factor. So we have engaged with a lot of banks and then we also engage regularly with sovereigns and then with sub-sovereigns, in fact. So I actually heard this message from a lot of European, Spanish sub-sovereigns saying this is such a challenging information or data or metrics to provide. And I've always told them that please provide it, even if it's a partial. It's already very, very helpful for us to take into consideration how we can look at the activities and then understand the partial or full alignment with not only the EU taxonomy, because we had to build our own taxonomy, but it will already help us a lot because we have to report the EU taxonomy or the actual taxonomy alignment at the issuer level. Plus, we have to, especially for the green bonds, for those strategies that we have a dedicated sovereign green bond strategy, we have a dedicated corporate, we have a global European, so we have a social dedicated strategy. And for all the strategies, we actually have to report this data as well at the issuer level and in the instrument level. So we're all working together. We know all the challenges, but if these challenges actually be, we can work, we can understand these challenges together. So whatever is possible, it's already great. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Anybody else want to pick up any of the questions? Challenges of a hybrid.
Can I have a go at a few of them?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, so these are partial responses. So no, like to Malika's point, partial hopefully will be good enough. So on the use of proxies, I think this is something IFC is very interested in. We did some work in terms of how the IFC performance standards, particularly for banks who use the equator principles, could be a proxy for compliance with the do no significant harm criteria. And I think this issue, we do need to find a solution for it because as admirable as the do no significant harm criteria in principle are, the benefit is that they give you some clues for specific activities on what the potential harms are that you should consider. But to the person's point, exactly, you can frequently find things that have been left out that should be included. So I think it's virtually impossible for any taxonomy to be exhaustive and comprehensive in all the DNSH criteria for each activity, which causes a problem. So if you're, as a regulator, only checking alignment with what is said in the taxonomy, there are going to be gaps. And rather than use what's in the taxonomy as your standard for due diligence and risk management, rather use it as an indication, and then check to see whether there is and this has come from the IFC approach, which is what we found is it's better to look at whether there's a management system approach and compliance with national regulations, or in the absence of strong national regulations, in our case, we would rely on the particular IFC performance standards that apply. And there's quite a few countries that are trying to balance this, which is, recognize that their national regulations should actually be doing the job. So your national law around environmental impact assessment, that should do the job. In South Africa, the adherence to high standards of labor and human rights, it should do the job. So I think what I'm seeing is a combined approach, and I'm glad that China is coming up, because I don't think you can have a conversation around taxonomies without learning from China. And in China, they as a basis say compliance with environmental and social law, and then in addition have a principle of do no significant harm, and there's some guidance on that. And Georgia did the same thing. They came up with specific guidance on ESG risk management for the banks, which is complementary to the taxonomy. So they don't rely on do no significant harm, although the principle is embedded there. So I think that quality issue around DNSH across taxonomies and within taxonomies, I think we need to be honest about it. You can have great criteria for the renewable energy projects, and then you scroll down, and then there's a specific activity that there's hardly anything there for DNSH, and it's clearly missing the things that you need to be addressing. So it's a difficult thing to do. So I'm not blaming the people who've designed these taxonomies. If we can find a more elegant solution, that would be great. And then IFC has done a mapping in terms of the IFC performance standards and the European Union do no significant harm requirements, and there's quite strong alignment. Then in terms of investable pipeline and the adaptation question, I think those to me both spoke to the innovation need and opportunity, and why during this creative chaos phase, we really should be encouraging markets to generate lots of activities that they think would be relevant in their markets. And coming back to the China example, the common ground taxonomy is fabulous, but when I look at the green bond catalog and I find a category, and I apologies for people who've heard me say this before, but when I find the category on sponge cities, I just get so excited. I want to meet the person that came up with sponge cities as this wonderful adaptation category of how do you design cities that are more absorptive, can absorb the floods that we need to prepare for? And seeing that there's already a sponginess index that's created for different cities. So there's this wonderful creativity around that part of adaptation. And there's so much more that we could be doing, which I think is something really to be excited about.
Brilliant, thank you. Christina, any quick responses?
Super quick. Picking up on the resilience and adaptation, this is a very important point, an important category that I think a project that I think that we hasn't had enough scrutiny. So like in the worst case, because there's very different types of adaptation. Building a seawall around a fossil fuel asset that will be stranded in the future is not actually helpful for resilience. And a lot of these adaptation projects can have high climate, like they can have high emissions. And there can also be really different ways in which they impact the population. So I think it's a really important part of the green finance space. And like Sean mentioned in his opening remarks, we haven't really been paying enough attention, and it's something we need to. And just quickly to Sophie's point, I think like if you were to build in all of the different sustainability considerations into taxonomy, there's no perfect project. We probably wouldn't be able to find anything we could finance. And this is why I think I'm not worried that these taxonomies will create a space where there's no longer room for third-party opinion providers like ourselves, because I think it's always important to do that like project by project scrutiny in addition, because it's impossible to capture everything in a taxonomy-like format. And you know that my answer is going to be shades of green, of course, there's no surprise. But lots of other methodologies and approaches can be used to provide the same type of specific transparency on the projects.
Brilliant, thank you. And Bridget?
Sorry, struggling to unmute myself. Yeah, maybe just picking up on 2 points. So on the comments about the common ground taxonomy and recommendations, I mean, I think I'd maybe just have 2 points. The one is that as a kind of intermediate step, bring in more countries. I think that will really help, the engagement on that. But maybe actually 3 points. The second is to maybe step a level up and thinking about how we, rather than like really, really detailed comparison, how we kind of accept the taxonomies more wholesale, or at least parts of taxonomies wholesale as equivalent to each other. And then the third is to figure out how we can bring that process into an equivalence mechanism of sorts, right? To actually start to accept kind of cross-border taxonomies. That would be the huge value that the Common Ground Taxonomy could bring, or the Common Ground Taxonomy process and the IPSF, if it could facilitate that. And then just on the adaptation points, I mean, I think in a sense we're sort of a bit lucky on adaptation in that we're kind of starting not quite from scratch, but we're more or less starting something new. So we have all the lessons that we can learn from the mitigation world. So we've put out some work on adaptation taxonomies, which we really hope that can be used as a basis for other countries to build on and to take and to mold. But I mean, with the whole concept of substantial contribution within adaptation is very different, right? Because it is really about reducing risk, and a kind of measurable reduction in risk is how we would define substantial contribution. And in that sense, an adaptation taxonomy is how long is a piece of string, right? It's as additive as it can be. And so every taxonomy that comes out will keep adding to that. Is that, what is that? How do you reduce vulnerability in my area? And there will be a lot of addition to that. And then when it comes to thinking about criteria and worrying about some of the points that Christina raised, I mean, at the first level, and particularly the work done in the EU, that's designed to be very process-based so that you can pick up all of those maladaptation risks, all of the potential risks to significant harm against other objectives, etc. So really like starting from there. But what we've been trying to do in the adaptation taxonomy is kind of pre-solve some of those issues for you and say, for a lot of activities, what we've tried to do is say, we are pretty sure that the risk of maladaptation is almost zero, the risk of harm is very, very little, etc. And so here are some things that you can invest in right now without doing it. There's still things that will definitely need a lot more work and a huge amount of process, but also hopefully we can keep adding to what we call measures to try and to make the space kind of much more tangible and usable for investors. So I'll stop there. But I know, Anna, you were very involved in that too. So thank you.
Great. Thank you to all of our panelists. So some just concluding remarks. I guess it's an ongoing work. So watch this space. Keep the faith. There's a lot of work going on. There is a lot of commonality already in the overarching principles. There's not commonality in the details, but there's a lot of work ongoing to try and make this stuff more comparable, to assess the equivalence, etc. And we will try and bring as many of you into that conversation. It'd be great to have you involved in those discussions about how to make them interoperable, and anybody else that wants to participate in that as well. So thank you all to the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lunch, and after lunch, that resilience taxonomy is the topic of the panel. So there'll be a lot more information about that. Please, we've got about an hour for lunch.
were affected by climate change in the past 20 years, with more than $1.5 trillion in physical losses. And looking ahead, more than 60% of the populations are actually working in sectors that are highly vulnerable to climate impacts. As the Climate Bank for Asia and the Pacific, we often say that the battle against the climate change will be won or lost in the region. And all of us in the room, you and me and everyone here, even those outside, could be part of this battle, right? For a few reasons, right? First, fighting against climate change is not an issue of a particular country or region. It's a global issue. That's why Sean was saying this morning that there are so many nationalities, right, in the room today. Second, the massive funding needs. For example, we estimated that Southeast Asia alone, needs at least 210 billion US dollars per year. That's per year. For climate resilient infrastructure investments, or about 5% of the region's GDP. But only half of that is being funded by the private sector, by the private capital, right? So we believe that the capital markets, particularly the bond markets, can play an important role in mobilizing or attracting capital from around the world to address these funding gaps. That's why in 2020, ADB, we introduced the Green, Social, Sustainable, and other label bonds programs for Southeast Asia to provide advisory support to all kinds of issuers, whether sovereign issuers, municipalities, SOEs, and the private sector, all types of issuers. And this program is actually being supported by the UK government as well as the Green Climate Fund to help issuers who want to issue this kind of bonds, green, social, sustainability-linked bonds, and even what we discussed just before lunch, transition bonds. I have a list of entities that we have supported in the slide. We can share with you after the session. We work with more than 15 entities across the region, helping them to raise over 12 billion US dollars from domestic capital markets, meaning that all the funds were in local currencies. And this is also a role for us to play to help our member countries to develop their capital market as well. So as an MDB, as I said, our role is to catalyze market developments. Many of the transactions were oversubscribed by the local investors. And as I said, our role is to bring more of these products to the market. Right? So we are working now with quite a number of entities, including governments, to issue more of these kind of instruments. And at the same time, we also want to be part of the capital market development as well. And of course, our role is also need to make sure that whatever we do, the transaction that we supported can be replicable, right? Can be replicated by other countries, can be replicated by other issuers, other regions, right? That's we create even more impacts. Now we are actually sharing the key success factors of our program, our case studies, with other developing members countries, not just in Southeast Asia, but also outside of Southeast Asia as well. And we hope that through this platform, through this forum, we can also further publicize our work and also discuss with other partners in the room to disseminate our experience and also to explore partnerships. Third, we also want to scale up our efforts to work with more issuers, with more investors, not just within Southeast Asia, but also with other parts of the world. And this is my last slide. At the same time, we also want to scale up our effort to address the sustainable finance ecosystems in general. I talk about the bonds, I talk about transactions that we supported. At the same time, we are also doing other work to support the strengthening of the ecosystems for sustainable finance. There are a few key priorities that I put on the slide. First is to broaden the issuer base. Together with the CBI, we are actually working together on a paper to accelerate green bonds for municipalities in ASEAN, which we hope to be launched within this year, so stay tuned for that. Second, we will also introduce new and innovative financing instruments, such as we talk about nature, we talk about biodiversity, and globally we need about 700 billion US dollars per year to address climate restoration efforts. So we believe that this kind of more innovative instruments, together with the adaptation and resilience taxonomy that the CBI has introduced, will be extremely useful for this project, and I'm sure will be discussed in more detail in the following panel discussion. Third, we are also promoting sustainability disclosures to promote standardization, comparability of corporate disclosures to assist companies as well as investors when making investment decisions. We talked about interoperability recently, just before lunch. On the disclosure side is also important, right? Because we also want to make sure that companies, investors can actually have access to information that is meaningful to them, right? On the last point, on transition, right? So we're also discussing quite a lot on transition this morning as well, and I won't go into details. I think I'm almost out of time. So our objective is to help entities, to work with them, to partner with them, to develop a realistic, measurable, credible, and verifiable transition plans that are relevant to their operations as well as to the country NDC targets, as well as to make sure that those transition plans actually take into account future technology developments, because transition is different from use of proceed, right? It's more forward-looking. So we also need to address any technological developments going forward as well. That's it. Thank you very much, and happy to discuss with everyone outside the room. Thank you. Thank you, Sean.
Isn't it exciting? Isn't it fantastic that this work is happening across ASEAN with Asian Development Bank, across Asia? You heard from Torsten this morning. I just want to say, savor this moment. Imagine how far we've come in 10 years that this work is going on. The municipalities' work, by the way, we're hoping to replicate with European Bank of Reconstruction and Development. I know you're in the room, with OECD and others. Mike Brown, stand up. Where are you, Mike Brown? He's our munis person. Find him and talk to him if you're interested in municipalities. There's going to be a lot of municipal bonds all around the world, right, starting off with ASEAN. Hopefully. Thank you, Pok, so much. Ujala. Ujala Kadir is our head of, stand up, come on, I can't see you sitting down. Come on, up, who's our Director of Strategic Program, but really Ms. Resilience, has been running our resilience programs. You're organising this session. Can I get all the other speakers to come up, and Ujala will introduce you. We got to move. Thanks, Amali and Abhishek. Go. This is, of course, the session of the day. Just a bit of a beef up for you, Ujala. Go.
All right, thanks so much, Sean. In this session today, and we. Oh, hello. Good. All right. So thank you so much for joining. I'm lucky in very beautiful city, Vancouver. I don't know if anyone else. Just boarding the plane this weekend. I wonder if it's my hair. Hello? Yeah, that might be it. Hello? Okay, good. Technical difficulties. So in Vancouver, as I was getting ready to come to London, the streets were completely flooded. We had what meteorologists call an atmospheric river. I didn't know that you can have rivers in the atmosphere, but you can. And that's basically concentrated rainfall. So in 48 hours, we had 2 months of rainfall. 2 months worth of rainfall in 48 hours. So this is in a city where we're actually built for rain. Like Vancouver is often referred to as Raincouver, not Vancouver. It's kind of like Seattle. So this is a city that is built for rain, and the streets were flooded and people died. So this is kind of, a lack of preparedness that we're seeing. Even in places where these phenomena occur, they're not prepared for the level and the intensity and the accelerating climate impacts. And the longer we wait, the more costly it gets to invest in adaptation, and the more complex it gets. So the longer we wait, the more we have to lose. If we wait, the financial burden will increase massively. If we don't start building resilience, it's estimated that 5% of global GDP will be lost on an annual basis. That's pretty crazy to think about. If we don't take action now, we are going to see the impacts ripple through every element of our lives, from having access to life-saving drugs because supply chain have been, affected, from increasing food security because of crop failures, from lack of access to basic services. So these are the type of impacts that we're looking at. And then think about our net zero goals and our transition plans. Those will get sidelined when we're in emergency mode and we're trying to put out the next fire or deal with the next floods. So transition and resilience are very closely linked. And the problem is that despite knowing all of this and having all of this knowledge, financing for adaptation is actually decreasing and the gap is increasing in the funding. We need at least $400 billion per year on an annual basis by 2030 to be directed towards adaptation. But we're not seeing that. But the good news is, and I'm going to come to our panelists to hear more about the good news. The good news is that we have the solutions at our fingertips and we've got the capital. It's sitting there. It's just not doing what we need it to do. And so that's really what the focus of today's discussion and panel is. We're going to hear today from our panelists, 2 with us and 3 online with us, really about how we can transform these dire risks and this widening gap into opportunities. And we want to really think about, from instruments that are tried and tested, that have proof of concept, that some might call boring. How can we make these boring things work for climate action? And so we're going to hear from our panelists about adaptation bonds, about insurance, about investment funds. Again, tried and tested solutions, but tweaked and innovated to work for climate resilience. So with that, I will introduce my panel. We have Amali Amin, Managing Director of Climate, Diversity and Advisory at the British International Investment. Next to her, we have Lasita Pereira, co-founder and CEO of the Development Guarantee Group. And then online with us, we have Jianfu Liu, Senior Adaptation and Resilience Advisor at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And we have Gerald Evelyn, Head of Taxable Fixed Income at Invesco. And then last but not least, we have Saoirse Jones, Head of the Insurance Development Forum. All right. With that, I'm going to stop talking and hand over to my panelists. But before we dive into hearing more about the solutions they're working on, I really wanted to kick off with a really quick round of questions for you guys about how your personal or professional life has been impacted in the last year by climate. And if you could keep it really short so then we can just jump into solutions. But I'd love to hear from you first, Amal.
Thank you. So I've been trying to think about, something really terrible that happened to me this year. And I would say I don't think there was a single event, not maybe compared to last. I think anyone living here will have been very wet for certainly the first half of this year because it was incredibly wet. But I did want to just flag, we've been doing a report for a couple of years now with our portfolio companies and funds. We interviewed them to ask them how they're experiencing climate change and are they concerned. And actually the numbers are really quite stark. I mean, we found that 79% now are concerned about climate risks. 72% of the corporates have experienced some extreme event in the last 12 months. And then that 61% are concerned about the viability or growth of their business, and almost 100%, 97% believe they need to do something. However, when we ask how many of them actually have any kind of adaptation planning in place, it goes down to around 17%. And what exactly that involves, I suppose, remains to be seen. So I think, I think that for us now is a real wake-up call. As an investor, I mean, BI, with the UK's DFI, we do a lot of particularly equity investment. So we invest in companies and we help them grow. So clearly now we have to bring climate adaptation right at the forefront, not just because it's a good thing to do, but because it's going to be critical to the growth of those businesses.
This year I live in a part of London where the housing stock is largely Victorian, as is the infrastructure, and we also live at the bottom of a gentle slope, I'd put it that way. And as Amal was saying, there's been a lot of rain, a lot more than is usual, And the consequence has been that I now have a swimming pool in my basement. So it's, well, not anymore, but it happened twice this year. And it's quite interesting when you start to work out whose problem actually this is. Because, you know, our view was it should be Thames Water who sorts it out because they run all the sewers, but actually you talk to them and say, no, that's not, you know, our responsibility stops at the boundary. And then you go to the council and say, well, surely this is happening to a lot of people. They say, yes, it is. Are you going to do anything about it? We'd like to, but we don't know what to do about it. And it's just really quite interesting how the problem has been asked to solve. And, you know, we have the resource to solve it, but what about those who don't? And that's really something that came home to me in terms of what we do in, you know, on our day-to-day basis with our work as well. So it's, yeah, resilience, climate resilience has been at the top of my mind for most of this year.
Yeah. Thanks. Can I jump over to Gerald, please?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, climate adaptation or just, you know, kind of the growing, you know, climate problem has been, you know, a personal story for me. Some of which kind of, you know, is, you know, tied to family members, some who are in Africa, others who are in the Caribbean, and also directly in America itself. You know, with that said, in America, right, I have family members in Tampa. And so one of the more recent events, right, was tied to, you know, hurricanes that, you know, kind of pick up in, you know, severity, you know, what would traditionally be Cat 4s and Cat 3s have now kind of transitioned to Cat 4s, Cat 5s, and the impact that it's had on, you know, those, you know, the communities and areas within Florida, which are not necessarily obvious in terms of climate impact because they're a little bit more, you know, kind of insulated. And so the recent hurricanes that have hit, you know, really impacted my family, right, just in sense of, you know, kind of, you know, being displaced from their homes, you know, kind of domestically speaking in the U.S., but then also your family members in Africa when it comes to kind of changing weather patterns, droughts per se, or the lack of rain, right? And kind of shifting kind of focuses just in terms of what, you know, they do in terms of for survival, in terms of, you know, kind of, you know, crop, you know, kind of farming, et cetera. So for me, and also, you know, for me directly, right, when I think about, you know, the U.S., right, and the broken, you know, climate records that we're seeing becoming figuratively speaking, broken records, right, because we seem to, on an annual basis, successively kind of taking out, you know, kind of these, you know, kind of, you know, heat records kind of month after month, right, it becomes deafening, right? You know, from a palpable perspective, if I think about, I think it's last summer or 2 summers ago, right, you know, kind of wildfires in Canada, you know, with smoke kind of wafting over and making its way to New York, where I can look out, you know, kind of, you know, onto the landscape, into the sky and see this kind of maroonish, you know, kind of color that kind of sits there for, you know, call it 48, you know, 72 or days on end. It really tells you that something is taking place. So it is something that's important, you know, to me, right, just understanding the problem, but the anecdotal signs of it are starting to reveal itself.
Absolutely. Thanks, Gerald. Jianfu.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm very sorry for not being able to be there with you in person. So the question, again, just following the topic or the theme of being very wet this year in the UK, I live in a different part of the country, Oxfordshire, and I always include a walk around the Oxford Canal as part of my daily ritual. Until very, very recently, I've been living there for the past 12, 13 years. First time I really come face to face with this impact of extreme weather events. So after 2 days being stuck at home because of the continuously heavy rain, I was starting to get out. So I went out in my pair of Wellington boots and so the towpath along the canal totally sort of, you know, very, very difficult to even to identify. And the whole water meadow along the canal turned into big lake. And I was too lazy to go back. So I tried to see whether I can get through. Anyway, I said the worst that could happen is to get my feet wet. So they did. And when I went back, you know, to change into comfortable woolly socks and so on, I thought this is really just a bit of inconvenient discomfort for me, this kind of situation, but it could easily be life or livelihoods at stake when this kind of current really unleashes its destructive forces. So that's something I first time really personally, it's really quite scary, very rapidly flowing water going from the canal to the, going through the path. So that's for me, I can easily imagine people lost lives and animals and assets, in that kind of situation.
Thanks, John Fu. And yeah, I think it's from everyday walks to like major life events that are impacted. Saoirse.
Yeah, thank you, Donna. I think I live in Switzerland, and we've had the same issues in terms of rainfall and all of that. I live in a little bit of a hill, so I haven't been personally impacted by it, but I know neighbors who live just a couple of streets further on, new build, couple of weeks of rain, and in the whole apartment blocks, all of the cellars completely flooded, everything ruined, and the construction companies having to come out and rethink how to manage flooding and future rainfall and events as well. So that's just a personal story of friends and family impacted, but then also up in the mountains we've had extreme landslides, and where villages have been completely covered, inaccessible, etc. In a country that we're actually relatively familiar with these kind of events, but they seem to be getting a lot more extreme and a lot more frequent. To then the other extreme, where the summers seem to be getting even hotter and more extreme. And I'm sure you've heard about the story about the women who went to the European courts to sue the Swiss government for not protecting their health and their rights because of climate change. And these are things that are really getting concerning for people here in Switzerland as well, from an everyday life perspective. But on the other hand, I work for an insurance company. So we see these impacts and we see these issues every single day. We operate globally in multiple different countries. And if it's not a hurricane in the US or flooding or heat issues in Asia, we're faced with earthquakes. Okay, not directly climate related, but we're constantly faced with disasters, and we have to learn how to manage the risks vis-a-vis those disasters. So it's part of our daily bread, what we're seeing, and unfortunately it's also part of our daily bread to see that it's going to get worse, and the future climate scenarios are telling us this as well. So we need to be investing more time and capital flows in the adaptation and resilience measures, because otherwise we will end up in a situation where, and we're seeing this in some parts of the world unfortunately already, that while companies could insure against those climate risks, they're becoming unaffordable. The insurance is becoming unaffordable. And this is not going to help anyone in the long term. It's actually going to widen protection gaps. It's actually going to increase social disparities and then ultimately financial and economic challenges of individual countries. So yeah, a very, very hot topic, and something that we really need to pull together to work on.
Thanks, Saoirse, and thank you all for sharing those stories. And just before we move now into the heart of our discussion, just a really quick show of hands. Who in this room has had any kind of experience or impact of climate change in the last year? Yeah. So the reason we spent this time to share our stories and to see the number of hands that just went up is because I remember 10 years ago, I've been working on resilience for a while, but 10, 15 years ago, we would have to look at like models, like this is what's gonna happen. And we would be talking about statistics about what's going to happen. But now it's happening. We all have stories. It's touching our lives already. So it's here now, and we have to do something now. And that's what I'd really like to now shift our attention to. What can we do? What are we doing to solve this? And what are the different mechanisms that we can really deploy to address this major issue that's really existential? So with that, I'd like to turn to Gerald with the first question. Sorry, just pulling it up just to make sure I am on point. Yes.
So Gerald, as an asset manager, Invesco has a really broad role in directing capital towards climate-related investments. Can you share a bit more about Invesco's overall strategy for driving institutional investment into climate resilience? And can you specifically tell us more about Invesco's Climate Adaptation Action Fund, which I think the audience would really benefit from hearing more about that. Thanks.
Absolutely, Uja, and I appreciate the opportunity to share how you led off the panel with respect to the fact that there is good news, right? When it comes to Invesco, we're a $1.7 trillion asset manager, and really we're client-led. And to that end, over the past couple of years, there's been growing client interest in understanding whether or not there's a solution that could be provided, right, to at least kind of address the climate problem. With that speaking, we, kind of took it upon ourselves to kind of look to develop a potential strategy using the blended finance format to address that need, that financing gap, and mobilize, private capital towards, solving for that problem. And, that, kind of realized itself into our, what we call our ICAF fund, right? Our Climate Adaptation Action Fund. It's a novel approach. I think we're the only traditional asset manager, specifically on the fixed income side, has developed a solution, right? And that solution kind of really maps to the blended finance structure, the ability to kind of de-risk a funding vehicle to basically attract private capital, right? Traditional investors like insurance companies, private wealth channels, as well as pension funds, right? To, mobilize their capital, billions of which to address. And so to that end, right? What this blended finance vehicle that is our ICAF strategy really kind of uses or leverages the concessional or catalytic capital of MDBs and DFIs to effectively provide credit enhancement to senior investors to make them more comfortable, right? Investing in areas, right, that are most vulnerable to climate adaptation. What the good news of this or about this is the fact that we're seeing the interest. So our ICAF strategy, we actually started the fundraising process about 3 to 6 months ago. And we're a little bit, unsure as to what the take-up would be, at least in terms of senior investors. We have been blown away, and I think a lot of it is really tied to how we, what we all spoke about is our personal experiences about how we all are being affected by it. And that's actually, that feedback loop is actually starting to catalyze institutional investors, globally speaking, right, who are interested in not only solving the problem, but, also view it as an opportunity with respect to the return profile that you can actually get from investing. So we believe, and we've created a structure where we can have our proverbial cake and eat it too. We can actually provide climate impact, right? That not only that uses as concessional capital to expand or magnify, right, the flows, right, to address that climate gap, and still provide the comfort to institutional investors with respect to the risk profile as well as the return profile that they would seek as investors and fiduciaries.
Brilliant. Thanks for sharing that. And that is really exciting to hear that the demand is there for these types of projects. Just a really quick follow-up, Gerald. Is there particular regions or sectors or geographies that you're more focused on with this fund?
Yes. So, the most vulnerable, right? So if we think about the UN LDC list, right, a lot of those most vulnerable sit, within Africa and some low-lying areas in Asia. So our goal here is basically, and the goals of our clients, right, and the feedback that we've gotten is that they want their capital directed to those areas that will be most impacted by the climate problem. And so the fund will be directed to focusing on those areas. So think Africa, think South Asia, think Latin America, in that order. What's also interesting, I think, is also from where the investor interest is coming from. currently speaking, so we've, kind of raised just to understand the excitement that we have in terms of mobilizing institutional capital. In a short period of time, we've basically kind of gotten, call it a couple of $100 million in indicative commitments from these traditional, private investors. From a regional perspective, that interest has come from, in this order, I'd say 50% from EMEA, 40% from APAC, and 10% from North America. And it's something that we would probably, kind of assume, right? But what's interesting is the North America side of things, right? What we've seen there is, though that 10% seems small, we're actually starting to, and regardless of the environment in North America related to ESG and their impact, we're actually being now reverse inquiry by traditional pension funds and insurance companies out of North America. And so that's what makes us really excited about this opportunity, really excited about the fact that we will be successful in terms of raising or catalyzing these institutional investors globally speaking, is because we're actually seeing it and they're speaking through their capital, their commitments too.
Amazing. That is exactly what we wanted to hear. So thank you for sharing that. Lars, over to you. Just thinking about some of the things that Gerald just mentioned and thinking about the broader landscape of investment, it's really crucial to face some of the challenges that emerging markets are facing. So building on this theme, could you explain a little bit more what the Green Guarantee Company and the Guarantee Development Group is doing, and how is it really helping to overcome this sort of investment grade barrier that a lot of emerging markets face? And then if I may add a second question to that just now, is it would be great to hear what kind of projects that you're looking at as well with your work.
Sure. So firstly, the Development Guarantee Group that I'm kind of sitting here with two hats on. So the Development Guarantee Group is a platform that I co-founded with some other colleagues who had also been setting up and running guarantee companies over the last sort of 20 years. And really our mission is to bring together our collective experience of this product, because it is something that is underrepresented in the development finance world. And so we really believe, but it is also a product, OECD research has demonstrated the guarantee is the product that has actually mobilized the most private capital, yet is the most underused product. So our mission is really to try and change that and to get more guarantees available out there so that we can get more private capital moving. And how we do that is through creating guarantee solutions. So the Green Guarantee Company is one of those. And really that is the first solely climate-focused guarantee company, with a specific focus in emerging markets. And the key barrier that we're trying to address is the fact that a lot of the projects that are looking for this capital sit in sub-investment grade countries, right? They're rated by the likes of S&P and Moody's and Fitch as being below BBB-. And so, and most of the money, aside from special funds like the one Gerald and his colleagues have set up, sits looking for investment grade opportunities. And really, the Green Guarantee Company helps bridge that gap by providing an investment grade guarantee to a sub-investment grade project, and thereby increasing the rating of that project to the point that it's investable to a much larger universe of investors. So to give you an example of how we can do that, from a climate resilience perspective, I'll give you two examples. We're in discussion with the government of a Caribbean island at the moment. And, one of the consequences of climate change is that urbanization rates are increasing significantly. Right? People can't make it in rural areas, so they are flocking to the cities because they think that's where it's going to be safer. And the reality is the cities aren't able to scale their infrastructure as quickly as is needed, and so there are lots of challenges. In this specific Caribbean island, the challenge of increasing urbanization rates is that there's a lot more pollution, rubbish, sewage, and so on, and ultimately they are pumping that into the sea. Now, their two main industries are fishing and tourism. So what they're literally doing is killing themselves. And so they need to address that, but they need $300 million to try and address that quickly. That's a lot of money for an economy of this size. and they are struggling because they're also not rated. So as a consequence, what we are able to do as the Green Guarantee Company is provide them with a guarantee for that blue bond, as it happens, is what they would like to issue, and to get them rolling in terms of raising that capital, providing the comfort to the investor that if anything goes wrong, we can step in and make payments on behalf of that government until they get back on track, right? And so that's where we come in. We effectively, the way I put it is we sell confidence. We sell confidence to the investor that they are getting into an investable opportunity and that their money is going to be safe. And we also sell confidence to the borrower that they're not getting into a relationship that they can't manage, because we can help communicate with the investors. If things don't quite work out, if there are wobbles, we can talk to investors, explain to them what's going on in a way that the investors will understand and try and get everyone to go. You know, an analogy I use for a guarantor is we're like a marriage counselor, right? Our job really is there when we want to bring these two people together, make them fall in love, but we don't want to be there for the rest of the marriage, right? That's not we haven't done our job if that's the case. So as soon as the marriage is happy, we actually exit, and that can be done with a guarantee as well. So, so the second example I'd give you is actually something I hadn't thought about, but in Africa, 50% of the food produced goes to waste because of increasing heat and the absence of sufficient cold storage facilities, right? So we are now looking at opportunities across the continent where companies that are participating in global supply chains are investing in cold storage, but again, they need to raise both hard currency funding to invest in those facilities. They have the ability to pay for that because they're actually selling the food to developed countries, to people like, I don't know, Whole Foods and so on, so they get the dollars coming in. And so there is this opportunity for them to actually pay in dollars, but they need the money. And again, where they sit, it's much harder for them to get that investment from institutional investors sitting in London and New York. So our ability to provide that guarantee helps bridge that gap and make those projects happen. And that's the key thing. So, so yeah, so I hope I've answered the question.
You have, Lars, but I want to ask you one more. Sorry,
sure.
while I have you. You were part of our Resilience Taxonomy Advisory Group. I know you always say, I didn't do enough, but we appreciated you being on that. I want to really hear about how you use standards like the taxonomy or other tools. Like how do you select which projects are deemed, credible from a resilience or from a climate perspective? What's your process for that?
Sure. So it's a good question, because when we were doing the due diligence on whether we should set up the Green Guarantee or not, we spent a lot of time talking to colleagues of Gerald, for example, other big asset managers out there, and they said, listen, we need two things. The first is we obviously want the credit risk to be mitigated, right? So your guarantee gives us confidence that the borrower is going to pay back. The other thing is we really need to know that there's not going to be any greenwashing, because we're already getting burnt in developed markets with that issue. And fairly or not, the threshold, psychological threshold, when we go to our committees, is going to be much higher for emerging markets around that. So we need some assurance around the fact that these are truly green projects. So we've addressed that in two ways at the Green Guarantee Company. One is that we went and we got the Green Climate Fund to be an investor in us. So our investment process mirrors theirs. I'd like to just say to anyone who's worked for the Green Climate Fund, our timelines do not mirror theirs. We're much faster. We work to commercial timelines. But we do, and ultimately our analysis is underpinned by their investment process. And secondly, because that is an internal assurance process, externally we also seek to align any transaction we do with the climate bond standard. We did a survey of the market, and there's quite a number of these different standards that people could ascribe to, but actually by far 40% plus of the market actually came back and said that the CBS standard was the one. And so I'm going to do you a big plug here, but it's true. It's what came back from the consultants we hired to do the survey. And to give you a context, the standard that was there was 10% sort of the market. So it's a big gap. So we use that as an external validation of saying, look, our process has been basically vetted by the GCF, but equally, you know, as an additional layer of assurance, we're going to use the CBS to give you that sort of comfort. And that has proven, you know, the reception to that from the market has been really good. So we've been great.
Excellent. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks for the plug. I wasn't fishing. Sirsha. Okay, so we've heard about specialized investment funds, guarantees. Now we want to hear about insurance. You know, there's a critical role for insurance in climate resilience, clearly. So could you please elaborate a bit on the work you're doing with the Insurance Development Forum? And really, I'd like to really hear about how underwriting practices can really enhance the investability of some of these projects. And what can the insurance industry do about this? And how can the insurance industry really play a more central and prominent role in prevention and preparation, in going beyond the traditional sort of scope of risk transfer? So over to you.
Great, thank you, Jonah. And there's a lot to unpack there. So I think I'll get started. Just to for those of you who don't know, I lead Zurich's engagement with the Insurance Development Forum. Insurance Development Forum is a public-private partnership that was established in 2015, industry-led, with World Bank and UN and various different UN agencies, co-chaired by the World Bank and UNDP. And the idea behind it was to bring these insurance capabilities and know-how and experience to help build resilience of businesses, countries, societies that are most exposed and most vulnerable to climate and disaster-related risks. So that's in a nutshell. And part of the way that we do it is we look at, you know, understanding what is actually the risk exposure, the climate risk exposure that cities, communities, countries are actually faced with. Because there's a bit of a challenge there. There's a bit of an information asymmetry as well when it comes to investing and when it comes to raising capital funds. Is, you know, how exposed are the investments that we have actually to climate risks? And this is also from people who are looking to raise capital, governments who are looking for private investors, but also from us as investors as well when we look to invest in infrastructure assets or property assets, etc. We want to understand what our future climate risk exposure is actually going to be. And we need to bridge that gap and know-how and make sure that we can close that information gap. And this is one of the reasons why the Insurance Development Forum has actually invested a lot of time to focus on providing risk analytics as a public good to V20 and other countries through a program called the Global Risk Modeling Alliance. In addition, we also know that there's a real need for the climate adaptation and investing in climate adaptation and resilience. This is something that, this is why we're here as a panel, that we know that is not happening enough. And one of the challenges that we see as investors is that it's difficult for private actors and private investors to really capture what is the actual impact of that investment in terms of resilience and adaptation. And this is another barrier that we as investors can face, and hence the taxonomy is actually a good way to kind of break that barrier, similar as we did with the green bond taxonomy for the resilience investing, to understand what is actually the impact that this investment is having in terms of building resilience of society and communities and businesses that are issuing these bonds, or where they want to allocate the proceeds of these bonds to. So we need to be able to strengthen those aspects as well in terms of understanding what do we mean by resilience, what do we mean by adaptation, what is the impact that we're having in terms of building resilience and adaptation. That's very much focused on the output side of the investment. The other aspect, and this is where we touch about the underwriting side of it, is when we're looking at investing in, for example, public assets, infrastructure, and other property assets, we need to understand the resilience of the actual investment itself. So you need to make sure as an investor that your income, your returns are guaranteed over a long. Guaranteed is a bit of a strong word here, but that you're going to generate the expected rates of returns on that investment over the time horizon of the investment. If those returns are in danger because the investment in the dam, for example, is no longer going to generate any income, or the toll road is not going to generate any income because of a climate disaster, obviously that's not a good thing as an investor. So you need to figure out in the input side, through underwriting practices, through risk engineering assessments as well, how resilient is that investment actually to future climate disasters. And this is also part of the toolkit that insurance companies can bring to the table to provide that insight and analysis before either before the project is actually started, are we actually investing enough time in making sure that the investment that we make at the beginning is going to make that infrastructure asset a bit more resilient going forward on the input side of things. Also, by considering these things from an underwriting and risk engineering perspective and investing a bit more time to understand how you can mitigate the impact of climate risks on that asset, you're also going to increase the insurability of that asset as well, which is the other piece of the puzzle that investors also want to make sure that there is some insurance protection, payment protection, return protection, construction protection that is being provided to that infrastructure asset. And there, again, is insurance capabilities can provide a really good lever to be able to understand the risk exposure, understand how to mitigate that risk, how to reduce that risk, making sure that that asset is also more insurable and hence more investable. And this connectivity is something that is not necessarily well appreciated in the market. People have a very not simplistic view, I don't want to say that, but the view of the insurance industry is, we pay you a premium, and if we're lucky, we get the claim payment paid. But what I'm trying to get across is actually, and this is the work that we do as part of the Insurance Development Forum, is that we have a lot more that we can bring to the table, and we need to bring that risk management aspect to the table, because if we don't, we're not going to be able to create the environment, which means that the investments can actually flow to those assets that need the investment. I hope I addressed the questions and the points that you wanted to
absolutely, Saoirse, absolutely. And just again, sorry, you can tell I'm doing the follow-ups in one go just to be effective. So my question for you is, do you see any examples of like these risks, like having a better understanding of risk? I feel like I've been to so many conferences over the years about understanding risk, but then very few about what do you do next and what are people doing next? Once you've understood it, how do you actually create products and services off the back of that? How do you price it in? So what are you seeing as like maybe an example? Could you give us an example of what you're seeing with some of your partners on this front?
Yeah, I have to think of, there's quite a few. I've got to think of some. So one project, for example, that the insurance development members are working on is developing the risk exposure for Ghana, I think it is. It's one. I think that's it. There's a few projects out there. But the idea behind it is once they understand that exposure, that they understand where they can actually put the investment, how do they better respond to future flooding, future issues that are going to come down the pipeline. And it's helped the government then be able to make those informed decisions about response planning, but also investing, and be able to tailor then future actions and develop their improved adaptation plans as well. So that's one aspect of it too. Another one, and this is more from our business, from my company's perspective, we worked with a city to understand their heat exposure. And in particular for one of the identified vulnerable communities, it was school kids. And they're particularly exposed to heat. What is it that the schools and the council and the city can do in order to mitigate and impact the negative health impacts and physical impacts on children in schools from heat exposure? And the city council is now using that as an input to develop better access to water, planning, tree planting, and things like that to help mitigate that. So these are a couple of smaller examples, small and big examples of the way that insurance insights can actually really turn into real action that helps improve then the future exposure of communities to the climate disasters they're particularly facing in their region.
Thanks. Those are great examples. Thanks, Saoirse, for sharing those. Okay, I'm going to go over to you, Jianfu from AIIB. I know that AIIB issued its first adaptation bond, which was super exciting. I think is the first adaptation bond in Asia, or perhaps globally. Maybe you can just correct me if I'm wrong on that. So would love to hear more about what was the motivation behind that? Why did AIIB take this step of issuing an adaptation labeled bond? And what do you see as like the role of MDBs and multilateral development banks in scaling climate resilience efforts? And while you're answering those questions, it would be great to also hear, again, just some specific examples of the types of projects that this fund, that this bond is going to be supporting.
Yes, thank you very much, Ujala. Yes, you are right. We issued the first Asian, not global. I think the EBRD actually issued a adaptation bond before us in 2019, I understand. Yeah, so we did that last year. It was 500 million Australian dollars. It's not a massive amount, but we had a very good outing, and it was oversubscribed. Shows very encouraging signs of broad investor interest in supporting adaptation climate resilience. It's a 5-year bond, and with so the motivation is really as an infrastructure bank. Let's face it, if the infrastructure, particularly this critical stock of infrastructure, they are not made resilient, there's no hope. Whether it's economy or communities or even the ecosystem. So for many people, this reliable, resilient infrastructure is really lifelines, to that quality of life and health, access to health, education, and everything else. So that's really very clear from the very beginning. As a relatively new bank, development bank, I think it's we had a very strong, healthy balance sheet, so we can leverage, and we need to do more. There's now a increasing recognition from our client countries. For many years now, when we talk about adaptation resilience, developing countries are very comfortable talking about borrowing to do that. So they all, from a moral standpoint, the resilience adaptation cost needs to be provided by public finance from the developing countries flow. But year after year, we see impacts and the devastation. So countries realize they're just waiting for that grant money is not going to work. So they started to accept when we need to borrow, we need to invest from our own domestic budget, from international market. So now I think, we have that kind of opportunity also. Countries are starting to shift the mindset on this. And we need to increase our firing power, the lending capacity. So that's one of the ways we thought we could increase that ability and capacity. And I think one of the things we noticed is that the very strong interest from the market is that, as MDB, as you asked, how MDBs can actually play a bigger role to support this initiative. I think one of the advantages we had as MDBs, they have confidence that, what we say we're going to invest in, there is a very stringent process in place. Amalie would know very well from her time with ADB. So we have a very strict definition of what we call adaptation, very evidence-based. You need to go through this very robust analysis to define your climate vulnerability context for whatever you are investing in. And then you have very direct linkage between what you are investing in and that vulnerability context. So we have that in place. We have been doing that for our transaction. So investors do, get that comfort and able to, take the action. So what other MDBs now also have that, process. We work as a group. We also have, in addition to tracking the adaptation finances through this very robust process, we are also working on defining this resilience results matrix. We can claim whatever billion we are putting in adaptation. So people ultimately ask, show us the results. What have you been able to achieve? So we are also at the COP29, we are able to launch a common approach paper to really present a set of resilience results matrices as well. So MDBs have a lot of advantage in this space, I think, with the system we already have in place. In terms of the kind of projects where we are able to use the proceeds to finance, I think they are ultimately climate resilient infrastructure projects, and a very large chunk of this proceeds go to a integrated flood risk management project in China following that huge flood in central China. And also some other infrastructure projects. There's one project in India also benefited from this, the sale of the bonds. An energy sector project is electricity distribution grid improvement. So there were 1,700 kilometers of distribution line will be undergrounded to reduce the exposure to storm and also, the damage from falling trees, during those stormy weather conditions. I think that in terms of challenges we face, I think this is still there's a lack of good project pipeline. I think this is somewhere we really need to work on. And there's interest and there's capital in the market, and how do we leverage them? How do we channel them into the right projects? I think that's where we still need to do more work on. But with again, the good news is that with the taxonomy, including the new resilience taxonomy which Alain led, including that list of 1,400 also potentially eligible activities. I think now our colleagues working in operations, they get inspiration from that kind of information, because this is all relatively new for the traditional banking professionals. So the more we expose and the more concrete examples we have, I think the easier for them to really go out and proactively seek that kind of investment opportunities. Thank you. I will stop here.
Thanks, Jianfu. That was really helpful and insightful, and it's so good to hear about these really critical, vital infrastructure projects being funded through this bond. So yeah, we're really, really sort of inspired by the leadership there. Amal, I'd like to turn to you with my last question and maybe my favorite question, because I love to hear about effective collaboration. Because collaboration is talked about a lot, but making it happen in a true way is a challenge. And I know that BII, in partnership with UNEP FI and others, has really led the way in establishing the Investors Collaborative for Adaptation. Sorry if I messed up the acronym or the title. But it would be really great to hear about what the vision is for this collaborative, and really just more generally also drawing from that, how collaboration can really foster the efficiencies that we need and the coherence that we need to drive scale. And just picking up on what Jianfu said about the lack of pipeline also, is how can we really build this pipeline through more collaborative exercises and collaborative platforms?
Yeah, thank you. So again, just in case anyone isn't aware who British International Investment is, who we are, we're the UK's DFI, and we only invest, or primarily invest, in Africa and Asia, particularly South Asia. So, when I was reading the results of our survey, as you can imagine, we know that both of those continents are really on the front line of the climate crisis. So for us, adaptation has been core to our climate strategy since we launched our first full strategy back in 2020. And it became quite clear early on that we could do so much, but if we really wanted to address the scale of the challenges and the risks in the markets which we serve, then we really needed to build collaboration really early on, and very effective collaboration. And the way in which we've been doing that is probably, and I think actually it relates quite well to the structure of the taxonomy, the resilience taxonomy, because we see the challenges in two main ways. There's how to ensure that everything we invest in is adapted or is resilient. And in that respect, I mean, infrastructure being an obvious one, but when we think about funds, so we invest a lot through funds, you know, we've done a lot of training with our GPs to help build their understanding of what these, what climate risk is, but also the opportunities, the opportunities look like too, are really important. And then corporates is another key challenge, because it's not just the boundary, their own sort of boundary that they have to be concerned about. They have to worry about their supply chains. And obviously food and agriculture sector already being heavily impacted in Africa, in Asia, particularly in India, we've seen. So, you know, that sort of building capacity is critical. But again, you know, the importance of collaborating with our peers, we identified pretty early on as being essential if we're to create this coherency, as you emphasized. You know, we know from an investor's perspective that, you know, having as coherent and transparent approach towards both the risk and the opportunities is critical. I would say, and you know, when we look at the adaptation, we say ANR for short, the ANR investing agenda, it's really become quite a hot topic pardon the pun, not a great pun. It's really grown in, the level of interest and engagement around this has really grown quite significantly in probably just the last 3 or 4 years, actually. And so it becomes even more critical that we don't lock ourselves into a very fragmented, complex system that isn't going to provide the necessary signals. That, you know, frankly, as we've seen, the ESG investing agenda, as I think, you know, many would recognize, has been, you know, become incredibly complex and led to a whole raft of challenges, including greenwashing, etc. Now, with the ISSB, that's starting to change with more sort of standardization in particular. But I think, you know, for ANR, we really are at quite a critical point in time, actually, I think, before, you know, things are not locked in. There's still a lot of fluidity. So through the collaborative and UNEP-FI, the Secretariat, we've been working in 3 main ways. The first being around this agenda around adapted, if you like, so around physical climate risk approaches, trying to ensure that we can have a more common, dare I say, harmonized approach to physical climate risk assessment. And we will actually have a publication coming out on that next week. The second is around what we refer to as investor relevant metrics. And particularly for us as impact investors, you know, it's all about metrics around the outcomes and impact that we can deliver. And we're delighted that Craig is here, who has worked, continues to work closely with the collaborative, not just on the metrics, but he's been leading that area of work with us. So, you know, how we can, and we've launched a report earlier this year on that, where we look at what are the outputs, outcomes, and impact for people, planet, and the economy. Because, you know, recognizing that we need to deliver resilience across all 3, but some companies may prioritize, you know, some aspects of that. I mean, in terms of the opportunities that we've seen at BI, we've seen quite a lot of really interesting early stage, very innovative entrepreneurs coming through, particularly in India, probably not surprisingly linked to the tech space, so ag tech, fintech, companies that are maybe quite small in terms of scale of investment, but in terms of the impact, can be, you know, have a very large impact in terms of the number of smallholder farmers, for example, that may benefit. So have an understanding around that is really important for us as a DFI and the DFI members of the Adaptation Resilience Investors Collaborative, but we also need to send create greater transparency of what those opportunities look like moving forward. And then the third one, which is the third area of this collaborative, is around capital mobilization. That one, I think we sort of we parked that a little for initially because we thought we needed to progress the other two dimensions. But that's the one that's really starting to pick up. And again, working with Craig and the Secretariat, we're now in the process of looking, what is really needed to scale investments. So really interested in the taxonomy and what, and how that helps create greater transparency. Really interested in Invesco, what Invesco's doing, because we are seeing a lot of interest from big, the big commercial investors now, but translating that interest into real investments is going to be key. And just to also emphasize or reiterate the point that Zhanfu made, I mean, the pipeline is also really, really critical. Now, I think as DFIs and also MDBs, we can help build out the pipeline as well. But at the same time, we also need to see what I would say much more action from governments in putting in place some of the enabling environment, enabling conditions that will start to unlock private sector opportunities as well.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. And it's funny you talked about working with Craig. I also have to give a shout out, and Noah and the Catalyze team have also been behind the development of the resilience taxonomy. So there we go, coherence, right? Already we're seeing, a lot of us coming together around similar approaches and really trying to bring these approaches to be interoperable and to be compatible. So I think that's really great. So we have, I think, time for maybe, well, we only have 2 minutes left. So is there time for maybe a quick one question? Yes, awesome. So any questions? Sorry, we didn't leave more time, but just got carried away with listening to all these amazing insights. Yes, in the back, please. And if there's any other, maybe we could take one more if there's anybody else who wants to go at the same time. Just right there. Yeah, there's someone coming with a mic. Okay, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rohit from Imperial. We talked about guaranteeing sovereign nations. How scalable is this model? Can this also be applied to a particular sector, sectoral guarantee bonds, maybe?
Great, thank you for that question. And then if you could just go to
Elena from Mizuho, but this is more of a intellectual question rather than a career-oriented, job-oriented question. We talked about incentivizing governments. We talked about the insurance insights. Can we connect both? And have you seen it happen? For instance, as we have more insurance insights on climate resilience and climate mitigation and the infrastructure that's required, can we incentivize governments, municipalities to do more, perhaps through giving them lower premiums or lower interest rates as they implement those measures through the insights that we have gotten through the insurance side of things? Just a question. I'm wondering if this has happened or if there's any thinking that's already started on this. Thanks.
Excellent question. So I think the guarantee question maybe goes to you, Las, and then maybe the insurance question, Saoirse, you can tackle.
Sure. So on the question of scalability, very scalable. So $1 of capital into us, we can write $10 of guarantees. So it's a 10x leverage on that. And in terms of can it be applied to sectors? Yeah, absolutely you can. I mean, fundamentally though, as with any good risk management, you want a diversified portfolio to some degree. So you could look at it on a sector basis, but maybe on a geographically diverse basis. So there are these things, but it's all possible, basically. Yeah.
It's all possible. That's what we want to hear. Saoirse.
Yeah, so, and thank you for the question, because it's precisely these kind of insights that, as an industry, that we're bringing to the Insurance Development Forum and working with the public sector, which is part of something we haven't, Amalie, you touched upon it as well, working with governments and public sector and all that, but I think that's core part of the Insurance Development Forum. I mentioned the Global Risk Modeling Alliance as an example. That is where we're bringing those climate risk insights exactly to the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, whatever department we're working with, to understand what their exposure is and where they can actually invest, with the idea that at the next stage, ideally they can start thinking about insurance schemes or risk transfer schemes for the remaining risk that they cannot reduce. They understand what their risk exposure is, they've done what they can in order to reduce their risk exposure, and ultimately develop a risk transfer solution that is more affordable, because the premiums are just a reflection of the risk, right? So if you reduce the risk, the premiums can be reduced. There's another task force working with the Union Insurance Development Forum, which is the Disaster Risk Reduction Task Force. And there as well, we're working with a couple of countries to integrate this thinking and this link. If you are looking at investing in risk reduction measures, what is the connectivity and what is the impact that has on the premium that is then the premium and insurance solution that is being developed under that program. So indeed, this is very much something that we need to continue to foster and we need to continue to bring to the table. And this public-private partnership is so important to be able to do that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Sorry, we did have some background noise, but I think people were able to hear. I hope you were able to hear the answer. But thanks so much, Saoirse, and thank you, everybody. I just want to wrap up by just final words of, isn't it amazing that we had 5 panelists, all with solutions, all like in the thick of it in terms of moving capital, making things happen. So I'm just so happy that you were able to join us and share that with us. And I think it's really, really hopeful to hear, these things that are in action. So thank you, everybody, and thank you to the panelists.
Thank you.
And the theme of today is, of course, we can do this. It's happening. It's huge, but we can do this. I want to now invite guest speaker Reis Tirado for 5 minutes on switch before we move on to our panel after that. Reis, where are you? Please join me on stage. So Reis is our agri-food lead at Climate Bonds issue. She's got new agriculture-related criteria. Well, I don't know what she's got. 5 minutes, go for it.
Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to address you today. Finance holds the key to unlocking critical solutions. One sector in particular, agriculture, which may seem challenging, offers actually huge potential when approached strategically. To help unlock this potential, I introduce to you the newly developed agriculture production, crop and livestock criteria. Criteria that I have the privilege of leading, working together with some of the brightest minds in climate science, finance, and sustainable agriculture. This is just not another framework. It is a forward-thinking tool designed to drive real change in agriculture. We have worked to ensure that this reflects both cutting-edge science and practical market needs. 3 key points I want to make highlight why this is a game changer for the market. First, agriculture is complex, but is crucial. Agriculture is one of the most complex sectors we face, and the challenges are real, as we have just heard. But my experience has shown me that there's also one with the most potential. It's not only about land, climate, or our economy. It's about food. Food is the bedrock of our economic systems, stability, and even global peace. I've seen firsthand how deeply agriculture is impacted by context, how diverse and uncertain it can be, especially in the face of climate change. We're seeing it play right now in real life. Floods, droughts, fires, they aren't just natural disasters. They're affecting the food we eat, the prices we pay, and the dividends we expect. Despite these challenges, agriculture remains a sector we simply cannot afford to ignore. Emissions from agriculture systems globally account for over 1/3 of global emissions, up to 37% in the latest IPCC estimate. This is just not an environmental challenge, it is an economic one. My second point, with complexity comes opportunity. Agriculture offers multiple opportunities for those willing to innovate. 43 commodities make up 90% of the food we eat. One of the key innovations in our criteria is the development of science-based pathways for transition plans for each of one of those 43 commodities. We work closely with top scientists to ensure these pathways are not only ambitious, but practical. You can choose which strategies will make sense in your context. For example, a farm portfolio in China could decarbonize by shifting to organic nitrogen or green ammonia, while in Brazil could invest in alternative proteins or reduce livestock size to cut methane. These criteria provide clear and comprehensive actions to help align investments with the climate goals that matter the most. My third point, land is central to our future. Finally, and perhaps more important, land is at the core of our long-term survival. To stabilize global warming at 1.5 degrees, agricultural land must become extremely carbon negative. The only safe way to achieve this at scale is by halting deforestation and transforming farmland into powerful carbon sinks. Data show that including agriculture carbon sinks in mitigation portfolios, for example, can reduce GHG, global greenhouse gas emissions prices, by 48% and increase global GDP by 0.6% in 2050. The data is clear, and so is the roadmap that we have outlined in the criteria. There is no time to waste. There's urgency, but there is also opportunity. This updated criteria marks an important milestone, but this is just the beginning. I encourage you to engage, explore, and reflect on how these align with your strategies and your portfolios. Agriculture may be complex, but it's ripe for innovation, and the potential for impact financially, socially, environmentally is enormous. I look forward to continuing this conversation and working with you to turn these insights into action. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to the discussions we're about to have in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
5 minutes?
This is so important. This is such an important development for us, because all the reasons you know. But now the next panel will explore. Rachel, may I ask you to come up, please? Rachel Hemingway, who's our head of transition programs, is going to chair the next panel and introduce the speakers. All the other speakers, please join on the stage now. Come up as quickly as you can, because we've got a lot to do. We have to move fast globally, right?
Thanks, Sean.
Hello, everyone. It's so great to be here again, and thank you, Sean, for that introduction. Let me just put this down. So, as Sean said, I'm the head of transition finance here at Climate Bonds. Been working on transition finance for nearly 4 years now. When we first started talking about transition finance and the tools associated with transition finance, I got a lot of blank faces. No one knew what a transition plan was. No one knew about 1.5 degree pathways. It was all completely new, exciting, a little bit scary. But now that's changed. When you ask people now what the core tools are for transition finance, they tend to know. Most people can tell you, I think, what the elements of a transition plan are, what the principles behind transition are, 1.5 degree aligned pathways, for example, or not relying on offsets to meet your goals. I will say, though, that transition finance is mostly talked about in the context of energy and industry. It's not really getting in the agricultural space yet. Now that, to me, is it's a lost opportunity. Agriculture, the agri-food system, is responsible for 1/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions. 1/3. That's enormous. That comes from production, that comes from transport, from the whole value chain. And there's actions that can be taken. along the whole value chain. My colleagues, led by Reyes, are working on the whole value chain for agriculture, and it's critical. When I say that some statistics, like a third of greenhouse gas emissions come from agriculture, yet less than 5% of climate finance flows to agriculture, people are kind of surprised. It's a surprising fact. There's another statistic that there is an estimate, it's not a statistic, it's an estimate, that we need about 500 billion a year for the next 10 years to get the agri-food sector from where it is now to where it needs to be. And where it needs to be is resilient. It needs to be 1.5 degree aligned. It needs to be just. So that, to me, screams opportunity. If there's such a gap in finance for the agri-food sector, that is a huge opportunity. And that's one of the things that we're going to be talking about today. But the agri-food sector, it's a challenge. As Reyes said, there's so many demands on the agri-food sector. We have the demand for food security. For a growing population, we need to meet the food security needs of our population. There's the demand for land, for biofuels, and that's just going to increase. As we invest in biofuels, the demand for land for biofuels will increase, and that's often in conflict with food security. There's a need for land to protect biodiversity as well, and that, again, can cause conflict. So we're going to talk about some of that today, and I'm thrilled to have such an esteemed panel with me, and I will be introducing our remote speaker joining us from China, Dr. Zhu. He's the head of nature initiatives for Greater China for the World Economic Forum. So welcome, Dr. Zhu. We have Lisa Sweet, who is the director of private sector engagement for the Tilt Collective, formerly also of World Economic Forum. So welcome, Lisa. We have Monica Filkova, who is the Climate and Nature Investment Strategy Lead for Aviva. So welcome. We have Daniel Poulin, who is the head of Sustainable Capital Markets at Rabobank. Welcome, Daniel. And we have my colleague, Dr. Reyes Tirado, who you have already met. So, we've got a lot to talk about, and I've got some wonderful questions to lead the discussion. So I'm really pleased to have you all here. And Dr. Zhu, I'm really pleased that you are able to join us, and thank you for joining us, because it's very late, I know, in China, so that also is really appreciated. We are going to kick off with you, Lisa, if that's okay.
Sure.
So one of the things I want to ask you, you've been working in the agri-food sustainability sector at the intersection of finance now for a while. I'm not going to say how long, but a while.
Not that old, Debbie.
But I think you've been there long enough to see some changes. So what are the new opportunities now that you're seeing in this space that you didn't really see before? And what are the barriers that have been overcome in recent years, but what still needs to be done?
So in terms of the opportunities, I'm going to talk from the industry's perspective and the barriers that have been overcome. And I think first and foremost, the recognition that this sector is now getting within the climate space is huge, and it's a game changer, and it has not been there for a very long time. So we've been talking about transitions, we've been talking about the hard to abate sectors, the agri-food systems, which I'll refer to as the food systems because from the food systems world, that's how we talk about it, is only recently getting up into the climate agenda. And so you think about COP26, where regenerative agriculture and agriculture innovations first took place. You think about COP28, where they actually had a food day. And one of the key pillars there was actually finance. But when you think about the food systems, you have to think through the complexity of this system, which Reyes was talking about earlier. And I'm going to hone in on three particular areas. The first is climate. So we've heard the 30%, 1/3, 37%. It's all relative. It's huge. Huge part of the emissions, but it's 100% of the resilience of our future world. If we cannot feed our future world, there is no world. So if we remain our current production and consumption trajectory, we can only feed 3.4 billion people, according to that, within planetary boundaries, which you know we're quickly crossing. So that brings us to nature. Nature both has an impact on the food system, so we rely on the food systems to deliver, we rely on nature to deliver the food. But then, of course, obviously, how we grow and produce food is degrading our natural ecosystems at the same time. So 70% of biodiversity loss is attributable to agriculture and the food systems right now. That's huge. You can't reach your nature targets without tackling the food systems, and that recognition is becoming greater and greater as the commitments for nature are becoming greater and greater. The third is on the health side. So under the business as usual consumption and production systems, by 2040, health-related costs of the food system will be $8.6 trillion a year. That's huge. And we can fix that. And I think the opportunity is there and the recognition is growing. The second piece, aside from recognition, is the connectivity of the supply chain. So now we're talking about food systems. We're not just talking about agriculture. We're thinking about the whole flow of the system from farm to fork and what that means and what these interdependencies are. And that's a huge improvement because no longer can somebody just point to other parts of the sector and say, it's only you that's responsible. It's everybody who's operating in this space that's now responsible. We know that with improved data and transparency, 70 to 90% of food systems actors, their emissions sit within scope 3. It's not things they can control directly, but it's things that they have an influence on. And that brings us to really the third point of what we're seeing in terms of the opportunities. It's really the private sector that is starting to step up and take ownership of their role in this space. So you see a lot of corporate commitments which have evolved from just the deforestation commitments, which are so crucial and so necessary and progressing along, to more and more the big trend has become regenerative agriculture commitments, which needs a lot more work, but it's in progress. And the thing that I'm particularly most excited about is the ownership of some of the private sector to really step up and say, hey, we can shift consumer behavior. We actually do play a role in that. It's not just about offering them choice and delivering them what we want, but we can actually influence that. So you see all the Dutch retailers coming up and saying, no, we've got to drive the split of proteins that we're delivering to the consumer, that we're selling to the consumer. We've got to shift them to more plant-based options to help protect our future. In terms of what's missing, I'm going to go now to the finance perspective and talk about the ROI of investing in a plant-rich food system. So when we think about the changes that need to happen to the food system and the transitions that need to happen, we're talking about improving our current production and systems, what we do on the field, things like regenerative agriculture or methane inhibitors for cattle. We're talking about shifting to a plant-rich food systems, which is my area of expertise. And we're talking about food loss and waste, which is a third of the food systems is just kind of disappearing into the not getting consumed. And that's a huge loss. But my expertise is really in the plant-rich food systems. So when we think about the ROI of investing in plant-rich food systems, this is a huge and hugely overlooked opportunity. The estimate is it's 165 billion of that 400 billion annually that's required to transition the food systems. Only 2% of this is currently financed. It's nothing. And when we look at the ROI, we just did a recent analysis on this. It's 5 times the emission reduction per dollar spent of an investment in renewables. It's 4 times the emissions reduction of an investment in electric vehicles. And even if you look at it relative to these other areas in the food systems, it's 2.5 times as powerful of an investment as investing in changes to production alone. So there's a real bang for your buck there. But as was mentioned earlier in the day, we're not talking about business as usual. We're talking about progress as usual. And we really need to rethink and dramatically shift the space and what's happening here. But there's some huge upsides to that. So Sean earlier mentioned that 2/3 of the capital needs are about rethinking what you already do. When you look at this transition to a plant-rich food systems, 70% of that $165 billion per year is in OpEx. It really is about that shift of what you're putting that money towards. The other big thing to think about in terms of the opportunity of investing in the food systems and investing in this transition is that the food systems is really one of the only spaces that can, and one of the only sectors that can deliver on benefits that other sectors cannot. And I'm gonna look to my notes for these stats, but if we move to a plant-rich food system, we will release 1.6 billion hectares. That's 12% of the world's land. And as you were saying, we so desperately need this land. We will slow down biodiversity loss by 40%. We will have water savings equivalent to the current freshwater withdrawals of both China and the US. We will reduce water pollution by 40%, and we will have $3.4 trillion in annual health savings, plus an increase in healthy years of life lived. And who couldn't want that?
Amazing, perfect timing as well. And two things you mentioned that were really interesting, because we were talking about OpEx earlier and the need for continual investment in agriculture, so we can come back to that one. And Lidl, I think, just to promote a company here, has stepped up and made specific commitments for its plant-based offering. Is going to meet X% by 2025. So they're really seeing the benefit of this. And I'll come to Monica next. And it's a little bit, again, about the opportunities and about the benefits. And as the nature investment lead at Aviva, what are the opportunities that you're seeing? Because you touched on nature, I touched on nature. I mean, it's an integral part of the Agri system. So I'll hand over to you. How are you working to embed these into Aviva? And what do you think needs to happen to make the agri-food sector more attractive to institutional investors?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to start with there's a really impressive statistics. And if you can achieve that, that would go a long way towards safeguarding our future. I think the challenge with agriculture is, I mean, you would have heard this before, is things like the size of the deals, the credit quality. So as an investor, we tend to get exposure through the value chain for the most part. We definitely do see opportunities. And in terms of specifically investment opportunities, Aviva Investors, which is our in-house asset manager, launched a natural capital transition fund, which invests in equities that support the transition to more sustainable agriculture, amongst other things. And I'm going to look at my notes. So it's an Article 9 fund, either providing solutions to reduce human impact on nature and transitioning their business models towards more nature-positive economy. It comes with a 3-year engagement program and things that it's targeting on precision agriculture, reducing pesticide and fertilizer use, plant-based protein, but also verification, so that there is that accountability, so investors actually build up the confidence in investing this type of, it's considered new and niche. I mean, it's all around us, but in terms of investments, it is still relatively niche, so you need to build that confidence. There are exclusions, so intensive animal farming is excluded, pesticide manufacture is excluded. So part of it is looking at how do you find the investment opportunities. A lot of them come through consumer goods companies, and within consumer goods companies you would have agriculture per se, but you would also have the food value chain, so you'd have the retailers, the food producers. As an institution, we also have exposure, for example, through financial institutions we have in our portfolios. What are they financing? What companies are they financing? Are the companies that they're financing involved in deforestation? So you can start to get a sense that it's actually quite a complex web of relationships. And fundamentally, what we believe in is in stewardship and engagement across the value chain, where, so to your point about influence, it's talking to those consumer goods companies, it's talking to governments, it's trying to engage peers in similar conversations to scale up the visibility of issues. And on the point of engagement, just this year, Aviva investors have launched 3 new programs. One of them is nature-related, directly nature engagement. One is around the circular economy, which comes back to are we seeing all of our assets as assets rather than waste? So the point you made earlier around a lot of food is wasted. Are there better models? So circular economy is one of those engagement programs. And also water stewardship, because agriculture as a sector, it has lots of tentacles. It links into a lot of issues that we're perhaps thinking of them somewhat narrowly. Water stress is water stress for a bottling plant in India, or wherever it may be, but water stress has quite a lot of implications. Some of it is climate caused, some of it is human caused. How do you engage with companies more broadly, which has then the knock-on effect that you would want on soil health, on agriculture, food production, and so on. One of our new initiatives is based off of a biodiversity assessment that started off about 2 years ago, so it's been 2 years in the making, but identifying companies to engage with. So it's 30 companies, and the engagement is around biodiversity loss as a result of deforestation and ecosystem conversion. A lot of that conversion would be agriculture, so how do you marry the two? At the same time, we're actually very interested in the benefits of carbon sequestration. And some of it is afforestation, obviously. Some of it is protecting the oceans, but the bit that we want to crack, we haven't quite cracked it, is how can you use regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, and other solutions to lock in carbon emissions rather than seeking or relying a lot on technological solutions to sequester carbon. The intersection between nature and climate has a lot of impacts also in how we protect species that links into, if we don't have bees, we don't have crops and so on. But the point is it's all interconnected, so how do we create a holistic view of touch points, engagements, other topics that are points of engagement, so antimicrobial resistance, for example, animal health, also as well as the more prosaic nature-based solutions. I mean, and I say that a bit flippantly, but it's actually a big lever because nature-based solutions have very obvious climate benefits, and people have now gotten used to the idea of we need to mitigate climate change, therefore we need to sequester emissions and we need to protect from floods and so on. But the benefit of natural solutions are that it also supports for nature, and that's quite important for us. As a corporate citizen, Aviva has a fair bit of history in supporting partnerships, nature projects with WWF, with the Woodland Trust, also specific nature-based solutions projects in the UK, in Canada, working in Canada also with Indigenous populations. So There is that impetus to find how an investor can fit into that. But ultimately, we do need to be cognizant of the fact that we're part of a value chain. So we need to engage with our investees. And the way that that engagement pans out is effectively asking our investees to engage with their supply chain so we can precipitate change, which requires quite a lot of collaboration, coordination to really make it happen. And the last thing I would say is, in terms of investors, it is really important to have clarity as to what the criteria are. And investors really like criteria. They really like, if you hit this number, then it's all good. I welcome the new addition of the agriculture criteria and the pathways that come with it, because it makes our lives so much easier to have indicators that are science-based, that it is okay, well, this is what we're aiming for. It might not be there, but this is what we're looking for. And it does make the conversation flow. So congratulations on that.
Well, we love criteria. I mean, it's what we do. So very pleased to hear that you're finding it useful. And I'm going to come over to you, Daniel, now, because one of the things you said about engaging with the supply chain is one of the things that I wanted to ask you about, and how Rabobank is supporting the people that you work with to engage with their supply chain, because transition isn't about one company, whether it's an investor engaging with their clients, whether it's a bank engaging with their clients. Yeah. Those people then have to engage with their supply chain. Yeah. So how is Rabobank working on this? Because you gave me a really interesting example earlier, so I'm going to come back and put you on the spot with that one.
Yeah, no, sure. So I think, my domain is debt capital markets, so I'm talking a lot with our bond clients, BP clients, investment grade, on how they can transition and help that supply chain. And we'll come back to that example because I heard Dutch retailers, and I think there's a good example there. But more as a bank as a whole, we have a dedicated food system transitions team. We have Rabo Partnerships, which partners with other banks who have more smallholder farmers in their portfolio as clients, and see how we can do more there. We do it ourselves. We have focus on Region Ag, the big container of all different practices where nobody agrees what is what, but okay. It's a step in the right direction. So we do a lot there. We have, for instance, Acorn, so that's on agroforestry to sequester carbon. Well, deforestation already touched upon, no deforestation, that's general rule. Within the Rabobank, then we have food waste, which we focus on. We have the alternative proteins that we focus on. And again, all targeted towards smallholder farmers. But coming back to that specific, maybe two examples. One being, you touched upon little, but I think Ahold Delhaize with their SLB framework, March 2024, you can look it up. It states all the levers that they have to change the supply chain. I think that type of transparency is what you would want to see. So they state 3 levers, one being collecting data from the supply chain on scope 1 and 2 emissions, because they needed to report on their scope 3 emissions. It's also having a animal plant protein ratio and targets. And thirdly is also promoting the right things towards customers. And I think the interesting one on collecting data, because besides on the bond side, we also have what we call Sustainable Finance Panel within the bank, where I'm co-chair, so I see all the loans throughout the bank that have like a sustainable, signature on it, and we judge upon whether that's good or not. So for those, like a second party opinion, but then more internal. So I see all those loans, and some examples that I see on gathering that supply chain information is, we had a client who exactly does that, but also provides the consultant. So they say, we have a dedicated consultant for you that knocks on your door and will help you, get the bills and make sure you have that inventory scope 1 and 2, because we need it. And we know how cumbersome it is and stressful it might be to collect all the data. So we help you do it. So that's the kind of thing we would like to see. Another thing we would like to see is, and that we see more and more throughout the value chain, is that producers or processors of food that have certain inputs, they target specifically smallholder farmers and give them trainings on, this is like the minimum we want to see on environmental policy or human rights policies. So they help the smallholder farmers actively and target them actively. So you have literally a KPI that states, these are the number of smallholder farmers that we have. By 2030, we want to have 100% have done the training. And and that's where it becomes interesting, because from an LMA point of view, so LMA, Sustainability Linked Loan Principles, everybody adheres to that. And if you would go down the lines, then say, is it ambitious? Yeah. What's the benchmark? Well, there you go. There's not really a benchmark for that specific inputs, for that specific smallholder farmers. But we like it because it incentivizes good behavior. So that's what we try to push for, although sometimes you could say that the benchmark might be arbitrary. But we see the positive benefits there. And that's maybe coming back to what the other panelists also said, F&A is pretty hard because it's so diverse. And it's diverse in terms of the products that you produce, and it's diverse in terms of the regions that you are in. And you need to take that regional context in the back of your mind every time you look at a deal. I mean, what we do in the Netherlands, where we have a 3 billion dedicated transition fund for our farmers, so they can, if they want to move or want to innovate, we have loans with favorable conditions for them. It's different than what we do in Australia or South America or the continent of Africa. So you really always need to take that into account. So it's a bit of tailor-made things that we do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so it's a nice move on now to Dr. Ju, because Dr. Ju, we're going to be asking you about what can companies do? We've spoken to an investor and a bank, and what's the role of companies in the supply chain to help global sustainability in agriculture? And I'm thinking of a particular example that I think you've been involved with. There was a collaboration to combat deforestation between some really large Chinese companies. What were the drivers behind that collaboration and some of the benefits that the actors in that supply chain were seeing? So over to you, Dr. Ju.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. So a large retail business play a very important role for downstream of the supply chains. On the one side, they have the influence power of requiring their suppliers to provide sustainable or green raw materials. On the other side, they are the consumer-facing companies, or some are listed company. So they have more pressure coming from the consumers, investors, and the regulators, so which directly influence their business value. So despite the important role this retailer business play, they cannot achieve by their own. They require strong collective actions across the whole value chains. Yeah, you just mentioned the collaboration between COFCO and Mengniu Group. So this is a particular good cases happens. So both COFCO and the Mengniu Group have been partnership with the firm and specifically in sustainable agri-food business. So COFCO International has been leading on the sustainability work and completed $2.3 billion sustainability linked facilities in 2019. So that's with 21 international banks participating. And Daniel from Robobank also at this panel today. So actually Robobank acting as sustainability coordinator for this deal. So as you know, Mengniu Group is one of the China's largest dairy company. They are covering over 95% of the urban household dairy milk consumption. And also it is a listed company at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. So with about half of its investor actually from European and the US. So back into 2020, Mengniu Group, they are facing increasing pressure from their investors of divestment. if like the Mengniu do not have a deforestation-free like raw material policy or strategy and action plan in place. So following that, so the forum like Tropical Forest Alliance in China, we have worked closely with them to formulate a time-bound forest commitment and policies. And furthermore, we have like established a platform, so-called Global Task Force on Green Value Chains. So this like task force really dedicated support from Mengniu to lead the whole industrial value chains action initiated from the Chinese market. So up to now, like there are 10 companies based on China sign up for this task force. So like based on this platform and the committed collaboration among the partners, Mengniu and Copco International has achieved the first deforestation and conversion-free soybean trade from Brazil to China. Actually, this 31st May of this year, 50,000 tons of soybean like shipped arrived in China in the Tianjin port. I think this really sent a positive market signal from China to the global soft commodity market. So I think we hope like after that, there are like 2 other cases followed afterward. I think this really a milestone, big achievement in China. Like to achieve, like realize this breakthrough and find like reaching impact cannot be achieved like without, for example, the driving role of investor and also the regulators, also like academia and civil society, etc. This really like a joint effort. So I think also we recognize this still a long way to go to scale up and how to like accelerate the process to make it mainstreaming across the supply chain. And also the scale at this moment, the number of companies still limited. I think this really require wide international cooperation, like to ensure sustainable and resilient production of sustainable agricultural products. And today release this agricultural production standard, I think that's really help to really improvement of the production and also through like this scientific and technology innovations and specifically help to restore and recover the high value land and so on. Yeah, I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm hearing again and again that one of the critical aspects here is collaboration, that no one can do this on their own. You have to collaborate between companies, along the supply chain, between them, maybe the underwriter and the investor. So none of us can do this on our own, but I am also hearing from all of the panelists that our criteria are really helpful. So thank you so much, all of you. And now we come to the wonderful lady who led the development of these criteria, which is an enormous effort and a huge amount of work. And so huge congratulations to you for launching those today. Question to you, Reyes. Some of the opportunities you're seeing in this space, what are the biggest opportunities that the agri-food transition provides? Like the financial opportunities, but also maybe we've spoken a little bit about the environmental opportunities and a little bit about the social opportunities with the health costs of agriculture as it stands now. And what are some of the key elements that investors should be looking for so they know the investment they make leads to the outcomes that they want?
Okay, so in terms of, thank you first, and it's been a big effort, team effort, collective effort with many experts, people from industry, academia, a lot of colleagues in climate bonds really collaborating into this, and this is an update from something we had before. So really, it has been a big achievement to get this, but it's a, very involving many people that are have given a lot of time and effort into putting this because it's really something that is motivating a lot of us in the scientific, but also in this space in terms of, yes, we need to do something about food. So in terms of opportunities, I think maybe I'm gonna focus on three. One social, one environmental, and one financial. So the social one. There are around 500 million farmers in the world who are feeding the 8 billion people we are. So it's very difficult to get to all of these 500 million farmers, obviously, as you say, with many tools are needed to aggregate. However, there is a handful of companies that are controlling and have extreme power over how those farmers are growing and who and how they're growing. So really there's an opportunity there to channel and harness some of this power to really create the change on the ground that is needed. And that change in the ground that is needed is actually not only going to improve the sustainability, it's going to improve the lives and the resilience of millions of people on the ground. I was talking before to the ladies from the Philippines, talking about how the government now is focusing on food as one of the main elements of the government strategy, not only on sustainability, because food security is at the bottom of a lot of the things that needs to happen for a stable country. So just to say there, yes, investing in agriculture is investing in the stability of the social, but also the poverty, the well-being, the sustainable development goals, and so on. The second element, opportunity, is about environment. Yeah, we talk a lot about agriculture production, CO2, okay, how many gigatons of carbon or methane, but agriculture is actually a triple win. I would say more probably, but just triple win. It's a win for climate, it's a win for biodiversity and nature, and it's a win for social and human health, as we heard also from Lisa. So really, there's not only one thing you get when you invest environmentally, when you invest in agriculture. There's a suite of many things that you do. And I know there's many banks here, but I'm going to say something that is really pretty bad, actually. There's a report last week about...
Go ahead.
In the past 8 years, there's been an investment worth almost $300 billion in deforestation, in companies that are engaged in deforestation. When there were agreements in 2010, 2020, that we were going to stop deforestation. Stopping deforestation is not like nice because we're going to save the orangutans, which is also very important. It is because our whole survival is going to depend on that. So really, the win is also for the banks to start acting on how we source and how we invest in the ones that are really doing the change at the moment. And I know, it's unfortunate also that the European Union is delaying the EU deforestation regulation and so on and so forth, but it's a very important, in this triple win, deforestation is one important element. And then the third one is financial. So because this is so unknown, I'm sure many of the words we've been dropping here, like agroforestry, biochar, you guys don't know anything about this probably, but those are really untapped for potential. There's so many innovations, there's so many opportunities, there's so many companies that are now investing into, for example, how do we measure those emissions that we need to do? How do we track the deforestation that is happening? So there's many companies now doing satellite monitoring to really be able to implement within the supply chain the traceability that we need to just be able to export and import into the EU, for example. So just on the agri-tech, someone was mentioning before, there's so many opportunities there. Someone was mentioning also on the previous panel around, around storage, food waste and food loss. At the agri production side is food loss, where it happens, and then that's mostly in developing countries. Cold storage, any kind of storage, is something that is included in our criteria also as available for use of proceeds, label that could be certified as green. because the amount of savings you get there in terms of greenhouse gases, but also in terms of resilience of the farmer, economic importance in the farmer, there again, many wins there. And I just wanted to mention also that agriculture production is maybe the more complex, the more unknown, we're not so familiar with the farming, but still, out of these 30% of emissions, out of these third of emissions, 80% are actually coming from the farm.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about Lidl or many Dutch retailers, they're doing good, especially when they're trying to link with their scope 3, basically their farmers, who and how they are sourcing from there. So in the work we do in climate bonds, we are have developed forestation criteria, now the food production criteria, so what happens at the farm, but we're also working on alternative protein criteria. My colleague here, India Langley, is leading the work on that criteria because that's another, again, amazing business opportunity. There's a replacement that needs to happen, substitution, because we need to free up land, not 12%. The IPCC says that just to stabilize camel in a not very ambitious model, we need to free 20% of agricultural land to be able to create that carbon sink that we need. So we're going to need to be shifting that land away from livestock mostly into something else, so that criteria. And then there's also food value chain criteria, looking into what are the retailers are going to be able to do, the distributors and so on. So I'm going to leave it there now. Thank you.
Fantastic, and thank you for talking about the kind of whole range of the work that we're doing from farm gate, the production. As you said, 80% of agricultural emissions come from production, but that means 20% come from the rest of it. So the cold chain storage, the investments opportunities there are just immense. And 20% of agricultural land has to be freed up. It's a challenge, but what we're all about here is opportunity. So we need to turn that challenge into an opportunity. And I'm going to go back to Dr. Ju now. And you've given a really good example earlier, Dr. Ju, about how companies are collaborating to get rid of deforestation and supply chains and to be able to supply deforestation and conversion-free soy. I mean, you mentioned an amount of, I think it was 50,000 tons. It's enormous. But what do you feel is needed in addition to drive further growth in this space? So in the green and transition finance space for the Chinese agri-food business, what's the gap?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And last year, I've been invited to participate in the developing the investment criteria. And I think this really enjoy process, and also I learned a lot. I think this the big gap is really like to have, for example, such kind of international standard, and they can provide a framework or roadmap for the company, and they could like navigate their like agricultural production and like international trade. So how to like reduce the risks, like compliance or like physical risks, and how to like generate like a return and from a sustainable perspective. So I think this is really important to have more company and also investor to actively participate in further application and join these efforts to really like as showcase highlighting this standards, and also very important, for example, have regulatory recognition specifically in China. So I think this a number of like initiative like proposed to reduce deforestation and improve the sustainability of the supply chain, like converting or the focus on the bank industrial, like investment institutions, and also cover the full supply chain industry company. So I think this important like joint effort for these companies along the supply chain, investors, and also bank. So as a platform for promoting public-private cooperation, so the World Economic Forum also cooperate with different institutions in different dimensions, like to promote various financial initiatives to reduce defaultation risk faced by the companies and the local communities. Like for example, like investor policy dialogue on defaultation, so-called IPDD. This initiative is a forum led, driven by asset management institutions. This purpose is really to promote public policy dialogue between asset management agency, government policymaker, and key stakeholder in key countries. Like for example, in Brazil, in Indonesia, and also like in China and in Europe and UK, for example, United States. I think this is really critical, for multi-stakeholders really join this effort. So at this moment, have 81 institution or investor from 21 countries already join this effort, but at this moment, no Chinese investor institution joined yet. I think this is the big gap. In the future, in the following years, we would like to work with Chinese government and the Chinese investment institution to encouraging them to join this effort. And so yeah, we are looking forward to seeing more cases like COFCO International Sustainability Linked Loan I just mentioned earlier, and also have more cases. For example, the Mengniu Group and the COFCO International Soybean cases, and would like to extend it to beef or palm oil and other agri forestry soft community. I think this in the future really how to amplify scaling up and to really to achieve this deforestation free and conversion free soft community trade. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm being told by my colleague that we just have 10 minutes left. So we're going to be zipping through the next round of questions. But I would like to say, if people in the audience have questions, we will try and get questions from the audience. So keep them in mind, and we'll have people roaming with microphones. But just last kind of quick question to each one on the panel here. So, Daniel? Mm-hmm. How is Rabobank looking to get ahead of some of the emerging challenges in the agri space? How are you positioning yourself here?
I think maybe touching on one thing that was brought up on is water. So like every bank has to align with Paris in our view, and has to have measures in place that they steer their portfolio. I think that should be base case for every bank. But then specifically for Rabobank, water is a huge risk for our rural portfolio. So what we're doing right now, my former colleague is now heading banking for water. There's a team coming there where we specifically target that part of the portfolio where we can say, where can we de-risk and where can we finance opportunities so that either water scarcity, water pollution is being tackled. So just one very clear, concrete street that we're going down right now as a bank.
Very good. Yeah, and I keep hearing that climate change is a water problem. Essentially, it's too much in one area, not enough in another area. I live in Spain, it's either drought or flood. It never seems to be anything in between. So coming to you, Lisa, as the philanthropic representative on our panel, how are you looking to step in and address some of the gaps and the challenges? What's the role of philanthropy in this space?
Well, in terms of Tilt Collective and what we're looking to do, we're actually looking to bring a lot more money into this space. We're a re-grantor, and we're taking efforts to target climate philanthropy, health philanthropy, and animal welfare philanthropy, and get them all to really increase the investment into the space, because we know we have the ability to take risks that a lot of you don't. We have the ability to as you were saying, it takes a lot of collaboration. We have the ability to fund collaboration, and we have significant leverage in the dollars that we spent and how those translate into getting more public and private sector finance into this issue area. So that's what we're looking to do.
Short and sweet. Over to you, Monica. And it's a slightly different question, but it's related. What has Aviva learned from other sectors that you think could be replicated in agriculture to scale up the finance and the levels of ambition needed? And again, addressing some of those gaps and emerging challenges.
I started talking about one of them, which is transition pathways. So Aviva worked with WWF on a report around nature positive sector pathways, which covers nature-based solutions, vertical farming, bio-based alternatives to fertilizers. So we are looking for, as I said earlier, criteria. How do you define good? Because defining good allows you to then have an aiming point for policy and engagement. Policy as in talking to governments and looking for the right policy support, but also talking to companies. What exactly is the ask of companies when we engage with them? And for us, that's really important because those are some of the opportunities to make a difference. There is also a set of opportunities around nature-based solutions. How do we choose good nature-based solutions to invest in, whether that's through funds or as part of our private markets investments. But again, you need a definition of what good looks like, and that can unlock a lot of requirements. So the corollary to that is getting the information to actually be able to assess. It's very good having a pathway, and potentially can assess it for one individual deal. But what's really important for investors is that you can scale it up. You can look at a portfolio, you can look at a sector, you can start figuring out where the crunch points are. You have risk concentrations, what should you target in your engagement, because you can't reach everybody, so how do you prioritize? And that requires both an aiming point and the data to actually be able to act. The other aspect is the size of opportunities does tend to be small if you look at specifically agriculture, but other opportunities to scale it up. Is it possible to go a level up where the opportunities are large deal size, maybe better credit quality, working on blended finance solutions or aggregation vehicles, anything along those lines that can help create the volumes, as in deal size, but also liquidity, as in how many deals can you get, to de-risk the opportunities for institutional investors.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. Deal size, liquidity, risk, how to counteract these in agriculture where it's a lot of small actors. How can we aggregate them? Reyes, final question to you.
Ready?
Easy one. If you had one piece of advice for investors looking to support agri-food transition, what would it be? So kind of key investments, specific greenwashing risks, how to avoid them. And are there any tools available?
Yeah, so I think the panel is going to love what I'm going to say because we're all in agreement, I think. I would say ask for the numbers and don't focus on the buzzwords. You know, there's so many, we've been touching on regenerative agriculture that has a lot of benefits, but it's undefined still. So we need metrics. And the metrics, now there's, you know, big development again on how we're able to measure these things. And so looking for the output so that we can get real output, and as Monica was saying, that they also are dynamic with change, is something that I think is going to really help to see the impact that those investments are having. And I have two examples. One is the tons of carbon per hectare per year that you're able to gain into your piece of land or your portfolio of farms. So for example, we have in the criteria, minimum is 0.2 because this is kind of the very minimum that you can get with the good practices. If you do a little bit more, it can be 0.4. But if, for example, you invest in agroforestry, which is actually just bringing more more trees into your farms by, for example, growing nuts like walnuts and stuff, you can go to 1-2 tons of carbon per hectare per year. So I just say this because this can mean for a portfolio of an investment, of an investor, can be from being carbon positive to being actually carbon negative, which is, you know, in terms of also monetary value, something really, really important. So if I say one more thing is that, yes, we know, we don't really think so much about the kilos of CO2 per kilo of product or food, but we probably know about our car, how many kilos of CO2 per kilometer. So we really need to advance a lot on the metrics that are related to the food, so that what we're able to measure is what we're able to manage, as famously said. So I would say there. I would be there.
Over to you guys. Are there any questions? Right. Oh, yes. Okay. No, not you yet, Sean. There's questions behind you.
Two quick questions.
So we've got a couple of questions at the front here.
30 seconds a question, Andrew. I know Andrew, I've known him for 10 years.
One question for Felicia. You know the total flood insurance damage done. Can't you use that metric to value nature-based solutions?
I suppose that's for me. So we do have an insurance side, yes. So yes, we do take into account what we know. So we try to leverage what we know. Flood damage is definitely one of those things we keep in mind, but that doesn't really give you the full picture. It's one of a number of metrics I think you need to take into account for nature. And I don't really want to wax lyrical, but I think it's quite important to look at it holistically, and where you do have data. So to your point, if you have the data, leverage it, definitely subscribe to that. So we try to do that.
Okay. Last question from the lady at the front, and then we'll move to Sean, who's champing at the bit.
Hyoju from ABRD again. My quick question is, do you have practical tips on cost-effective OPEX monitoring measures? Because it's very costly to monitor smallholder farmers' activities on OPEX use in remote, in the middle of nowhere in Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan. We need satellite solutions, drones, whatever is practical, and please help us. We want to do it, but we need some ideas.
It's a good question. Anyone wants to take it?
Well, that's what we struggle with also. So it's, and the solutions that we find is either standardized labeling, so that's there's external verification, because smallholder farmer won't get limited assured, or you don't want to go through that process. So making sure there are external labels that we are comfortable with, and then that comfortable with, I think that's where there needs more talk and, well, more criteria. So I think that really helps, because then you can do a transaction and say, okay, this is for this portion, have that label, and you have that bill, and you can order the invoice and can send it to me. Then that's the proof that we need. So try to make it real practical and simple. And if there's a better way of doing it, then yeah, we'd love to adopt it.
Can I just say that a lot is advancing in terms of how you measure, for example, emissions. Then now many applications, you can go online and just knowing how much the farmer is producing, how much urea they're using, what are the practices, you actually get a number. That is an indication of how the practices are going and how your emission balance is actually getting through. So now there's of course, much more is needed, but there's a lot of advancement on that side also.
So with that, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Ju. You can probably log off for the night now. I think it's about 11 p.m. there. Many thanks to the wonderful panel. So that's us.
We've got a short OnSwitch session from Stuart Clenahan, who's originally a long-time bond trader, but for the last 20 years or so has been investor in green gold forestry, which he helped set up in Peru. It's about sustainable land bonds. Quick 5 minutes, then a coffee break. Now, the last session, I'm going to be asking you for reflections on the day about the future. Use your coffee break to think about the question you're going to answer all the comments you're going to make when I pick you out from the audience. Be warned. Please, Stuart, come on up.
Okay, so I'll make this as snappy as I can and try and get it done in 5 minutes. So just to introduce myself, you can see the grey hair, that came from capital markets, and the more grey hair came from trying to tackle climate change, in particular in land use. I'm experienced both at a very detailed level in projects, and of course I'm experienced in capital markets as well. And we need to bring those two things together to help solve climate change, and in particular, use nature to achieve a lot of the emission reductions and storage that we believe will not just deliver climate mitigation, but also adaptation benefits as well for some of the poorest people in the world who live in forests. About 1 billion of the world's poorest people live either in or near forest biomes. And of course, this is where biodiversity is as well. Trees, of course, comprise the forest, and the shocking figure is about 1/3 of all the species of trees, about 17,500 species of trees, are critically endangered and at risk of going extinct within our lifetimes. So that's the nature of the problem. And of course, we need finance at scale to unlock that. So I'm going to talk very briefly about the opportunities that countries have got to leverage Article 6 to really change land use at scale. The benefits of that, of course, are not just climate benefits, but also social benefits and biodiversity benefits as well. And the good news is that countries recognize their ability or their capacity to use nature. And actually, when I say nature, what I really mean is plants. Plants, of course, absorb carbon dioxide through photosynthesis. If they stay living, they're standing carbon capture and storage equipment. And of course, if they die and become part of peatland or other maybe soils under mangroves and so forth as well, they store carbon for the long term. And more than 100 countries reference in their NDCs nature as part of the solution that they believe that they can deliver to achieve their climate targets. What's interesting, I think, is that actually many of those tropical countries around the equatorial belt of the world actually can over-deliver through nature and transact with other countries which will find it difficult to meet their NDC commitments through Article 6 trade transactions. To put some numbers on this, Indonesia has now released its net sink plan, and Indonesia estimates that it can achieve by 2030 net sink of carbon dioxide from land of 140 million tons a year. By 2050, they think they can get up to more than 500 million tons a year of carbon capture and storage through natural climate solutions in their territory. So this is a very, very big opportunity indeed, which of course needs a lot of finance to achieve it. In the case of Peru, I just thought I'd mention this. My own project, of course, is in Peru. I think Peru has the capacity of delivering at least 50 million tons a year of carbon capture and storage through natural climate solutions. So you will have, of course, heard about all the many years of negotiations around Article 6, the final part of the Paris Agreement to be agreed by everybody. Article 6 is an incredibly powerful mechanism which enables countries to trade with each other and account within their national registries for the carbon either they sold to another country or bought from that country. When I illustrate this, I always use Peru and Japan. So of course, Japan has got a major industrial economy. It's heavily dependent on fossil fuels. Japan's emissions, last time I looked, were around about 1.1 billion tons a year. And Japan, of course, trades around the world. It will need to comply with the EU regulations on carbon border adjustment taxes and on deforestation regulation as well. So it's critical to Japan not just to meet its climate commitments, but also to be able to trade effectively in this new regulated system, particularly driven by the EU, to achieve those, to keep its economy going. Peru, of course, can deliver, as I've just said, net carbon sink or net carbon capture and storage. It can get into the industry of using nature-based solutions for carbon capture and storage. And that industry happens in areas which are remote and where some of the poorest people in the world live. So that it's a massive driver if we can get nature-based solutions at scale in remote areas for rural development. And of course, the biodiversity benefits from that are obvious. So under Article 6, we will see, I believe, very large commitments from countries to trade with each other to buy carbon capture and storage services. Some of those will be delivered through nature. But of course, it can also become part of a virtuous trade cycle. If I were in Japan buying something from Peru, I would say, what are you going to buy from me? And Japan and the UK, Germany and other countries, of course, are world leading in low carbon technologies. So actually, for Peru, they can accelerate their decarbonization by selling emission reductions to Japan and buying back the kit that they need to decarbonize Lima and other industries in their country. So rather than climate change mitigation being a cost, it becomes a virtual driver of economic activity and beneficial to economic growth. Now, of course, this can be funded, and I propose that countries can fund that transition through issuing sustainable land bonds. In the case of an investment-grade country like Peru, it might be a sovereign credit. In terms, as we've heard earlier, in terms of lower-rated countries, it might have to be credit-enhanced using DFI support. What's needed to get this done is, first of all, a credible plan. Indonesia has what I will credit as a credible plan to achieve those emission reductions. Peru could put one together pretty quickly. It needs coordination across the ministries, of course, to get this done, particularly Ministry of the Environment or Forestry and the Ministry of Finance. But that is all possible to get done. We also need independent monitoring, reporting and verification. There are excellent satellite services around. There's one in Scotland called Space Intelligence, which is mapping whole countries at 20-meter pixels and calculating the amount of carbon dioxide stored in natural systems in those countries. So it's possible to do that, and you need to engage, of course, independent entities to do that for you. No one's going to trust your own reporting on your emissions. Project developers in country, and there are many at the moment, voluntary carbon market project developers. The bad ones, of course, get a bit of press. There are many good ones around who are doing extremely important and successful work. Support those in country and have them feed into your Article 6 transactions. And then, of course, what we need to do is make sure that the country's regulations and registries are set up. That is underway in many countries right now. Some are already transacting under Article 6.2. I believe there's been in the order of 60 transactions already done between countries. Switzerland, for example, has been transacting, I think, with Ghana. Singapore has transacted with Thailand and a number of other countries too. So this Article 6 mechanism is working already, but now we need to scale it up. So there are trades to do. This needs billions of dollars worth of financing. By having a trade or transaction in place, you can talk to investors about where the proceeds will come to repay the bond. And of course, if you have a transaction with an investment-grade country like Japan or like South Korea, then you can actually create something which is very financeable in capital markets. So I'm going to leave it there. I think it was 5 minutes or so.
Ideas that are becoming practical. Coffee break, please. Come back for the next session, and then our wrap up. Folks, we're getting going. This is the last, well, actually the second last, because we're going to have an all-in chaotic comments to wrap up when I pick out people from the audience to say something when they're total surprise to them. So just warning you now. I'm looking for comments, reflections at the end of the day. But this is the last formal session. This is transparency and reporting, which has been a bedrock of this market, this thematic market going forward. Needs work, of course. Well, I think it needs work. This is what Christina Sewell, who's going to chair this session, Senior Analyst, Sustainable Finance at Standard & Poor's, or I should say S&P, sorry, S&P Global. They keep changing names in this world. S&P Global. Please, Christina, over to you to introduce your panel.
Thank you so much, Sean, and it's really great to see all of you here today. Still, last official session of the afternoon, but we have a great turnout. Definitely not the least of the sessions. I'm Christina Sewell. I'm a senior analyst at S&P Global Ratings, where I work on researching sustainable finance market trends and research to help ensure that our climate transition and sustainable finance opinions and products are of the highest quality possible. And today I'm really honored to be here to be moderating this panel on transparency and reporting in the green, social, and sustainable bond market. Lots of challenges still that we see here, but definitely a good trajectory forward. And I would love to now hand it over to our panelists to give their introductions. Abhishek, should we start with you and then just go down the line?
Hi, I'm Abhishek Kumar. I lead the ESG initiatives for fixed income, cash and currency at State Street Global Advisors. I also manage assets, especially related to sustainable investing.
Hi, I'm Simone Utermark. I'm a Senior Director in Sustainable Finance with ICMA, or ICMA, the International Capital Market Association, based in London. And we are mostly known in the sustainable finance space for providing the secretariat to the principles. So that's the green bond principles, social bond principles, sustainability-linked bond principles, and a lot of guidance around that.
Hello, my name is Thorsten Albrecht, and I'm Principal Investment Officer of AIB. I'm in the FIF department, so that's Financial Institution and Funds. So we bank via intermediaries, and I'm in charge of the structured products, so securitization, but also fixed income bond portfolios. We use asset manager to invest in, for example, green bonds. I'm also involved on ALCO within them, so I'm a little bit involved in our own issuances, the sustainable development bonds that AIB has.
Amazing. Thank you all so much for those introductions. I think it's really exciting to be able to get each of your perspectives from different angles of this market. To kick us off, I would like to kind of set the stage with the current reporting challenges that we are seeing right now in the green, social, and sustainable bond market, in particular to post-issuance reporting. I think we've kind of heard throughout the day here, there's a lot of increase in size and reach of the cumulative sustainable bond market. It's now going to reach about 5.5 trillion USD by the end of 2024, which increasingly magnifies also the importance of credible reporting. And for our part, at S&P, and I think this is the same for a lot of rating agencies that do second-party opinions for issuers across different sectors and regions, we're still seeing a lot of wide variation between the types of report accessibility that we get after 1 year from the framework's issuance, as well as like the overall metric quality and relevance in those reports. So I'd like to hear from each of you on this. From your vantage point, what are some of the key challenges in ensuring that we have decision-useful and transparent reporting in this market? And feel free to also highlight any kind of immediate solutions that you think could be taken for those challenges.
Yeah, I can start off with. So just sheer numbers, like 16,000 bonds are currently active in the green, social, sustainable, and sustainability-linked space. And of that, in emerging markets, 50 to 60% of issuers don't issue a post-issuance impact report, while 30% of developed market issuers don't issue. So it's not just an EM problem, but there are a lot of issuers who don't issue impact reports, which creates challenges for investors because then you don't know where the money has been spent. Then there are a lot of other challenges where like companies which are frequent issuers would not issue the impact report per bond, they would issue as a group. Now, the problem with that approach is that the new bond sort of inherits the impact of a bond which was issued many years back. So you could think of this that it has a no look back period. So that is the problem where you have a group versus an individual bond. And then the usual common problems like the carbon emissions are reported in kgs instead of tons, hospital beds instead of a number of people impacted instead of hospital beds, and so on. So that can be quite challenging when you start to collate information. Even simple things like trying to find out the percent spent is quite difficult from some impact reports. So there are challenges. Obviously, there are opportunities as well to address them, but maybe I'll pass on to the other panelists to see what challenges they face.
Yeah, so I don't face any challenges myself because I'm not an issuer or investor, but in my role working with a trade association and standard setter in that space, we obviously speak to a lot of issuers and investors, also data providers. So we really speak to the whole debt capital markets environment around that. And it's interesting that Abhishek just said it's not just emerging markets that have the problems or something like that. Because actually, I think that is something that is often assumed, that emerging market issuers have more problems providing impact data. And it's true that sometimes access in those places, maybe Africa and the likes, health data and so on, more in the social space, is with private providers, so we can't access it as easily maybe, but also grid data, perhaps more difficult to obtain. But in general, what I thought was interesting, so I coordinate the Advisory Council, which is a body advising the ExCom of the principals, which is the body that really decides on what principles we're going to update or what new principles we're going to have. And that mainly is composed of emerging market companies. And 2 years ago, they looked at impact reports from emerging market issuers across Latin America, Asia, Africa, Middle East, so really emerging markets. And what they found was very interesting to the ExCom as well, is there are not really any apparent differences in they're as good or as bad. I think there was the same sort of maybe difference in what was not reported, but in general, they reported on the same core indicators or indicators. So really interesting. There's often this perception that emerging markets report less well, maybe, but that wasn't what we found. Otherwise, what I hear a lot also from data providers is that while issuers, even when they report on the same things, sometimes they report in different units. So that's, I guess, is a challenge on issuer side as well, to maybe convert it to the same units. Also, if you convert, for example, CO2 emissions, do you report in tons or some other currency? Also in when you report on projects in different countries that have different currencies, to make that equal and report in one currency, for example. So all of these can be challenges, which are then, of course, challenges for investors because it doesn't really, it's not comparable. Mm-hmm. So hand over to Torsten.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I think I want to continue what you were saying on that topic in terms of the impact reporting, which I think is key. And which is sometimes quite difficult because the number of metrics are so broad, and it's then very difficult to actually compare different issuers or also to aggregate data. And I think that's another area where some issuers report on the program level, others on bond level, and some even on project level, which obviously more information is always better and would be more detailed. You can have a better impact assessment. But it's challenging, even from an AIB perspective, where we issue our own bonds. We face sometimes the challenge to say we have our new sustainability bond program, but we actually have programs that were initiated much earlier during the first couple of years. So what we're actually doing now in terms of to streamline our the impact reporting, we define results monitoring metrics. So whenever a project is approved, and all of our projects are eligible for our issuance program, So we would basically also decide exactly on the impact, the metrics that we have. So there's an output and then the outcome effectively. And that can also be used then for the reporting. I think the other part is, and we heard it in the previous panel on adaptation, there are certain areas where it's just more difficult to have the output. And I think there's still a lot of work to be done in order how to standardize it, how to come up with the right metrics, and then to have issuers report that uniformly.
Yeah, definitely a lot of challenges still with standardization and interoperability of these metrics reporting. Thank you all for those insights. Let's move on then to thinking about, you kind of alluded to these solutions, but what are some of the biggest opportunities for issuers right now, or the best practices that you have seen specific examples of that illustrate what is working in the market today? In CBI's upcoming brief on post-issuance reporting, I think this is going to be released in the next month or so, they found that roughly 3/4 of issuers now have assessed that they were providing the core components of allocation and impact data with a pretty good deal of granularity and accessibility of disclosure. I'm curious, do you all resonate with that figure of 75, 76%? And in your view, are there some best practices, whether that's by sector, region, or even specific issuers that are exemplifying the direction that we should be headed?
Yeah, so there are, as I said, there are a lot of issuers who don't issue impact reports. So if you look at the broader universe, there's still a big problem. The opportunity is that ICMA principles requires that second-party opinion providers need to assess on a pre-issuance level. Now, that is basically to say you make a promise that we'll spend the money in XYZ project. Now, there is an opportunity for SPOs to then later assess whether the money has been spent as they promised, because we find that the plan might be brilliant, but it doesn't, it's not executed as well. And that's what investors want, is to see the credibility of the issuer, so that next time when they come in for a bond issuance, we know for certain that our money is good. Because the problem that we face is that if the issuer doesn't have an impact report, I'm just taking the example of Bloomberg's index, the Bloomberg Green Social Sustainable Bond Index, which requires 15 months for an issuer to issue an impact report. After that, the bond is excluded. And once it's excluded, it's not included back. So if an issuer issues an impact report in the 16th month, it's excluded. We are forced sellers and not to buy it back. So it has an impact on the creditworthiness or credibility of the issuer when the next time they come to the bond market. So I think there is an opportunity that SPOs can have in making sure that the post-issuance reports are also as credible as the pre-issuance report.
Agreed.
Yeah, so from ICMA side, we're a standard setter, as I already said. So we, of course, also try to provide guidance in that respect. As Abhishek already mentioned, under the principles for use of proceeds bonds, green bond principles, social bond principles, reporting is part of the 4 core components. So it's the 4th one is actually reporting both allocation and impact reporting. And when you do that, it's actually required to provide an impact report annually. So in order to make that easier for issuers, to give them an idea as to what could be reported, because it's not prescriptive, so we can't say you have to report certain things. We're not a regulator either. But we provide this guidance that we really work on continuously every year. And what we have in that space is, and you can go to the ICMA website to find that, is 2 handbooks. They're called Harmonized Framework for Impact Reporting on Green Bonds or on Social Bonds. In there, to give you an example from the green bond space, which is a little bit older or more mature than the social bond space, we have 10 eligible project categories under the GBP. And in the handbook, we offer an overview in form of a table of about 2 to 3 core indicators. So what we think or what we recommend should be reported in that space, and then a list of other indicators. Now, in the social space, it's a little bit different because, as you might know, social is a little bit harder to evaluate. We don't have the science, we don't have evidence-based data. So in the social space, so far the handbook is mostly based on output, outcome, and impact suggestions. However, we have just started to work on making that a little bit more similar to the green side, in that we have started with affordable housing now, where we're also suggesting core indicators. So this has just been published in September, and we're going to continue working on that for the other categories. What we also have in the social bond space is that you should say who benefited from something. So it's not just the projects that you would report on, but there's also a so-called target population. And this is something coming back to what the Advisory Council did. Interestingly, this was something that, for example, Africa and other emerging markets reported more on. So who actually benefited from projects?
I would basically repeat what was said, but I think it's a combination of the two. One is a standardization. I think the ICMA handbooks are really useful, and as an issuer, you can plan ahead as you have projects, as they get approved, to make sure that you have the right result metrics in place. And then I think the other part is giving the right incentives. So if you're actually not reporting, that there's implications, such as an exclusion from an index, which actually provides real incentive to do it on a timely basis, to make it available, to actually have, so that investors have access on a common platform, for example.
Exactly. And then for the market to understand that that has indeed occurred, where there is no report accessible by the end of those 15 months. And I completely agree with you, Abhishek, that SPO providers should be looking at post-issuance reporting and providing a review for the market to be able to look at. And S&P is looking at doing just that.
I know Bloomberg has started looking at that and is flagging that on the terminal.
Amazing. So thank you all so much for those insights on best practices. I'd like us also to touch on how you all see this increased quality of reporting and transparency in reporting to have boosted investor confidence in these projects over the past several years. Have you seen any kind of measurable changes in investor engagement or trust as a direct result of more post-issuance reporting and higher quality metrics? And Torsten, maybe we can start with you for this one. I'm curious, in the APAC region, what kind of reporting outcomes are investors really interested in seeing from the financing that AIB is doing?
Okay, yeah, maybe we can take a step back, and from an AIB's perspective, I would comment more on the investment side, what we are doing. So we are working at the moment with asset managers. We don't have exclusive GSS bond mandates, but we have mandates where there's a significant portion of bonds is labeled bonds, and there is these reports. And what is important for us as an investor, as an MDB who's wanting to actually increase the standards, is engagement with the issuers, basically. So if there are shortcomings in terms of the reporting, in terms of the timeliness, but maybe also in terms of the impact, in terms of reporting the impact then effectively, we want to actually have an engagement process where the issuers understand that there is shortcomings and that they need to improve it. And I think that's kind of, for me, it's kind of a dual process. On the one hand, obviously you have standards and regulation that you can have, and it pushes them up, but at the same time you need actually have the feedback from the market. And okay, we are an MDB, but Abhishek and others would basically are also there and that he's doing that for AIB as well, to actually make sure that they understand, the market participants, the issuers, what is required for them in order to get that trust that you were saying, right? And I mean, ultimately, why are issuers doing it? They want to earn that trust. They want to have diversification of their investor base. They want to have a more stable investor base. They want to be able to actually issue in a market which is a little bit more choppier. So if you actually want that and you see that clear benefit, then you listen to the investor who's basically telling you you have these shortfalls and you need to work on it. And I think it's the combination of the two. If you have too much regulation where it's basically people are scared of it and you cannot deliver, that's probably also not correct. It's not productive. But if you have the right set of regulation with the right incentives and feedback from the investors, I think that helps the market to actually improve overall in the standards.
Yeah, and Abhishek, are investors, are they calling for State Street's investment criteria in your sustainable bond index funds to be more stringent when it comes to post-issuance reporting? Are there calls for this or more standardization?
Yeah, so if you think of this, we all talk about 1.5 degree as the goal, but in reality, in global IG US dollar bond index or bond universe, only 30% of the issuers meet that 1.5 degree criteria. So if you did want to invest only in companies or countries which meet the 1.5 degree, you would only be left with 30%. So, and that will result in 72% reduction in carbon intensity, which is a lot more than what we normally aspire to. So long story short, if you did want to achieve the goals, it's not possible within the given constraints because investors still want to see the return of the base index, the beta. So the other way is to now believe what is the impact of the label bonds. We all, in our portfolios, we say that these bonds don't have an impact, they have a zero impact, as in they don't emit anything. But in reality, there are emissions avoided, there are energy produced, and a lot of other benefits that come along with green and social sustainable bonds. The only way to achieve the 1.5 degree goal is to incorporate what some call the scope 4. So the impact of these bonds into the portfolio, as in this bond reduces emission or avoids emission, and it should be given the due credit for that. So that's where we need to go to achieve the goals of 1.5 degree. Now, that can only happen when we have credibility, where issuers issue bonds and then issue the impact reports and they disclose in the standards that ICMA has set. Otherwise, we'll be holding bonds and then having the problems where the bonds have to be sold because they're not doing as they're supposed to do. Or the worst thing is you buy the bond has not issued an impact report, or it hasn't issued an impact report when the project has not gone live. So you try to either say that my bond hasn't delivered anything, or you try to mix the pre-issuance with the post-issuance. And that is a toxic mix of a lot of assumptions, which regulators and reporting might be challenging, because then you have to explain why you have mixed this and how it changes, or just say that my bonds have done nothing. So yes, it's not what the clients are requiring us, but this is the practical challenge of implementing these in the portfolios. To achieve what we want to achieve as a collective group, we need to have more credibility, more transparency, and better accountability from issuers, so that when we buy the bonds, we know with confidence that the money is good.
Absolutely. It all sounds to me like we need to have the ICMA harmonized framework on reporting be mandatory in the market. That's what I'm getting from this.
We can't make it mandatory. We're not a regulator, but yeah, of course. So what will make it better, of course, as I said, on ICMA side, we keep working on this, right? We're just starting the new term for our ExCom, and we have a continued impact reporting working group. So I already mentioned what we're going to work on the social side. Of course, we're going to continue improving this, the green side as well, as much as we can from our side. However, there are also things that need standardization that we can't provide, such as greenhouse gas emissions is something frequently reported on, right? You mentioned scope 4, that's a very frequent thing associated with impact, so-called avoided emissions. So things like that, where we don't have a standardized greenhouse gas emissions accounting framework in a way. So those things are still necessary, but as I said, ICMA can't provide that. Otherwise, we'll see if things like increased reporting will help as well. So we have the ISSB standards, the ESRS in the EU that will give us in general more ESG data, which might be helpful as well. Although, of course, you should report project-specific quantitative data, but also require on qualitative aspects. And then, of course, there's a cooler area of technologies. So at ICMA, we also starting to work a bit closer with our fintech and digitalization colleagues. We're looking, again, this term, we're going to start looking at the nexus between the two. We already see things in our space where blockchain-based impact reporting is being worked on. However, I should also say, like, a lot that are here associated with blockchain. A few attempts have failed. So we'll see, but nevertheless, AI seems to take off again a little bit more since we have generative AI. We'll see what that can do. And then there's, of course, the really cool stuff that is not really the ICMA domain, but I still find it fascinating that we have geospatial data, we have satellites checking for methane leaks. The other day I was at another conference where they talked about bird song being picked up in certain areas by microphones, I assume, and really fascinating things happening everywhere. So it's going to be interesting what's going to be developed there.
I hadn't heard of the bird song technology, Simone. That's
I hadn't heard until then either, yeah.
It'll be interesting to hear more, but thank you so much for that segue. That leads me to my final question for you all on future trends in this GSS bond market. And I'd love to hear from each of you again. Simone, I know you just kind of captured some of this, but there's so many different burgeoning innovations right now, AI-enabled fintech, as you mentioned, evolving reporting databases also that we see that have the potential to vastly improve issuer transparency with post-issuance reporting. I want to know, what are you all the most excited about right now in this space that you think could become like the standard for the industry in the next 5-10 years to help us have reporting that is more harmonized, up to date, in real time, and accessible to the entire market? Are there some innovations that you're the most excited about with that?
So I can start. The standardizations, obviously the ICMA standardizations are very good. It helps in putting structured to an unstructured world. AI is obviously going to be of a big help, because if you look at the impact reports and the way it is produced, one way is to look at analysts, do that, which would need a lot of manpower, or let AI do the work. So there is the benefit that comes along with it. Obviously, there is no lack of data. I can imagine that there would be a lot of things that are being developed and assimilated and accumulated, but all data comes at a cost. As an asset manager, we constantly struggle with where do we put the money, because there's no lack of data, but there is more than enough data. So the problem is to choose. And in a certain situation like this, like ADB's Green Bond Transparency framework is good, because then it tries to put in a structure to a situation, how it is reported. Obviously, all the issuers are encouraged to do that, and you can have a lot more information, and potentially you don't have to pay for this, because obviously you have given the issuer the money, so you expect, the least you expect is to know how it has been spent. So those are quite good, exciting opportunities that are coming about. But trust me, there's no lack of data. It's just about trying to figure out how do you budget to get the right data for the right products.
The data with the most integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I already mentioned the exciting stuff. So back to less exciting, what I think we will see more of in the future. I already mentioned under the use of proceeds principles, the fourth core component is reporting, which is both allocation and impact reporting. And I think and Abhishek will be able to confirm, I think what investors really like is when an issuer puts both into the same report. So the money, how has it been allocated, but at the same time, what has been achieved with it, right? We see some examples of that already. I think a good one is, for example, the UK DMO, so the UK Green Guild impact reporting. They combined that. And also something that we offer is a mapping to the SDGs. That's something I think that also always looks nice. It gives you at a first glance as to what SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are supported by the project.
Yeah, I think we covered already quite a few things about technology. I think that's where we can be most excited about, to save cost for issuers as well, right? To make it standardized, should be easier, should be, the whole reporting should actually improve, right? I think the other part, maybe we can even take it one step further in terms of the reporting. We spoke about like the impact reporting, the use of proceeds, all that in one. But I think one element which is for us is important from an MDB is as well the entity linkage, because ultimately we need to remember these are use of proceeds. They carve out something out of their balance sheet, and that is green or social. But we're actually interested, how does it fit into the overall piece of the issuer? And I think that is crucial for us. We don't want to actually finance someone who's actually found a fantastic project which he can carve out, but there's no sustainability or long-term strategy. And ultimately, the goal should obviously be, this is just an interim step, use of proceeds, and then eventually, just like in MDB, you actually have all of the projects that you do would be sustainable and would be eligible. And then you issue a report which actually shows all the projects that you've done over the course of the year. And that's almost like a school report, which shows you this is actually what we've done. We look at it on a project basis, and all the metrics are there on a project basis, which obviously will take time. But I think that should be the ideal state at some point.
So Torsten, you would be an advocate for a fully integrated report within the issuer's annual report as well, and kind of show that linkage.
It would, and it can be a showcase. It's actually really a good opportunity for an issuer to showcase these are the projects that we carve out and the use of proceeds, but then they're linked to the overall sustainability strategy and how they actually will increase that. I think is quite important.
Absolutely, very important. Thank you all so much for those insights. I think we're almost out of time, so we'd love to open up the floor to any questions that folks may have. We can probably take one or two. Just go ahead and raise your hand if you have something to ask the panelists. Yes, sir, over here.
So, with an SLB, there is a contractual structure that rewards or penalizes the issuer for observance of a KPI. With a green bond, there's a framework, but it's not in the bond contract. Could you condense for us what are the rewards of a high-quality green bond framework for the issuer? And moreover, what are the sanctions or what recourse can the investor take on the issuer where the issuer violates the terms of its green bond framework, as may well happen as the corporate sector steps back from ESG and net zero commitments?
As an investor, for a green bond, there is actually no recourse other than to engage with the issuer, and then if the issuer still doesn't issue the use of proceeds, then to sell the bonds. With SLB, yes, you have a commitment from the issuer, and the issuer would be penalized by having a step up in coupons. But investors do also like the green bond where they know where the money has been spent. An SLB can be on the scope 2 emissions or scope 1 emissions, but it doesn't really tell, investors do also want to see, I want to focus on a solar project. I don't want to focus on a project which is for giving subsidies, which is not possible in SLB. It's so possible in green bond. So both of them have their merits and demerits. But there is, to your point, there is no sanction for a green bond issuer should they not choose to spend the money as they have promised.
Yeah, so just to add from ICMA's side, so obviously if you're perceived as being a good quality issuer, if you also have a good framework to support that, good reputation and so on, then if you're lucky, you can get a greenium still. We've seen that a few times in the market. However, it's not something that is guaranteed, and it should never be the reason to issue a green bond. Otherwise, I would say the main downside, or maybe only downside, is really reputational. If you see to fail to comply with certain things, although comply is maybe the wrong word, because these are all voluntary standards. It's going to be slightly different maybe once we have the EU Green Bond Standard, which is coming into force in December. But with the ICMA green bond standard, also social bond principles, so both principles, the standard for the market, it's really mostly, as we say, it's a reputation issue for you if you are perceived to not have followed through to what you said in your framework.
Yeah. Any other questions from the audience? I think we have time for one more. Okay, if that's it, thank you all so much for your participation today, your attention. Thank you so much to each of our panelists for your insights. I think this has been a really engaging and it's a positive discussion. There's still some challenges that remain in the space, but we are seeing more year-on-year improvements, more investor trust, and a good trajectory forward. So thank you so much for your time. And
thank you.
Yeah, I think we have some closing remarks from Sean Kidney now.
Closing remarks from the audience and from us, but feel free to stay there for a minute. I will make a few closing remarks once we've heard from everyone. I've got a few people I'd like to invite up to join us on stage, specifically Michael Ridley and Paul O'Connor, if they're still in the audience, if they're still here. Michael's here and Paul's here. Great. So Michael Ridley is at MSCI, Head of Financial Institution Sustainability and Climate Change Research. And Paul O'Connor, the legendary Paul O'Connor, is at JP Morgan, who's head of EMEA ESG DCM. Do you know what those acronyms mean? It means he does a huge amount of green bonds in the region, huge amount. So I'm after a little bit of comment about next steps. What I'm going to do is just ask Paul and Michael to say a few words, and then I'm going to the audience, if I can. This is just give you time to warm up on questions and comments. And yes, Sophie, I'm expecting you to say something. Be aware. Because what we need to think about now is, as a hive, the concept I introduced at the beginning of the session for those of you here, how do we think about taking this forward quickly, fast, rapidity? We've had a huge amount of success so far in developing green finance, in pushing for change globally. If you look at the Inevitable Policy Response Project, it's got all these tick boxes on national policy. They're actually now saying that if all the policies that have been agreed by the major economies were approved and finally put through, we would be limiting global warming to 1.8 to 2 degrees. Now, we've got to deliver on all of those things, but this is an extraordinary change in the last 10 years. This is amazing. We are winning, and that's because of the Biden climate committed in 2021, where all the major countries of the world committed the 2030 targets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. With green finance, we have managed to prove that investments in climate action are positive, not negative. For those of you that are as old as I am, you will remember 15 years ago, all discussion around climate investment was about haircuts, was about costs, was about the negatives, was about the dangers, was about difficulties. Investors would say, yes, it's a really big issue, we've got to do something about it, but I can't take a haircut. My credit committee won't allow me to take a haircut. We've turned this around. Green bonds are, well, I think, Michael, they're better investments as a rule now. They perform often much better. This is change. And now we've got development banks stepping in and amplifying that, boosting that. This is an extraordinary change. Investment in climate action is becoming a plus. The climate resilience agenda you heard about from Jala on a panel earlier is all about resilience investments. They're about lower risk. They're about reducing default risks for portfolios. They're about making sure that we can pay our pensions. And I remember Larry Fink said that quote, that famous quote, the head of BlackRock. He didn't make money by giving his investors yield. He made money by making sure his investors didn't lose money. That's the secret of what we're doing in this particular market. Identifying things that will ensure investors don't lose their money on average. We've done that. But now we need to do more, because the truth is we're still only about 20% of where we need to be in terms of the speed of change, especially as climate change is really hitting us. So how do we speed things up? What are the next steps? That's what you've been hearing about today, all these ideas. I'm interested in your reflections now and further thoughts as a result. But first, I'm going to ask Paul for his thoughts on the future. Now, he works for a bank. I can't ask him anything tricky. otherwise compliance will kill him. I've asked him to give us a few thoughts on investor appetite, because you're every day talking to investors, and on pipeline, because you're in touch with the pipeline.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. So in terms of investor appetite, I think the feeling we have, certainly on the European side right now, is that investors are going through a little bit of a reset on their side, mostly because we're entering into a much more heavily regulated market. So they just need to work through that. I mean, I think the underlying fundamentals are still there. Asset owners still want exposure to these themes of the future. And I think we're just sorting out the sort of regulatory compliance side. So that all has to be worked through. I mean, in terms of the pipeline, pretty encouraging. EM, I would say, emerging markets, very, very motivated at the moment, particularly the Middle East. You might see a few things popping up at some point soon, which I think will be interesting. I think we have enough examples in the market so that everybody knows how it could be done, and more importantly, how it should be done. And I think a lot of people are working through on their side and preparing to issue, compelling instruments to the market that they know will kind of tap into that investor's sweet spot. So there's a lot more clarity in terms of expectations. And I think a lot of our issuer clients have internalized all of that. We're obviously conveying that to them as best we can. And so I think the propositions that we're going to see coming to the market over the next couple of years are going to be compelling, going to be in advance on what we've seen before. And there are some very big fish swimming out there that have got fantastically compelling opportunities, I would say, serving up, hundreds of millions of tons of incentivized emissions reductions a year, very, very compelling propositions. Some economies that obviously need to work hard to decarbonize. But I think all the ingredients are there, definitely, for some of these guys to come forward. It's just, to a certain extent, a bit of a question of courage, right? You need to have that political air cover to make sure that if you go out as a debt management office with something, that you've got the backing. And it's funny to see how people sometimes get cold feet at the political level, and they start trying to move things in a different direction. So having somebody in a debt management office that is willing to sort of stitch it all together and keep it on track, I think is going to be super important. As well as that, management on the corporate side, we have a lot of corporate issuers who they have designed what I believe are very very compelling sustainability linked propositions, not only because we were involved in designing them, but things that I think could be really appreciated by the market. But they are sitting on them, even though they have them ready to go. They just are a little bit worried about taking that final step over the cliff and actually going out and saying, look, we want to put ourselves on the hook. We've got the technology. We believe that the capital will come. Here's something that holds us accountable, provides visibility. You can see our trajectory. Let's just get on and do it. But I think there's that reticence at the moment that is holding people back. So we need people to sort of, hold hands and jump off the cliff a little bit just to kind of get things moving again. But very encouraging in terms of what we see in the pipeline.
Okay, that's a pretty good start. Michael.
Thank you. I think Paul is right. We are actually moving into a more regulated green bond market. And I think I would congratulate ICMA for the previous 10 years. They sort of, for me, were the overarching umbrella of the green bond market. And now we're moving into perhaps an EU taxonomy regulated market. And I'm just hoping that the market can continue to grow successfully in this new, more prescriptive approach. But I wanted to talk about some positive pieces of information out there. One thing we haven't talked about is macroeconomics. One thing I think is quite exciting is the macroeconomic world is now talking about climate. I know we had Nordhaus in the 90s with his DICE model, but macroeconomists kind of ignored climate until Jean Pisani-Ferry at the Peterson Institute wrote an amazing paper in 2021 saying macroeconomics, climate policy is macroeconomic policy. So I think governments now recognize that to affect change and to cut climate emissions, carbon emissions, you have to pull policy levers so much that it has a domestic impact. So climate is now at the, in the center of energy policy and economic policy. Jumping to data, I think one thing that we at MSCI are looking at is green capex data. We, for the last 8 years, have been sort of saying green revenue data and been able to show the percentage of companies' revenue that's green, but we're trying in the future to offer that number for green capex. I think if we are able to do that with partners, that number would sit alongside the green bond market, because I think the green bond market is to a large degree about understanding where the capex of a company is going. And if you see that the outstanding bonds of a company over time, there's more and more that are green, then you know it's moving to a green future. If you could have a number and see annually the amount of green capex of a company rose over time, it would be a similar kind of story. So I would suggest that green capex analysis might sit alongside the green bond market going forwards. And then I guess the third thing I would say is, well, I wanted to add sunset clauses because no one's mentioned that today, but I really love this concept of sunset clauses that the Singapore taxonomy, Singapore/Asia taxonomy has come up with, that you have amber technologies and they can end at different end points. So maybe China out to 2030, India out to 2035. And the final point, my colleague on my right here mentioned bringing together the green bond and the company analysis. So MSCI, we're trying to marry understanding of the bond use of proceeds with understanding the company's transition journey. And we've got metrics for both, NZIF alignment, for example. So a lot happening and all very positive. And we've made massive steps in the last 10 years, often large of it due to CBI. So you should be congratulated, Sean.
Thank you, Michael. The Singapore taxonomy is one of our wins as well. Bridget Boole, who was speaking earlier, her hair turned grey over that process, I think, but it was a great result.
Yeah, great result. Congratulations.
These things are torturous, and that's the point of guidance and clarity, that we do the hard work in a way that can save everyone else the hard work. That's what we've done with the climate resilience taxonomy, to do the hard work of what qualifies, to provide guidance with a really solid evidence-based fundamental understanding behind it, which can then be used and simply adopted wholesale without everyone having to argue about whether an electric car is green or not, which you still get on the chat boxes, which is absurd. So and taxonomies, basically a shortcut to making it easy. Questions, comments from the audience, and we've got a couple of microphones wandering around. Please, microphone here. Grab it off him, run. We've got work to be done to save this planet. And who else have I got in the audience? Two over here, good, please go ahead. Stand up. So she can, no, stop, make it. Stand up, please, introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, so it's Beth Burks from S&P Ratings. So the concept that has come up in my mind actually comes from evolutionary biology, and it's adjacent possible. And so this is when you have if you want to get from a single cell organism through evolution into complex life, you don't need to change much, you just need to change the next thing. And through that, eventually you get to a hockey stick curve and you get complex life like us. And so what I'm finding now in the bond market space is that we started with this one idea of green bonds, and now we've found many different ideas that spawn so many different ideas, so many different problems, different areas to tackle. And I think each of these panels today has proven that we're getting that step forward. We're making our progress into the adjacent possible. And so with that, we can only go into further exponential growth.
Yes.
Yes. So there we go.
Great comment, yes. Give her a clap. Please stand up.
Hi everyone, Nav Rania, Sustainability Net and advisor to a number of financial and corporate institutions. And thank you for the invite today as well, Sean. Now, I'm going to talk about the other side. What are the challenges? The challenges for, especially in the banking sector, with opening up risk appetite and risk taking. How do we use, for example, CBI as an example to open up risk appetite? Because we have a big issue from capital management and capital that needs to be held against instruments. So what is the reform that is required, especially from committees like Basel, for example? And you might have heard of Basel 3, 3.1 as well. If we want to basically expand markets, we need to allow the banking sector to take risk appetite without the fear of conduct as well. And we have very strong conduct rules here under the FCA in the United Kingdom. We also have the EBA risk taker for European countries as well. So the standards are all great. Where we are going is great as well. But how do we encourage financial services to go and lend to corporates as well. Because at the end of the day, we also need to think about political cover. So if certain countries, especially emerging markets as well, who go and change tact on, say, when they're going to get to net zero, etc., what does that influence mean from, a green bond and the proceeds that were used? Is it actually the corporates' problem and the financial services problem that the government changed tact or slowed down on the transition? So, for example, what we saw under the Conservative administration. So some challenges there,
Thank
Sean.
you. Do we have someone else back here who had to come? Please grab the mic off him. This way. Anyone would think we had time.
Hi, so I'm Gareth Simmons. I'm a portfolio manager at Columbia Threadneedle. And we've heard a lot today about there being loads of frameworks out there, lots of really innovative financing out there. But from where I sit, the bottleneck is on the demand side, actually. And the reason I say that is because from our asset owners that give us portfolio investment objectives, I don't have many objectives at all that really incentivize me to increase my allocation to green bonds in an ambitious way at all, really. So I don't see a huge amount of additional financing and mobilization of capital beyond what would just happen as a normal course of business, to be honest. In fact, the way a lot of portfolio objectives are set are portfolio carbon reduction targets, which ironically can actually incentivize a portfolio manager to divest the high-emitting sectors that actually need the capital in order to transition. So a really big focus of mine at the moment is working with the ecosystem, like people here, about how to incentivize that demand side of things. So working on the policy front of things, or we heard from the panel just now about avoided emissions, which I think is a really interesting thing to talk about, because I think giving the end retail investor something tangible as to the benefit of their investment to green bonds is a lot more valuable and tangible than simply saying, 10% of your portfolio is invested in green bonds. So more of an observation, but that's just where I see it.
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you. Hands, please. Up here, Jaspreet. Any other hands? One down here, please. You've got 30 seconds, Andrew. Just warning you now. Thank you, Amber. Please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Great event, and I follow your work for many years now. I think one question, I work for UNEP-FI on the Net Zero Banking Alliance and Principle of Responsible Banking for the past year and a half. One question that I get, which might address the demand side for institutional investors, it's how to better integrate decarbonization targets with the climate finance. It's a question that comes up that seems to be a big question mark in the market, and it would be good to address. I know it's not only a CBI question, but a question on which to work with PCAF and other players. And that could address the demand side, because if...
What do you mean? How do we integrate decarbonisation of financial targets? What do you mean? Transition plan targets, banking targets? What are you referring to?
Sectoral decarbonization targets. So if a bank issues more green or finances more green buildings or energy, renewable energy, there is a debate if that can count in the decarbonization target. It's a bit of a technical discussion,
Got it. Okay.
But naturally it flows into the portfolio. So what they do as green versus what they have existing and needs to transition, for me, should be seen together.
Yep. Got it.
Thank you.
If Anna Creed's still here, she'll have a word to say. Someone can check. Please, Andrew, stand up.
If Donald Trump wins the election, how badly will he upset the apple cart? And will China pick up all the apples?
Hey, that was a juicy question. Any others, please? Need a few more? Sophie here's got a question. Just take the microphone to her.
I've been struggling to try to find a positive spin to the thought that's top of mind for me, because I know Sean always comes in with forceful positivity, but I'm going to fail you, I'm afraid. I think what's top of mind for me these days, among lots of other things like Gen AI and taxonomies, and there's so many exciting things that perhaps I can end on, but The ESG backlash, I think, is good news in a way. We're mainstream enough that we have a global backlash. That's great. Everyone's paying attention. There's the positive side. The negative side, I think, is that may be our biggest miscalculation, speaking from just the climate movement. We've been successful in mobilizing so much, but I think we missed the fact that we're putting the cost of climate action often squarely in the laps of families in the middle class. And that is perhaps why we're seeing a lot of the backlash, not just in the States, but in other places when cost of living goes up. And then policy pressures for more investment in climate action at the individual level. I think that's a difficulty I look forward to working on.
Thank you so much. Questions, comments over here? Yes, I've got one here. Mr. Barker, legendary banker from Hong Kong.
Hi, thanks, Sean. Rob Barker, no longer a banker. I think I haven't heard TNFD at all today. There's a lot of focus on nature. My question is, how can asset owners, asset managers, insurers that are on the elements of demand for the bonds ensure that we can integrate our NDCs and our NB-SAPs in a meaningful way for financial markets?
Good question. Someone at the back here. At that table, the woman in the white shirt. Yes, that's you. You got a comment or a question? Reflection of the day. Ali, microphone's coming towards you. Oh, damn. You've got to play with me. I'm trying to have fun. I need a couple more on this side. Oh, okay. He's had his turn, but he can have another turn.
Oh, thanks for the mic. So just, I guess, almost a challenge out to the portfolio manager as a former portfolio manager, institutional portfolio manager, and just for asset owners. So there's a real demand on the asset owner side to get quality products to be able to invest into and to deploy assets into. And what we're seeing is, universal ownership is a concept where it's only been growing, especially driven by the climate crisis. Universal ownership, the idea that institutional investors are so large, they hold a slice of the economy and they run systemic risks within those portfolios. So with that in mind, again, on the asset owner side, just making the case that actually looking for really strong solutions to market, routes to market for sustainable and green investing.
Okay, have we got any more? Sophie wants a second run. Please, go.
I've talked about this to a few of you today, but I'm very excited about it as well. The BCG is working on just different ways to apply Gen AI to accelerate climate impact. And one thing that I think is very relevant to this panel is we're going to pilot internally a Gen AI, a closed Gen AI system where we're going to upload all the ICMA standards, all of the taxonomies that we have access to that are completed, a bunch of frameworks, a bunch of impact reports, and create a kind of safe Gen AI system where you can query things like, what is the lowest common denominator for performance on next-gen aircrafts across all taxonomies, and it'll give you an answer instantly. So I think that could be really cool if it is something that is launched and becomes global and everyone's doing it. Maybe all the impact reports can be uploaded, and it'll be much easier to say, translate this impact metric into that and standardize these 10 or something. It's really powerful. I do think it needs to be a closed Gen AI system because I argue with Gen AI daily now. It's a fun sport. I'll test it with something and it'll get it wrong, and then I'll send it the source and it'll say, oops, the real answer is this. And so all that to say, I think it's still learning, so we do need to be careful with how much we rely on it for investment. But a closed system could be very interesting.
And our market intelligence team, please take note of that. And of course, we do have a startup in the room, Climate Aligned, that's doing a little bit of work in this area, but we'll connect you afterwards. Comments on the future. Feel free to react to anything. If anyone wants to react to any of the comments, please go for it. I'm going to ask Simone first to start off, and then ask Abhishek. So Simone representing the industry, and Abhishek representing the money.
Yeah, thank you. Just also maybe quickly, thank you for the congratulations on the 10-year anniversary of the GBP, Green Bond Principles. However, even though the EU Green Bond standard will come into force in December, they're not going to disappear. So I see them still continue to be widely used, especially because of taxonomy alignment. It's not that easy. But otherwise, what I found very interesting is the mention of nature. So nature and biodiversity is something I think we're going to talk more about in the coming months. At the moment, as you know, we have COP16 in Cali. At ICMA last year, we published guidance on the sustainable blue economy, so for blue bonds, if you will, in colloquial terms. In general, you could always finance blue, but also nature and biodiversity in general under a green bond, as green should really be understood as financing environmental objectives. However, I think this has to do a lot with the general fear of greenwashing as well, not least among regulators, is that people now want something a little bit more prescriptive, if you will. On the one hand, our principles have been so successful over the last 10 years because they're not very prescriptive. And Paul will know this, Paul also being part of the executive committee that really works on this and decides what we're going to put out to the market. But now there's more demand on making things a little bit more detailed. What is blue? What is a nature project? And with that, as I said, we put something out on blue last year, but we're going to start working on nature and biodiversity now as well. So really exciting there. And then on the ESG backlash, yes, from parties that I speak to also in the US, we see the US still has a very big sustainable bonds market, green bonds market mostly. There's still a lot going on, albeit now maybe more behind closed doors. So there's still a lot bilateral conversations going on rather than in the public space maybe. We also see, of course, that maybe there's a move away from the acronym itself, but we talk more about sustainability. So I don't think we really move away from the concept itself. If anything, it's the opposite everywhere, including in the US. Asset owners increasingly, asset managers as a turn of that as well, look at sustainability. But it's more the acronym. And yeah, of course, coming back to, we'll see after the election whether anything changes for the better, for the worse. But this is a continuation. And also, of course, if industry under the IRA and so on has already started to put something into practice, they're not going to all of a sudden change their processes again.
Thank you.
I definitely see the pushback is just temporary. In Europe, you walk to any client meeting, sustainability is definitely discussed. And it's more so because, to Sophie's your point, is the pensioners, they're asking, once they see the climate change, they're asking for something to be done in their portfolios. So surprisingly, the pension funds, all of them have sustainability as their criteria. And then the sheer number of industry bodies that are coming together to find a solution to everything is quite astounding. The number of industry bodies that are coming together is really, really good. To someone's point on portfolio decarbonization versus real world decarbonization, Agri, as you mentioned, she was working on that project through Sustainable Markets Initiative, where to the point where portfolio decarbonization doesn't solve real life problems. It should solve the decarbonization in the real life. So that is going on. And actually, the whole transition, the Sustainable Market Initiative put in very rightly, it's a Bretton Woods moment. So this is going to be the moment where everything changes. The way we looked at the funding and the bond market is going to change as climate change really hits hard, and as asset managers and asset owners and investors and pensioners start to think about how their money is being spent.
Christina, now I've deliberately chosen Christina as the second last because ratings, credit, is underlying a few of those comments. The comments around how you tackle risk. I'm going to say it's not that complicated. From my perspective, the way we tackle risk is when there's a public policy priority, we find a way to improve the risk. In the US in 1790, on average, 15% of the debt throughout that whole 200 plus years has been guaranteed by the state. somewhere or other, somewhere. Been very easy. We can do the same thing again, as we have done over the last couple of crises in 2008, in 2020. There are ways to deal with the risk if we take it seriously, as we're beginning to, but not yet. Well, that's my pitch. But hey, maybe S&P Global thinks differently.
No, we are more than ever committed to the climate transition and thinking about ESG and credit ratings, as well as thinking about it in the sustainable finance bond market as well. I think you speak to, it's time, the urgency for jumping in full force. We've already hit 1.5 degrees, Sean, as you know, at least temporarily. The World Meteorological Organization has said that we don't see much time before these tipping points will begin to really affect the climate. So, you know, this is definitely a priority for all of us. And I think with everyone's commitment in this room, we can definitely see some change together. Thank you for giving me the last word, a lot of pressure.
And but I want to ask, because one of the things you've done at S&P Global is you've created a whole bunch of, a suite of products designed to address sustainability and climate issues. How's that going?
Well, I think we have our second party opinions for the green, social, and sustainable bond market. We just came out recently with the climate transition assessment, where we're thinking about net zero for different industries across various regions globally, thinking about hard to abate sectors as well, and trying to get to the bottom of, we have all of these issuers or entities that are saying we're going to reach net zero by 2050, but what is actually happening in the interim, to 2025, 2030, in this space where we don't have a whole lot of metrics to hold companies to. So we're looking at, I think as someone mentioned earlier, green CapEx and revenues, and coming to terms with, okay, what is a company currently investing in and what does that mean for their transition strategy? So that's part of one of our new products as well.
Isn't that a revolution? That a rating agency is doing this. It's incredible. It's fantastic. Torsten, years ago, I used to have these discussions with Chairman Jin of the AIIB, 8 years ago, about climate banks and so on, and he had to shepherd the countries along. But now you've become a climate bank, right? It's pretty extraordinary. And you're having influence like, is this journey, tell us about what's going on in AIIB.
Oh, look, but I agree with you. What you're saying is kind of, AIB is still young, is trying to find this niche where we can do, and I think it's quite encouraging in terms of how AIB is trying to move more towards climate and infrastructure. It fits together very well, right? I think it's a natural kind of fit. And of course, you develop then solution and programs like policy-based financing for our members on climate specifically and adaptation, right? Which is a niche where I think we can add a lot of value, because it's not only providing the funding, but then advising them policies, advising them on the projects and on the impact effectively, right? And I think that's very encouraging, I agree.
At the beginning of this year, I think it was, Ajay Banga organised the head of the World Bank, organised a photo opportunity with the CEOs of all the MDBs, which was a first, symbolically very important. What do you see the future looking like in terms of collaboration, cooperation, common approaches?
We speak a lot about collaboration and joining the effort and also recognizing each other's standards, because there's no point in having two MDBs working together and duplicating the work. It has to, basically, there has to be a much more smoother collaboration between the MDBs in terms of idea generation, but also using resources that we have. And I look, there's a lot of talk, there's a lot of collaboration, there's a lot of meetings between the banks, and I see, especially AIB, we have actually done a lot of co-financing on the sovereign side, but also on the project side. So I think that's definitely one of the, what we will see more in terms of collaboration and making MDBs more efficient, because ultimately, yes, there's a lot of capital in there, but you need to combine it and you need to raise private capital, and you need to have a common plan for that.
The change we have to make is not just to reduce emissions from the energy sector. It's to reduce emissions from all parts of society. It's to sequester emissions in the natural environment, as we heard earlier. But fundamentally, it's to change the way we relate to the planet we live on. Fundamentally, it's to think of stewardship. The asset owner sector has in many ways led the way in this thinking. It's been thinking about stewardship, and admittedly in a narrow way, but nevertheless expandable way, for 20 to 30 years now. We have become, without realising it, without consciousness, through stumbling through our adolescence as a species, the stewards of the planet. Sure, the planet can still shake us off, but for the moment, the extent to which we influence things is extraordinary. You've seen the material. We need to start thinking along those lines, and that includes nature. You know, when I was 17, my father sent me off on a job to build our farm. He was trying to get me out of the way on our school holiday, and I was working in a construction gang. At one point, I was given the job to chop down trees in the forests in a coral island off the coast of New Caledonia, and I found myself chopping down a banyan tree. How many people know what a banyan tree is? Banyan tree is the king of trees. Extraordinary ecosystems. So I was 17, I did it. I didn't do it very well. Someone else actually did most of the work. But you know, I've never forgotten that moment. This destruction of extraordinary ecosystem in its own right going forward. That's what we've been doing to the planet. Destroying the ecosystems, destroying our forests. And that's led us to this climate crisis, to this nature crisis, to this biodiversity crisis that we have now. Our challenge now is to repair, to restore, and to think consciously about how we take our position, place in this planet forward, how we think differently about everything. And it's not just forestry, it's other species, it's our own people, it's everything, because these are all intertwined, complex issues. The good news is change is underway. We have started. Of course, the way I describe that problem, it's a rather big, hairy problem. But it is what we are on this planet for, to become sustainable stewards of the planet or disappear. But the change has started. Renewable energy, electric vehicles, you've heard about all of these things, green hydrogen, food, alternative protein. I mean, every so often I come across an anecdote that just make me go, whoa! Singapore has mandated by 2030, 30% of all food eaten in Singapore has to be grown in Singapore, in a city-state. And what are they doing? They're investing in things like alternative protein. They're investing in a company in Portland, Oregon, set up by a PhD student in fungi who mapped the taste, texture and smell of every fungi on the planet that he could find, who's now creating cheese as a result. Artificial cheese? Well, fungi, is that artificial? So my friend Steve Howard from Temasek went in to check out this company, and he walked in and he tasted camembert, gorgonzola, emmental, fungi, mate. He said the cheeses were incredible. He immediately invested, and now they're moving production to Singapore. You know what? That is extraordinary. If we could shift to fungi-grown cheese for even a quarter of what we eat, we could free up a lot of land for reforesting, and so on, and so on, and so on. There are so many opportunities that are appearing in front of us that now that we have started the change to understand the link between our climate, our world, the jobs and development we can create through this, our energy security, all of these things, the opportunities we have are incredible. We just need to speed up. Taxonomies are about trying to speed up clarity, but we need support and incentives allied to taxonomy, such as what Asian Infrastructure Bank is doing. Above all, our immediate mission, our mission this coming 12 months, is to make it easier to act. That does include reforming taxonomies. And believe me, I'm working about it on the European level. We have now got Valdis Dombrovskis appointed as the Director General of Simplicity. Whoa, there's a new title for a European Commission Director General. And we will see changes coming through. It means we need to make sure that our reporting on carbon that the ISSB is working on is simplified. You will hear me making speeches, enough of Scope 3. It's too complicated for most people. Make it simple, use the taxonomy. A triple glazed windows manufacturer or a solar developer does not need to give us scope 3 reporting. It just qualifies. We deal with that in other ways. Some areas we need scope 3. Simplicity, sector by sector. Make it easier to act for everyone, including the incentives to make it easier to act. Enabling the change. But above all, everyone needs help. That's our job. That's our role in this industry, to support the change, to deliver the change. Paul, we have accomplished wonders in a few short years. I know some of us are getting paid well for it. Hey, that's the nature of change. But the point is, it has changed. It's extraordinary. The finance that has flown. The green and sustainable bonds market is $5 trillion. When I started, it was $1.5 billion. This is extraordinary. And this isn't just me. This is the bankers who've done this. We have created a sense of opportunity around this. We just need to amplify and be there to help every single person we come across to change. That's our job as a sector. That's our opportunity to craft a proper place on this planet. And that's our opportunity to fix the world, at least in the ways we can fix it. It's a huge job, though. In 12 months, I hope to hear from you about how you've exercised this privilege that you've been given on this planet. This privilege of being able to see what the future should be, can be, will be, and this privilege of having an opportunity to work on it, which most of the world does not have. We are unbelievably lucky for that. Thank you for being here today. Thanks for the work you're doing. And thank you for our wonderful last panel and its support. And now, into the world to change it. Thanks, Christine.